I see. Miss Slaughter's voice hit the air between them like a sheet of ice, frigid and breakable in equal measures. My congratulations, then. You counterfeit expertly. Did she suppose he needed her help to feel wretched? You know that's not what I mean. I've already admitted I desire you. I just... Confound it. Would she even understand? I want to be better than this. I don't want to be the kind of man who rots with someone else's woman in the hallway of a gaming hell. You'll understand my mistaking you for such a man, I hope. Ice in bitter shards now. The part where you had my nipple in your mouth was particularly befuddling. Befuddling didn't come close. Astounding, staggering, spellbinding, electrifying. As long as he lived, he would remember the way she pushed up on her toes to meet him, so sure of what she wanted, and so shameless in demanding it. Bloody hell! Why couldn't he just do this? Why couldn't he take what she wanted to give, and give what she wanted to take, and let pleasure answer for itself? Because he'd told her he wouldn't. I'm not another lout looking to make use of you, he'd said. And she'd begun to trust him. And damn it all, her trust meant something, and she needed to know that he knew that. He felt, carefully, for the breeches button she'd undone, and did it back up. The fault is mine, entirely. I was wrong to begin this, and grievously wrong to let it continue as far as it did. My actions dishonored us both. It's not in your power to dishonor me. Devil take him. Her every lashing out just made him harder, made him want to take her back in his arms and shape all that fury into searing passion. You're right, Lydia. Instead, he must work to soothe her. I'm sorry. You said that already. In fact, you said we wouldn't speak of this at all. I had supposed you a man of your word. Bitter laughter seized him like a coughing fit. He was helpless to stifle the sound. That was a resounding error on your part, I'm afraid. I'm finished discussing this. Smaller and tighter her voice went, and beneath it, a silken rustle that must be her fastening up the overdress of her gown. I'm going to go get my cloak. Wait! His hand shot out and found her arm, every bit as soft as he remembered. You can't! You're not... God, could this get any crueler? I left you unfit to be seen. I'll get the cloak for you. She twisted from his grasp. Believe me, Mr. Blackshear, I've survived worse indignities than a damp spot over one nipple. Another rustle, and the muffled clink of coins. She'd bent to sweep up her discarded reticule. Save your pangs of conscience for your graver wrongs. Her words speared straight through him. She didn't know, of course. There wasn't any way she could. But for a moment, there in the darkness, she sounded like an incarnation of his own tireless self-reproach. Indeed, he had such grave wrongs on his conscience as he could make her want to scrub raw every place on her body where he'd put his hands. He didn't say so. She didn't wait for a reply in any case. The purposeful tread of her slippers announced her retreat, and he had a glimpse of her silhouette as she reached the faint light of the main corridor and turned left. He waited the agreed-upon 10 minutes and made his way outside to the agreed-upon meeting place a block away. And it took another 10 minutes of waiting, and 5 more of casting about the neighboring streets in search of her, before he understood she wasn't coming. She'd gone back to Somerstown on her own and left him behind. Stupid, weak, gullible, ineffectual. Nearly 24 hours since the disastrous event, and she hadn't yet found the word harsh enough to describe a woman who tossed away the singular opportunity of her life, and in such craven fashion. Deficient, contemptible, fraudulent. Hell and damnation, Lydia. Edward lay beside her, his bare chest heaving. I vow, you'll be the death of me. If only it could be the other way round. A woman might destroy her soul by whoring, but for all her most ferocious efforts, her body still lingered, with its appetites and its aches and its power to drive her into jaw-dropping folly. Her knuckles skimmed absently over Edward's near arm. He was damp. She'd worked him to the point of exhaustion, and not once had she permitted herself to close her eyes and imagine other hands. He was her penance and her punishment for having cried last night from the minute she got into that hackney to the minute it stopped at her door. If only he had not kissed her. If he'd set her down from spinning and stepped away and asked if she could guess how much money they'd won, or if she'd stopped him when he'd pressed for 60 seconds. It's better we don't. Think of how you'd regret it. She would have gone home warm and fizzing as if she'd downed a glass of champagne on an empty stomach, and she would have recalled the exhilaration of that spinning embrace with pure, untainted pleasure. She would have felt full, when now she felt so empty. And their partnership would have remained intact. Some men swear by 2 women in a bed. Edward had more to say. But I vow you're like 2 all by yourself. You flatter me. Her voice came out lifeless. This inanity was precisely what she deserved. What had she accomplished in the past 2 years? Very little, it seemed. Sold herself to a succession of men and learned to despise them. Invited disaster, the pox, prison, an inexorable descent to life on the streets, and met with nothing graver than the unimaginative ill use any harlot occasionally bore. She'd sought to eradicate herself, and she'd failed to even wipe out the witless, useless part that wept in a hackney when a man didn't want her. I've had to invite that Blackshear fellow to my house party, you know. The one who was at Waterloo. Edward's voice yanked her out of reverie and back into the bed. Your friend Eliza insisted upon it. Mischief in mind, I suspect. He stretched his arms up overhead and brought his hands back to where he could have a good look at the nails. It's not a true house party without a bit of that business, eh? That's unseemly. She oughtn't to have asked it of you. His stomach felt as though it were filling up with lead. I'm sure Lord Randall wouldn't like it. For all we know, Randall's got some intrigue of his own planned. Regardless, she insisted. Only now the gentlemen outnumber the ladies by 3 or 4. I might need to procure a few Cyprians just to keep it sporting. Better and better. Maybe she could feign an attack of some illness a week hence and avoid the house party altogether. At the very least, she would not bring Jane. The girl could have a week off and go visit her family. No need to expose her to such sordid things as would surely go on. She felt for the edge of the sheet and pulled it up to her collarbone. He wouldn't come, would he? He wasn't sociable with anyone in their set besides that Viscount, really. What would he want with a week in Essex among people for whom he didn't care? Disrespectable people at that. Given to mistresses and scandal. Exactly the sort of people he didn't want to be, if she was to take him at his word. He wouldn't come. He mustn't. Because for all the trials she'd learned to bear, she might not have it in her to bear 7 days under the same roof with Mr. Blackshear. Will looked away from the invitation card and tossed it back onto his table. It skipped off the stack of mail there and cleared the table's edge to tumble end over end to the floor. Splendid. He'd bent to scoop up the bit of malignity, the last mocking punctuation on the mess he'd made of everything, and set it atop a letter from that clerk, Grigsby. More mockery. There'd be no need for the man's services if Miss Slaughter never won her 2,000. No need either for him to invent some forgotten investment George Talbot had made, because without the capital to entrust to Fuller, there'd be no return with which to benefit Mrs. Talbot. Abruptly he left the table, reaching the opposite wall in 3 paces. No escaping one's mistakes in the modest confines of bachelor's lodgings, or probably anywhere else. He turned and leaned against the wall, pushing restless fingers through his hair. A cold wind, yet another cold wind in this dismal pretense at a spring, whistled round the edges of the windows across the room. She hadn't been at Beecham's last night. He'd gone there, intending to what? Say, "I'm sorry," yet again, with the expectation that this time she'd be grateful to hear it? Pretend nothing had happened, and ask when she'd be free for another night in the hills? Lure her away from the company, and abandon every dictate of decency to finish what they'd begun? At all events, she hadn't been there. 5 days of April gone, and he was near £1,000 short of what he needed. He ought to tell Fuller to look for other investors. But he'd wait. Maybe she'd prove able to put aside her dissatisfaction with him in order to continue in their scheme. He must hope, with all he had, that her heartless determination would come to the fore. "I did it for you, Ninnyhammer." Eliza muttered this behind her fan, leaning in with a dash of jasmine scent. "And perhaps a bit for the gentleman. It's been obvious from the start he's interested, and what other chance is he likely to have? I wish you'd had the goodness to ask me first whether I wanted any such thing." Lydia, too, sank her voice and screened it with a fan. Edward and Lord Randall were guffawing over the play, in particular over that tedious old lady having once again said a word that was not at all the one she meant, and between this and the usual hubbub of an inattentive audience, the men weren't likely to cast a look over their shoulders to where the ladies sat. Still, she kept an anxious eye on them. "He's never had a chance. He can't afford to keep a mistress, and Mr. Roanoke keeps me very well." "Ha! Keeps you busy in the library, you mean?" Eliza's fan fluttered, scarlet plumes dancing in a gleeful taunt. "We barely have your company for an hour together at Beecham's of late." Again the whiff of jasmine as she leaned close. "Captain Waterloo is despondent. I saw his face the last time he watched Mr. Roanoke drag you from the ballroom. He doesn't drag me anywhere." And Captain Waterloo had excellent reasons for despondency. If he hadn't kissed her, if he hadn't laid his hands on her and then recovered his conscience, they'd be venturing out to another hell tomorrow night. But he had, and as a result she could scarcely look at him, let alone remain in the same room and risk a conversation. "I'm happy to go with my protector when he wishes. Only it strikes me you were happier stealing upstairs to play cards. And in any case, why should you object to the gentleman's presence at Chiswell? It's not as though I've obligated you to an assignation." That was true. She ought not to mind whether he was there or not. She ought to come up with a reason credible to Eliza that would explain why she so clearly did mind. Too late. Eliza's face whipped left as she perceived the hesitation. "Devil take you, Lydia. You do have some particular objection. What has he done?" "Nothing." Another quick look at the gentleman. "For heaven's sake, try to be discreet. We've ceased to be friendly, that's all. Did you quarrel?" A considering tilt of the head. "Where and when would you have had the chance to quarrel? I begin to suspect this has all gone further than any of us knew." "It doesn't signify. None of it signifies. I doubt he'll even come to the party. It's no concern of mine." Every statement seemed to incriminate her worse than the last, so she clamped her teeth together and gazed down at the stage, where the tedious lady was delighting the easily amused with a substitution of alligator for allegory. Eliza could try all the machinations she liked. Even if the gentleman appeared at Chiswell, he wouldn't consent to having his puppet strings pulled. But that was nothing to the purpose, because he wasn't going to come. "Of course you're going to go." Cathcart sawed vigorously at the roast goose. "Who am I going to talk to otherwise? May I suggest your wife?" Will took a long draught of ale. Not enough ale in the world to make him forget the mistakes that just seemed to compound one upon the last. "Lady Cathcart? You must be joking. I wouldn't dream of letting her mix with this lot." The Viscount speared a slice of the tender meat and transferred it to his plate. "Eat this. You'll turn morose otherwise." Turn morose? When had he last been anything else? 8 days now since he'd kissed Miss Slaughter. This was his 4th visit to Beecham's in that span, and he had yet to exchange so much as a glance with her. His hopes of resuscitating their scheme had dwindled like a mill-pond in an August drought. Worse than that, he missed her. Missed her teasing and her temper and, oh Lord, though he'd only had it on one occasion, he missed the taste of her mouth. And the way her body fit his hands, the way she swerved and twisted to accommodate whatever he did. But no, that wasn't really worse, was it? The loss of their scheme was far worse. Ale was trifling with his brain. What are you going to do in London, anyway, with everyone else gone? Cathcart had served himself with goose, potatoes, and peas, and was now tucking in. Sit in your rooms, drinking your meals? That sounded as reasonable as anything else at the moment. Nevertheless, he put down his ale and took up the knife and fork. There'll be chances to win money up in Essex. All the regular card players will be there, and I hear the house has a billiard room with 2 tables. I haven't played billiards in years. I'll stake you at a 6-point lead, then." The Viscount reached over to stab a few potatoes and load them onto Will's plate. "I don't believe you've been in my newest carriage yet, have you? Excellently sprung. Just the thing for a journey of 40 miles. He made a non-committal sound and forked a bite of goose into his mouth. Were any of Cathcart's arguments compelling? Difficult to determine, through the fog of too much ale. He chewed and swallowed. He would consider it. He'd leave off drinking for the night and fill his stomach with victuals, and in 2 or 3 hours he'd have the necessary faculties to give the question some thought. Chapter 13. How different Chiswell had looked on her first visit. There'd been a harvest in progress then, and weather suitable for walking from the manor to the village to the remotest of the tenant farms. So she'd done each morning, half dazed with the novelty of a gentleman who strove to please his mistress in bed. Lydia caught the wind-borne edges of her cloak and tugged them together in front. 2 nights she'd been here now, and the guests had come in yesterday. She hadn't wanted him to touch her either night. The rash, mauling hunger that had possessed her that last week in London had apparently not made the journey to Essex. And so she'd gone to bed ahead of him both nights and feigned deep sleep when he'd crawled in alongside her. Little chance of pulling off that ploy a 3rd night. A man didn't keep a mistress to watch her sleep. Her stockings were damp above her half-boots. She'd walked the opposite direction from last September's rambles, out across the lawn that fronted the house and into tall grass wet with last night's rain. The hem of her gown, too, hung heavy and waterlogged already. Never mind. When Edward had got up and gone to church, she would go back to their room, take off all the wet things and sleep. The ground rose up into hills at some distance from the house. Gentle hills, and then more rigorous. She went over one and the next, pushing on as though she had some destination, filling her lungs with air that carried a hint of salt from the coast. Farther and farther from the house she forged, into bold terrain with unfamiliar foliage, until she crested one last hill, to find the figure of a man on a ridge some 50 feet distant. She stopped. She would have sworn no one but herself would be up and out at this hour, let alone so far afield. He stood with his back to her, hatless. One side of his unbuttoned greatcoat fulled out on the wind. He faced east, toward the sea, toward Belgium and Waterloo if you kept going. It could have been any tall, dark-haired man at this distance, but it wasn't, she knew. How impossibly far away he looked, lonesome and unreachable, not even bothering to shelter from the wind as he gazed out into something she couldn't see. He'd arrived late yesterday afternoon with the Viscount, and her heart had somersaulted to earth like a fledgling bird pushed from the nest too soon. Not her heart, something else. A few of those balled-up remnants of anger that lived in that space now, no doubt. A stronger wind kicked up. Her cloak slipped her grasp and flew out sideways in imitation of his coat. He turned. If he felt any surprise at the sight of her, it didn't show from this distance. He only considered her, as though she were but one more feature of the landscape he'd been studying. Then he lifted one hand and mimed tipping a hat. She'd gone out hatless too, in spite of the clouds that threatened more rain. They made quaint mirror images, both of them under-equipped for the weather, their coats whipping out to the south. They hadn't spoken in 11 days. She gathered her cloak round her again and went to him. "You can smell the ocean here," he said when she reached him. No greeting. He pivoted again so they stood side by side, both looking eastward to where the sloping green met a curtain of mist. "It's not far. In pleasant weather it makes a fine excursion." Did that sound frivolous to a man who'd crossed the Channel to fight in a war? He didn't say so. After a moment he angled his head. "Are you not going to church with the others?" A rush of laughter threatened. "No, Mr. Blackshear." She folded her arms tight across the lapped edges of her cloak. "A harlot is still a harlot on Sundays. Other ladies are going, I'm sure, and the gentlemen who keep them." He kept his eyes on what could be seen of the horizon. "That's their affair." "I take it you won't be among them?" He shook his head. "I'm less fit for it than you." "How do you say so? You're the most upright man of this whole company." Forgive me for hearing that as faint praise. A smile caught at his mouth. He didn't turn to share it with her, and in another second the wind chased it away. "A murderer is still a murderer on Sundays." With careful precision he formed the words. "I believe my sin would trump yours if we came to reckoning up our hands." "Murder? Do you refer to what you did in the war?" One heard of it sometimes, soldiers who never came to terms with taking lives. The reasoning wasn't entirely without logic. Young Frenchmen left grieving mothers and sisters, too. "I do." His jaws moved just enough to let those syllables out. He continued to stare into the distance, but she could feel him waiting for her response. They were speaking again. By some miracle of the Essex air, they were finding a way to leave every difficult thing behind and just converse. And she knew what response to make. "You did your duty. You preserved your life and the liberty of England, and I doubt you took any pleasure in killing." No pleasure at all. One shoulder flicked, as though he was shaking off a memory. There is the difference between us. She set her feet to face him. Repentance. I contend you'd be more welcome than I in any church. His head turned, and he looked at her with an expression she couldn't read. And all at once there was something she needed to say. Will, I'm sorry. For that night at Oldfields, she added, when his look went quizzical. Don't. He shook his head, a tight minimal motion, and his eyes stayed fast to hers. I'm the one who began it. I'm sorry for how I responded, I mean, for my lack of understanding. I fear wounded vanity got the best of me. That wasn't the whole truth. He'd pierced other things besides her pride, but it was truth enough for this moment. He dropped his glance to the ground between them, and his voice dropped likewise. You have ample reason to be vain, where I'm concerned. But surely you remarked that for yourself. A fresh gust of wind drove her cloak against the back of her legs and carried her wet hem into contact with his boots. His coat billowed out behind him. You know I'd like to be your lover. He spoke just loudly enough to be heard over the flapping of their garments. I have been, in my dreams, more than once. But you can't. I know. Her voice sank to match his. But I won't. He raised his eyes again. The wind was blowing full into his face, but he didn't turn aside. I want to be something different to you. I want to be someone... His eyes cut past her to some horizon where the rest of his thought must lie. Someone you can trust. Not only at cards. Now she was the one to look away, down to where the edge of her wind-blown skirt still lingered about his boots like an emissary for the rest of her. A scout demonstrating how easily the gap between them might be bridged. Don't hope for that. She dug her fingers into the folds of her cloak. It's not something I can give. He nodded once, still gazing past her. His shoulders rose and fell with a great breath, and she knew beyond any doubt that he was letting go of a hope that had meant much to him. The middle of her chest burned painfully, as her limbs would if she'd come in from freezing weather to sit too near a fire. A lock of her hair escaped its pin and rode out on the wind, one more insubordinate part of her reaching for him. She put up a hand to tuck it back, but his hand got there first. Carefully, he set the lock behind her ear, smoothing it in a futile attempt to resist the wind. His solemn eyes travelled from her hair to her face. You ought to go back to the house. Your hem is soaked and you haven't any hat. He hadn't asked why she couldn't trust him. He'd accepted her edict so readily with such resignation, as though there were really nothing extraordinary in her saying so. And suddenly she needed him to know. Will you walk with me? Her hand closed over his, and the lock of hair whipped free again. I have a story I'd like to tell. Swift comprehension kindled in his eyes. He bowed and slipped his hand free to offer her his elbow. She shook her head. Proximity would make some parts of this too difficult to voice. She caught up her skirts and started down the hill, and he fell in beside her. This isn't a story I've told before. It's sordid, I'll warn you now. But it will help explain why I don't have it in me to trust you. You needn't explain. I'm not expecting. Mr. Blackshear. Her pulse was pounding in her ears. I've resolved to tell you this. Do not give me the smallest opportunity to turn coward and run from that resolve. He inclined his head. She saw it sidelong. His hands went deep in his greatcoat pockets, and he walked on, waiting for her to speak. One big breath. In short, I trusted a gentleman once and paid a steep price. My subsequent experiences with gentlemen have been—" But he could guess what those experiences had been. "I suppose trust is like a muscle that wastes away for lack of use." No answer for a minute besides the woolen rustle of his clothing and the squeak of his boot heels on the wet grass. "Did he seduce you, the man you trusted?" he then said. "No more than I seduced him. To put all the blame on Arthur's side would put all the mastery there as well. It hadn't been like that." "We were in love, I suppose." He was a neighbour, of family somewhat better than mine, though somewhat less well off. He hadn't the liberty to marry for love. He said he would make his own liberty. I think he believed he would. At all events, we entered into a secret engagement, but his promises— But his love, I suppose, proved insufficiently stalwart in the face of his parents' disapproval. One sideways glance at his dark, undissembling eyes told her exactly what impression he'd formed of Arthur. He was all but biting his tongue to keep from voicing it. The ground sloped upward again, and she pushed her stride longer. She would go over the next part quickly, lightly, like one of those insects who skated across water without ever breaking the surface to drown. When I discovered myself to be in a difficult condition, I wrote to him and received my letter back, its seal unbroken. I've heard reports he married a lady with £30,000. Wait! He sounded half strangled. He'd halted 10 feet back, and he stood there now, downhill from her, face tilted to stare as he might at some grisly apparition. "I thought you couldn't—" He was blushing. She would concentrate on that novelty, that she might not linger on other thoughts. Her hands let go her cloak edges, and her arms fell straight at her sides. Facts, plain and unadorned, one after the next. That was the way to get through this. I was with child for several months. Then I bled, and I had a fever, and I nearly died. And since then I've never conceived again, nor even— Of a sudden she needed to take a breath. She twisted so as not to face him and sucked in chilly air. "It's made me convenient, you know. At the brothel I could entertain men every day of every month, and there was no risk I would ever—" But that was obvious. She didn't need to say it. I don't delude myself Mr. Roanoke would ever have engaged me without that advantage. I wonder if we might start walking again. 2 or 3 forceful strides brought him up the slope, and he fell in at her side. "Did he know? Your young man?" He sounded ready to slap a glove in Arthur's face. "Did he hear of your illness?" "I assume so. I think most of the neighborhood did." She'd begun this story too soon, she could now see. They had a long walk ahead of them, and he might wish to fill it with such questions. "He didn't come beg my forgiveness on bended knee, if that's where your questions tend. By then I didn't hope for it. I ceased to love him with remarkable speed. He didn't answer at first. In the lull, she heard the steady march of his Hessians, felt the way he weighed what she'd told him. "Were your parents still living then?" "Indeed." Abruptly she stooped to pluck a sodden wildflower from out of the grass. Maybe she wouldn't say any more than that. Oh no, she might say just a bit. No one would have blamed them if they'd turned me out of the house. But they never did, though I know I shamed them terribly. She tore a petal from the flower and threw it away. That must have made the loss of them doubly difficult. He spoke like a doctor, tranquil and reassuring as he prodded at her broken places. Her broken places hurt like fire, all the same. It should have been difficult in any case. No other family would take me in. and the cousin who inherited claimed that my portion had all been spent on doctor's bills. I was penniless and disconsolate. You can see, I trust, how such a woman ends in an establishment like Mrs. Parrish's. She let the flower fall. I believe that concludes my tale. I'd be obliged if you didn't repeat any of it to others. Of course. You honor me with your confidence. He must know, without her saying so, that she'd left herself raw from unburdening because he didn't ask any more questions. What a singular man he was. Too principled for careless pleasure in a gaming-hell hallway, but drawing her into such delicate intimacy as no lady in Camden Town could possibly approve, if she knew of it. Maybe it's not what you think, his understanding with that lady. Maybe it was some bargain of convenience that left both free to love elsewhere. Maybe it was some poor but respectable aunt for whom he'd taken responsibility. Nothing to the purpose. He would not be her lover. How many times did he have to say so for her to grasp the fact? They parted ways at some distance from the house for discretion's sake. And when she crawled into bed a short time later, finally free of her damp gown and stockings, her thoughts did not dwell on the things she'd told him, or other maudlin details of her past. Neither did she indulge in recollections of his graceful, tactful attention. Instead, she fell asleep on a memory of the picture he'd made when she'd come upon him, poised on that ridge with his coat carried by the wind, a desolate figure looking out toward the vast, indiscernible sea. By the time he took up a place along the wall in the billiard room that night, he thought he might really run mad. Not one word had he exchanged with Lydia since they'd come to the end of their walk. She'd spent the day in Roanoke's room, or in retirement with the other ladies, or too far away from him at the dinner and supper tables, while he'd spent the day seething with the wrath he'd swallowed when she'd told him her story, not one bit of it given voice because he'd known she wouldn't welcome that. Lord above, what the world did to people! What people did to each other! He should like to hunt down that spineless cad who'd abandoned her and thrash him within an inch of his life. And then he'd find every swiving bastard who'd despoiled her, who'd reduced her to a convenient barren womb, and he'd darken their daylights one by one. Will flexed his fingers, fitting his hands together and stretching his arms before him, palms out. One swiving bastard, at least, was within reach. Roanoke held court at one of the room's 2 tables, hitting hazard after cannon after hazard with an irksome unnecessary flourish, and also an irksome degree of skill. He wouldn't look near so smug with half his teeth knocked out. But what good would that do her? Prince Squarejaw was but a minor pestilence in a life of relentless calamity. Even if he should be brought to repent and apologize for how he'd misprized her, and perhaps even settle some amount of money on her as would guarantee her independence, so many wrongs would remain unrighted. Every man who'd ever touched her could make recompense, and it would not bring back her parents, or her brother, or the possibility of motherhood, or the hope and faith with which she must once have approached her life. Back for more punishment, are you? Lord Cathcart slouched into place at his left. I should have thought you'd be consoling yourself with a woman tonight. Our host laid in a few spares, you know. It was true. Alongside the by now familiar faces of the assorted mistresses, he'd remarked several new ones, ladies hired for the purpose of amusing the unmistressed male guests. He'd exchanged pleasantries with one for a full minute in the library last night before grasping that something was on offer. If I gave up that easily, I shouldn't have come back alive from the continent. Last night's games were practice merely. Tonight you shall see what I can do. Of women he said nothing, He was near to climbing the walls of this room on account of a woman, near to boiling over with outrage at what she'd borne and fury at his utter powerlessness to remedy any of it. What he wanted was distraction, and not in any feminine form. I'll see to be sure. The Viscount rubbed his hands before him. £5 says my first ball lands nearer the cushion than yours. 10 minutes later, they had a table, and Will had something immediate on which to fix his thoughts. Billiards rewarded practice. He could see at once he'd improved since those few rusty games last night. Cathcart won the £5 bet, but Will went on to win the game. There was an art to it, or perhaps a science, or perhaps both. Yes, art without question, in the gleam of the ivory balls, the neat thrust of the cue arm, the clack of one ball against another, or the muffled carom off a cushion. And science, to be sure, in the invisible lines a player sketched from cue ball to red ball, cue ball to cushion, red ball to pocket, cue ball to opponent's ball, until an imaginary spiderweb of lines and angles overlaid all 6 by 12 feet of bays. She would enjoy that aspect. Did she ever play billiards? Yes, here was a better, calmer way to think of her. Doubtless she'd be one of those players who studied a table and saw possibilities, not just for the immediate lie of the balls, but even 4 or 5 shots into the future. Now they were speaking again. He might try whether he could talk her into a game some quiet afternoon when the tables were free. If she'd never played before, he could show her how to hold the cue, his arms carefully circling her from behind, his body held a conscientious inch away from hers. "Fine shot there!" He glanced up to see Roanoke watching from the wall, his coat put off and a glass of rum in one hand. He and Cathcart were into their 3rd game. Rather, he'd just won their 3rd game by sinking the red ball in the middle right pocket, the Viscount's cue ball in the topside right, and his own off the cushion into the middle left, 10 points with 1 stroke of the cue. A fine shot indeed by any measure. Lucky shot, you mean to say? Cathcart had lit his pipe, and now spoke round its stem. Any bacon brain can have a game or two with the balls line up in his favour. You ought to have seen him last night. Last night was practice, I told you. He moved round to the left side to fish the ball out of that pocket. I hadn't played in a while. I needed to get back my touch. It's all in the touch, to be sure. Roanoke stood directly in his field of view now. His eyes narrowed slightly, as though taking Will's measure at the table. A well-launched cue ball would crack him in the nose. Get the carom right, and it would land in the glass of rum. 3 points for that. Had some experience playing, have you? A bit. The man's voice stirred up every rash, heedless impulse in him. Had some experience playing with your woman just the other week. You can ask her about my touch. He bit his tongue and rolled the ball down the table to the baulk cushion. The Viscount's ball came rolling alongside. I'd left it off the past few years, and for my part more than a bit. Cathcart came round to the baulk end of the table, rotating his right wrist and flexing all the fingers in unhurried fashion. We used to play at school, and I, at least, kept it up. We ought to have a round then. Arrogant coxcomb wouldn't know his company was unwelcome if the fact was spelled out before him in letters of fire. He gave a nod as though it had all been decided. I'll play the winner of this match. Are you prepared to wager? The rash impulses were coalescing into one whirlpool of reckless intent. His lordship's been lining my pockets handsomely. I should need some inducement to play anyone else. You need to win this match before you go setting conditions for the next. The Viscount frowned at his cue ball as he leaned forward and drew back his right elbow. In fact, they hadn't wagered at all since that £5 on the first shot, but he made no comment on the fact. He was game for whatever contrivance Will had in mind. "Glad to hear it. The more you win from him, the more you can lose to me." Roanoke lifted his glass again. "That's right. Souse yourself stupid. Get your hands and your eyes speaking 2 different languages. That will suit me just fine." Cathcart prodded his cue ball down the table by 2 inches shy of the cushion. He'd got it within an inch on all 3 of their previous games. He didn't speak or look up, but the message was clear. This game, and the pleasure of playing Prince Squarejaw, were Will's for the taking. They kept it close. By aiming for flashy shots, they assured frequent misses and frequent swapping of turns, which gave a man ample opportunity to sort out the question of just what he thought he was doing. What he was doing, rather. Thought played little part. Anger had hold of the reins, and goading it onward was an overwhelming ache, a yearning to just seize her with both hands and pull her out of her grim circumstances, if only for a night. His nerve endings all sizzled like drops of water flicked on a hot grate. How much could he persuade the man to risk? What would he have to risk on his own side? Ought he to start with the modest wager and a loss, and work his way from there? The final shot was a gift. Cathcart took out his pipe and swore when his ball rebounded off the topside cushion to lie an inch apart from the red ball, for all the world as though he hadn't used every bit of his skill to effect the arrangement. Will sank the pair, red to the topside right pocket, and white to the left, with 1 clean shot down the middle. 3 points for the winning hazard on red, 2 for the winning hazard on white, and 2 more for the cannon. "That's 50 more you owe me," he said, just in case Roanoke had supposed they'd be playing for half-crowns. "I'll take it out of what you lose to me tomorrow at piquet." The Viscount tossed his cue to Squarejaw, who grabbed it one-handed. Perfectly adequate reflexes. And set to wiping it with the opposite shirt sleeve, while simultaneously balancing his drink in that hand. Will laid his own cue on the table and turned away to take off his coat. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. It wasn't decided yet what he would do. Nothing wrong with a fair cash wager. Lord knows he could use £50. The soft thunk of ivory on baize. Someone was setting up the cue balls. "What stakes do you like?" said Roanoke, and the mere sound of the man's voice decided him after all. No starting modest, no £50. He slid out of his coat and let it fall on the nearest chair, turning to fix the other man with a considering look. "Let's make it interesting." He hefted his cue and balanced it between both hands. "What do you say to putting up your mistress?" 3 or 4 colours of surprise chased across the man's countenance before he muscled his features into a plum. He tipped his head back a bit, giving him a shrewd, superior aspect. "Fancy, Lydia, do you?" He'd paused in wiping his cue, but now he resumed that action. "None of the pullets I hired in are to your taste." Cathcart, who'd come round to put the cue balls in place, maintained an eloquent silence. "They're entirely agreeable." He ran an idle finger over the tip of his cue. "Only I expect I should enjoy a lady more if I won her than if I plucked her up like a cake off a footman's tray. And a choice bit of cake she is, I assure you. Don't expect me to put her up cheap." Fool couldn't resist the sensation of being envied. Even if he meant to ultimately refuse, he was going to play this out as long as he could. Already he was raising his voice a bit, that the 6 men round the other table might be privy to this drama. Well, that was to Will's benefit too. Squarejaw would find it difficult to back down from the bargain in front of witnesses. Undoubtedly, a permanent arrangement would be beyond my means. I had a single night in mind. What would be a reasonable wager on my side? You tell me. He had the whole room's attention now, and he knew it. She's got tits the size of plum puddings. She'll rake your back like a wildcat, and she can suck a man into next week. What's a night of that worth to you? He drained the rest of his rum and set the glass down hard on the table's cushion. Plum pudding? Who wouldn't be tempted by that? The Viscount sent this mild remark into the silence that vibrated between the two men. He'd taken one step this way as well. He didn't look at Will or raise a hand, but he'd clearly positioned himself to stop his friend doing anything idiotic. Will's hand clutched tight on his cue. Cathcart could block some things, not all. One elbow brought up, one fist jerked down, a lunge on one leg, and Roanoke would have the butt end of his cue across the face. Teeth flying like wheat kernels out of a mill chute, blood spouting down and spreading like contagion on the crisp white of his cravat. Let that remind you of what's due to a lady. He wasn't going to do that. He was going to win her away. His hand relaxed its grip, and he topped the cue against his palm. 200. It happens I'm fond of pudding. It was a ridiculous amount of money. If he hadn't already been aware of the fact, he certainly should have learned it from the reactions of the men listening. 300. Squarejaw's eyes had gone glittery with greed. 250. More astonishment from the audience, and a jocose remark or two questioning his sanity. 250 it is. Roanoke caught up his cue, grinning, and came to the bottom of the table to take his first shot. Good God, man, there's girls can be had for a guinea will do all those same things. A dandy in a purple velvet waistcoat made this appeal to reason. Doesn't matter. Will rolled one shoulder to loosen it. I'm not going to lose. And he didn't. He needed to win, so he won. Now and again, life really was that simple. Every violent impulse channeled itself into the next smooth stroke of his cue. Cue ball off the red ball in the pocket, cue ball off the cushion and all the way into the baulk, out of Roanoke's reach. No flourish and no gloating, just quiet, lethal accuracy. When he stroked his final shot, he turned and handed off his stick without even waiting to see the balls drop in. You may send her as soon as you like. Do you remember which room you put me in, or shall I provide directions? He reached for his coat. Do you know the one called Barbara? Eliza leaned forward in an armchair, elbows on the arms and fingers laced between. I spoke to her this afternoon. She said they had a conversation in the library last night, but when it came to the point, he excused himself and went away. Is that so very wonderful? Perhaps he's courting someone and doesn't want to do anything unseemly. Lydia smoothed her skirts, carefully avoiding Eliza's eyes. Then I question his decision to come to this house party at all. What young lady would like to hear that her suitor was— Maria's voice trailed off. Lydia glanced up to find her twisted to face the door, a single line of disapproval wrought into her brow. She turned. There stood Edward, his coat over one arm and his eyes roving round the ladies' sitting room. His gaze connected with hers and held. He cleared his throat. Lydia! He shifted his coat to the other arm. Might I have a word with you? Chapter 14. Will stood at the fireplace, facing the open door, perfectly still but for the restless toes tapping in one boot. From the moment he'd left the billiard room, a notion had been creeping over him, like a great double handful of snow plunked atop his head and left to melt and trickle down his skin. That he might, after all, have made a mistake. At least it's not the worst mistake of your life. His mouth twitched, grim laughter surging up from some mutinous place inside him and nearly making its way out. Devil take honourable intentions. Would he never learn his lesson? He tried to do good, and he only made an infamous farce of everything. Footsteps sounded in the hallway. Too many footsteps, and a memory flared through his muscles before his brain could knock it down. That first night at Beecham's, his refuge in the library, disturbed by approaching footsteps, one set heavy and one set light. She hadn't come on her own, then. That might not augur well. Hell! He hadn't known she'd be paraded through the corridors, half undressed. She stood rigid as a bedpost and stared straight ahead, her eyes blank as he'd ever seen them. Well, I've delivered her. Squarejaw's face, too, was impossible to read. More than that I cannot guarantee. Indeed, his mistress's reluctance rolled off her like mist off a moor. Even a man as thick as Roanoke couldn't fail to perceive it. Very good. Will gave a slight nod, but stayed where he was. I shall manage the rest. Manage as best you can. He propelled Miss Slaughter a few steps farther over the threshold. Only don't send her back to me if she doesn't please you. I've made other arrangements for that place in my bed tonight. Will's heart sank like a boot heel in muck. The lout must have engaged one of the hired ladies. Curse his lack of foresight. The possibility had not occurred to him, and certainly the idea that the man might wish to announce it in Miss Slaughter's presence never had. She stood precisely where he'd pushed her, and made no response at all. She looked the way she would surely look if she should ever be pilloried in a public square, neither shamed nor defiant, but wilfully absent, rolling all her sensibilities smaller and smaller until she need feel nothing at all. Any crowd pelting her with rotten fruit would be pelting a mere empty shell. Close the door on your way out, if you please. He didn't spare Roanoke another glance. The door clicked shut, and Miss Slaughter stirred to life, crossing briskly to the window seat where she dropped her half-boots and clothing. Had a change of heart, have we? Her voice could curdle milk. I'm so sorry, Lydia. He advanced only a step or two. To go to her felt presumptuous. Believe me, I had no idea of spurring him to such a coarse betrayal. I'm not naive enough to suppose it's the first. She kept her straight back to him. I don't know what he promised you, but I do not consider myself bound by that promise. He had no right to offer me up. He didn't. It was I who proposed the wager. She half turned, showing her face in profile. A muscle seized in her cheek. Then what the devil was all that nonsense this morning? Is this your way of courting a lady's trust? Or did you abandon that plan and decide to settle for a quick tumble after all? Can you really think me capable of that? He went a few steps nearer the window, to be in her field of vision. Do you believe that is the response I would make to the things you told me this morning? I don't know what I'm to think. She turned her face to the window again. I'm in your bedroom for the night because of a wager of your own making. Tell me how I ought to construe that. He rested a hand on the nearby armchair's high back and raked the other hand through his hair. I lost my head at the table. I confess it. Lord, but he was an idiot. I wanted to goad your protector, and I wanted to free you from your obligation to him just for a night. Now that I know the things you've borne, I couldn't help. I'm not some bedraggled kitten for you to rescue from a ditch. Her anger came cleanly as arrows from a bow, no energy wasted. I chose to be obligated to Mr. Roanoke. I enjoy my transactions with him. And I don't go about staggering under the weight of those things I told you today. I've learned to keep them out of my thoughts." Her words resonated, as though he were all made up of harp strings inside. Didn't he know exactly what it was to gain that particular mastery over one's thoughts? He could tell her. "I understand. I have things that don't bear thinking of, too." But he hadn't brought her here to be his confessor. She had burdens enough. He pushed away from the chair and crossed to a pier glass in the room's corner. "Be that as it may, you have the night off from your duties. You needn't entertain me in any way." He started on his coat buttons. "Needn't even converse with me if you'd rather not. That's very noble of you, to give me a choice in the matter." Caustic. If he touched her, she would probably burn his skin like lye. "Ought I to offer myself in gratitude?" He sighed, slipping out of his coat. Clearly he oughtn't to have wagered for her. She'd developed certain views of men who treated her as a commodity, and she wasn't able to make an exception for him. "I don't think there's anything to be gained by our speaking further. The bed is yours." He flicked his coat up over one shoulder and pivoted. "I shall sleep on the floor. I'll go to the dressing room now, unless you'd like to put your clothes away first." She didn't. When some 10 minutes later he returned in nightshirt and dressing gown, she stood in the same place he'd left her, still facing the window. Perhaps she meant to defy him by standing there all night. But no, as soon as he was far enough clear of the door that she needn't sidle by him, she picked up her clothing and retired to the dressing room. And when he came near to the bed, he saw a pillow, and the heaviest of the blankets had been put down on the carpet alongside. A peace offering, maybe. Or maybe a proud, partial rejection of his charity. Things would never, never, never be simple with her. He left one candle burning that she might find her way back, and he rolled onto his side, scrupulously facing away, when the floor creaked with her footsteps. The candlelight went out with a puff of her breath. The mattress sighed. The sheets and blankets rustled. And there they were. The woman he wanted above all others in his bed, and he 1,000,000 miles away on the floor. Confound the perversity of things. He rolled onto his other side and pulled the one blanket up to his ears. Nothing to do now but wait for morning. He'd learned in the army to recognize the sounds of a nightmare. Her first one came just after he'd slipped into sleep. Will sat up, then rose to his knees. Damnably tall bed. She hadn't pulled the bed curtains, and her terrible closed-mouth cries told him exactly where to find her. His hand was on her shoulder before he'd stopped to think of whether there might be some more proper way to do this with the lady. "Lydia." He shook her gently. "Lydia." He found her other shoulder and shook with both hands. She came awake with an awful gasp, sitting straight up and nearly knocking him in the face. Her hands scrabbled at his as though she believed she were being overrun by great spiders. "Lydia!" He took a tighter grip. "Nothing's the matter. It was only a nightmare. I don't know where I am." The panic in her voice was like a bayonet plunged straight into his conscience. "You're at Chiswell, Mr. Roanoke's house, but in Mr. Blackshear's room." He needed a second to gather the next words, and her rapid breathing filled the silence. "There was a wager. Do you remember?" She breathed. He could feel the force of effort with which she mastered herself. "Yes, I remember." Somehow her hands had ended up on his wrists, clamped tight as if he were all that stood between her and drowning. She loosened her grip now and let her hands fall away. "I woke you. I'm sorry. I'm the one sorry." He found her forehead with the knuckles of one hand. Damp. "It's disconcerting to wake in a strange place. I oughtn't to have brought you here." "Yes, well." She pulled away from him and lay back down. "You're paying now, aren't you?" Thank God for her pertness. It was just the salve his bayoneted conscience required. "I suppose I am at that." He sank to the floor again and waited for her breathing to lengthen. But scarcely had he dropped back into slumber, or so it seemed, when the same desperate sounds started up again. Lord above! He'd thought he'd left nights like this behind him when he'd sold out. He hauled himself to his knees and got his arm across her to stop her springing up. "It's Mr. Blackshear," he said this time as soon as she woke. "You're in my room. I gave you my bed. You're safe. I woke you because you're having a nightmare." Her chest heaved under his arm, but she didn't scrabble at him this time. "I'm sorry," she said again as soon as she'd come to herself. "Don't be." He could feel the way she grew calmer, the reassurance he gave and she took. "Is this common for you? Sometimes." Embarrassment muted the word. "I often sleep in daylight." "I see." He let his hand go to her forehead again and push back a few damp strands of hair. "Would you like me to light the candles? I could sit up with you. I might find some cards." "No, thank you. I'll be fine. Thank you." He might have argued with a single thank you, but two added up to a dismissal. He withdrew and rolled himself up in his blanket. A pack mule on a 3-day march could not be so bone-weary as he was. Still he didn't go to sleep. And when the third nightmare started, he climbed right into the bed and folded her in one arm. "It's Will," he said near her ear. "You're in my room. Nothing can hurt you here. Go back to sleep." She woke, just barely. The twitching and the thwarted cries stopped. Her breath sounded, shallow at first, and then deeper, slower, as her body went limp in his arm. Against his chest. Lord only knew where she thought she was, or with whom. It didn't matter. He wanted nothing in the world but this, to be someone's balm, to have the power of comforting, to know he kept her safe from whatever terrors haunted her sleep. Such peculiar creatures, human beings. He had thought it was only men who managed their torments so, cramming them into some closet at the back of the brain from which they poured forth to run rampant at night. He would think more of it in the morning. Perhaps they'd discuss it then. He was so tired. He didn't go back to the floor. He slept when she did, and he woke when she needed him to wake, and again he reminded her of the same few facts. Chiswell. Will Blackshear. It was a nightmare. You're safe. By the time the sun was rising, some bit of her mind had retained enough that he need only tighten his arm at the first stirrings and murmur the single word, safe. Then she'd sigh and slacken and be at peace. And so would he. She woke in a bed that was not her own. That was the first odd thing. The linens felt different, and sunlight came in at the wrong angle. If she were to open her eyes, she would see strange wallpaper. She held still and kept her eyes shut. The second odd thing was the weight of an arm laid across her. She lay on her side. The arm indicated someone was lying behind her, and for all the time she had had a man in her bed, she did not sleep or wake up with one there. Though this wasn't, as had already been established, her bed. Things must have gone awry in consequence. The third odd thing. Oh, the third odd thing. She pressed her lips together and drew in as deep a breath as she could to fill all her perception with the third odd thing. Her brain clamoured to name it and to declare, like a gossip, what it meant, to whom it belonged, but she would not make room in her perception for that. There would be only the scent. During these seconds, she'd come up out of the ocean of sleep. She would fill her lungs, one more deep breath, and submerge herself again, beyond the reach of whatever all this meant. You're awake. His voice was soft but clear. Its tones suggested he himself had been awake for some time. The words vibrated in his chest, which touched her back. I'm so tired. She let her eyes open part of the way. There was a hand. He had his right arm about her middle, his left laid over the pillow above her head. That couldn't be comfortable. Do you know the time? Past noon, I think. My watch is in the dressing room. His rib cage pressed and receded with the breath. You slept poorly. So did you, I fear. She sounded shy, like a bride who'd gone to her wedding bed a virgin, fumbling for things to say to her husband on the morning after. Not like herself. You're wrong. He might have been waking up after a wedding night himself, to judge by the warm satisfaction in his voice. I didn't sleep as long as I might like, nor as deeply, but I can't remember when I slept so well. There was an erection. Ordinarily, she would have noticed that first out of everything. Her whole body had been gathered in against his, with only the cotton of her nightgown and his nightshirt, 2 modest layers, between them. With his arousal between them as well. It pressed hard and redoubtable against her. She wouldn't speak of it. How long have you been awake? A while. I don't know. I've been thinking. Thinking, why on earth would he want to do something like that, when he might have just lain here, balanced at some thin height from where he could tip either into sleep or to passion? There will be talk when we rejoin the company, I expect. One of his feet stirred, and the coarse hairs on his shin tickled over her calf. There will be questions. Questions? But surely no one in the company would have any doubts as to what... Ah! Impertinent questions, you mean, concerning particulars. Perhaps not among the ladies, but I assure you the gentlemen will have questions for me. Ladies ask those questions too. Some ladies. Not precisely the same questions, I suppose. She held her body still, to avoid disturbing the erection. I'll tell them whatever you like. That's exactly the offer I'd thought to make you. His words came out on the ghost of a laugh. Left to my own devices, I'd refuse to speak of it at all. But it occurs to me, it may benefit you with Mr. Roanoke to have it known nothing happened. I expect it would have benefited me more with Mr. Roanoke to spend the night in his room instead of yours. Did that not occur to you? Of course. Somewhere under the covers his right hand moved, lifting from the mattress as he stretched that arm. But to let you go with him last night was beyond my power. To tell the company I slept on the floor is not. The arm settled over her again. Beyond his power, indeed. How was a lady to make sense of so many conflicting messages? The gentle patience with which he'd tended to her in the night. The lover-like clasp to which she'd awakened, his arousal and his obstinate refusal to put it to use. How do you propose to explain sleeping on the floor? It will sound a very odd thing to do with a woman for whom you gambled. Easily enough. You made it clear you didn't desire me, and I don't force. Any man who objects to that explanation deserves a black eye. She closed her eyes. She'd been very rude to him last night. Ought I to offer myself in gratitude? And he'd only wished, as always, to be decent. Lydia. This near, his breath and his body told her of his every small change in mood. He'd gone grave. You'd tell me, wouldn't you, if you believed yourself to be in any real danger from him? There he went, trying to rescue her again. He doesn't beat me. I told you that already. And he agreed to the wager. He can blame no one but himself for its outcome. But of course that wasn't true. If he preferred to blame her, he would do so, unhindered by the claims of logic. Her stomach contracted faintly. I wonder if we oughtn't to get up. The later we appear, the more time we give the others for scandalous conjecture. Of course. His arm tightened on her infinitesimally. I'll go first and send for a maid to help you. He lay behind her a moment longer, arm over her middle, breath at the back of her head, erection still in force. Then he rolled away, taking all that and the bay rum scent with him, and forsook her company to go wash and dress. Will paused in the breakfast-room doorway to gird himself. He would do this if it killed him. And if Squarejaw made any trouble for his mistress, he'd kill him. He crossed to the sideboard where Roanoke stood. The man glanced up, perceived him, and through an impulse he no doubt would have preferred to rein in, sent a quick, intent look about the room. She's not here. He took a plate. When I left, she hadn't risen yet. Quite worn out, is she? There was something grotesque in the attempt at jocular indifference. For all his effort, he couldn't hide the fact that he truly didn't want his mistress enjoying herself with another man. Will knew an instant of ferocious temptation. Indeed, I could only persuade her to let me leave the bed by promising to return with my stamina renewed. But he'd been resisting temptation since the moment of waking, and he could resist this one too, for her sake. Worn out? Not by me, more's the pity. She wasn't inclined to oblige me, and I wasn't inclined to press the matter. Plum cake. That was probably decent. He took a slice. I prefer my women willing. I left her alone. Really? Lord, didn't that pluck the blackguard right up? Unfortunate it didn't come out the way you imagined, but I did warn you there were no guarantees. I hope you don't seek some sort of restitution from me. Nothing of the kind. I did wish to ask you, though, whether she's frequently troubled by nightmares. Not at all, in my experience. Roanoke applied himself to pouring a cup of chocolate. Was she so troubled last night? Interesting. He'd never seen one of her nightmares. I often sleep in daylight, she'd said. Perhaps she left the bed after her protector had gone to sleep, and him none the wiser. She hadn't left his bed. She'd stayed even after he rose. Indeed, she slept but little. I suppose she was distraught at being parted from you, or something of that nature. Like casting up a stomach full of rocks to say those words. Very likely. Roanoke helped himself to rolls and butter with the cool satisfaction of a man who just thoroughly trounced a rival. If he had any curiosity on the subject of his mistress's nightmares and her general well-being, he did not show it. He doesn't beat me. Was she telling the truth? Was the unease he'd felt in her, when he broached the subject, only to do with the prospect of losing her position? Will forked a slice of ham onto his plate while studying her protector sidelong. I enjoy my transactions with him. No use dwelling on that. He pivoted away to find a place at the table. What in blazes was that all about? Said Lord Cathcart when he'd taken the empty seat beside him. Diplomacy. I didn't tumble his woman last night, and I wanted him to know for her sake." He cut a strip of the ham and speared it with his fork. The Viscount took a long swallow of coffee. "You confound me." He set the cup firmly in its saucer. "You put yourself out some last night to get her into your bedroom. Why would you go so far only to pull up shy of the finish line? It was she who pulled me up. Might as well get used to telling the tale. She didn't like the arrangement, or perhaps she didn't like me. At all events, she wasn't willing, and I don't go in for force." The words came more easily already than they'd done with Roanoke. "That being the case, I took it upon myself to let her protector know she hadn't been unfaithful. Honor makes a fool of you, Blackshear." He jerked his chin at where Squarejaw sat, feasting on his rolls and butter. "He's been telling everyone who'll listen about the peace he enjoyed last night. Do you really think he deserves to rest easy in the knowledge of his mistress's constancy? I did what I thought would serve her interest. What he deserves is beside the point." He shrugged and took another bite of ham, the very picture of a man who heeded his own conscience with no regard to the individuals involved. Not at all the picture of a man who'd spent the morning battling his body's demands because he dreaded to lose what he'd gained of a lady's trust. She hadn't pulled away from him on waking, though she could not have failed to notice his arousal. She knew he desired her, and she trusted, yes, trusted, that he would not act upon that desire. How could he, when her nightmares and the story of her fall were so fresh with him? Bedraggled kitten or no, she deserved to know what it was to be delicately handled. She deserved a night, and a morning, too, of respite from the demands of men. He'd given her that. Squarejaw never could. And in return, she'd given him the soul-deep satisfaction of calming her, soothing her terrors, putting himself between her and the harrowing dreams. "Are you going to eat your cake? Or have you resolved on wasting romantically away? I dare say the effort will be lost on her." Cathcart's voice brought back the immediate environs, the table, the plate, the fork arrested halfway down. Will shook off his reverie and ate his plum cake. Chapter 15. "I begin to believe he has unnatural proclivities." Halfway through this pronouncement, Eliza swung her racket at the shuttlecock, freighting her words with an accidental emphasis quite apart from the louder tone she'd already adopted in order to be heard halfway down the gallery. "Who ever heard of a man installing a lady in his bed only so that he could sleep on the floor? Lydia already explained that. She refused him, so he didn't touch her." Maria declined to swing, the trajectory passing too near a portrait of some Roanoke ancestor in a magnificent powdered wig. She stepped back, ceding her place in the game as the shuttlecock hit the floor. "Do we really think so little of our due as to be astonished that a man wouldn't overpower and ravish her in that circumstance? There's a great swath of ground between ravishment and giving up the hunt at the first refusal." With her free hand, Eliza clutched up a fistful of skirts that she could run and lunge if need be without tripping on a hem. "If he truly hoped to have her, surely he would have made some attempt at persuasion, at seduction." She shifted her address to Lydia. "Are you absolutely sure he didn't? Were there no efforts to change your mind, or at least to make himself more agreeable to you?" "He was kind, I suppose." Lydia scooped up the shuttlecock and served it with an underhand swing. "He was respectful, but he said nothing of changing my mind. And surely that made him agreeable beyond anything else a man can do." Maria stood with her back to one of the tall gallery windows, racket on her shoulder like an elegant parasol, watching the other ladies sustain their volley. "She said no, and he didn't assume she only needed the right sort of persuasion. He credited her with knowing her own mind. I vow it's a pity he hasn't any money. A lady would be lucky to be kept by such a man. Luckier than you know. Lydia lunged right to bat back a wide shot. She'd said nothing, naturally, of her nightmares, and how he'd responded to them. Nothing of his presence in the bed. Not one word of the erection or the feel of his strong arm draped over her middle. But it was all nearly enough to make even a rational-minded lady believe in luck. I still suspect something irregular. We have his refusal of that Barbara the night before to consider as well, recall. Finally, Eliza missed a return and stopped, racket hanging idle, to finish her thought. If he has deviant inclinations, then surely he'd hope to conceal the fact. What better way than by publicly making a bid for another man's woman? For the 4th or 5th time that afternoon, she threw Lydia that glance that said, "I won't expose you, but I know you haven't told us all." Lydia looked away, busying herself with repinning a lock of hair that had come loose. "Nonsense!" Maria came away from the window to take Eliza's place in the game. If he wanted to deceive the company, why would he admit to sleeping on the floor? He told Mr. Roanoke directly he came to breakfast, so says Mr. Morse. She caught up the bird and sent it sailing down the gallery. The most reasonable explanation is that he's developed a tendre for Lydia. That explains why he'd have nothing to do with that Barbara, and when he found she didn't return the sentiment, he went out of his way to repair whatever damage he might have done to her standing with her protector. It's a fine, courtly kind of devotion, quite romantic. Some other gentleman could take a lesson. Romantic. That word had meant something to her once. If the past 3 years had not happened, and if a man like Mr. Blackshear had come to love her, she might have loved him back. She might even have loved him first, and known the breathless hope that her feelings would be returned. If. A waste of a thinking brain. She missed a return and withdrew to the window. "Have you spoken to Mr. Roanoke today?" Even Eliza possessed sufficient tact to save this question for a moment in which her face was averted as she bent to retrieve the shuttlecock. All day the ladies had tiptoed round the fact of Edward's indiscretion, blessed as they both were with gentlemen who would presumably never do such a thing. "I haven't." Lydia bounced the netting of her racket rhythmically off the heel of her hand, as a lady might do if her protector's slights were a matter of no great concern or even notice to her. "He's been quite occupied all day with boasting to the other gentlemen of last night's conquest. Perhaps we'll speak when he's had his fill of that. Or perhaps not. What was there to say? No explanation could undo the insult he'd served her. And yet what could she do but carry on with him? As she told Mr. Blackshear, she cherished no illusions of Edward's fidelity. "He's lucky to have you." Eliza lobbed up the shuttlecock and swung. "If I'd been subjected to that affront, I promise you I would have entertained Mr. Blackshear, whether I desired him or not, and seen to it we could be heard as far away as Mr. Roanoke's room." "Yes, but you would have done that in any case." This remark proved to the others that her spirits were not suffering, and also shifted the conversation away from Mr. Blackshear and herself in favour of some general good-natured teasing. Lord knows, she'd need all the good nature she could hoard up before going to Edward's room tonight. As the day went on, it became increasingly apparent he was angry. For all that Mr. Blackshear's admissions, which must surely have come at some cost to Mr. Blackshear's pride, ought to have assured him, he was still stung by the ignominy of having lost his mistress in a game of skill. She could see it in his exaggerated unconcern, in the gusto with which he congratulated himself on last night's exploits with his hired partner. In her own presence he carried on this way, which meant a share of his anger was directed at her. Well, she'd foreseen this possibility after all, and she'd gain little by pointing out the illogic of his pique. Men's anger sprung from odd sources, from perceived injuries to their dignity, and a prudent woman just stood back and let the mood run its course. So she did, to the best of her ability, all day, idling in the gallery with the other ladies, taking a walk to the stables and back, avoiding her protector, in hopes his ire would burn itself out by evening. But when the company assembled for supper, it was immediately evident that Edward had spent those same hours feeding his ill humour, and that his food of choice was drink. He was no 5-bottle man. He drank his fill at parties or card games, as did any gentleman, but he wasn't one of those who began the day with the bottle and learned to go about with no signs of impairment. When he drank in earnest, the effects were visible to all. To begin, he put his new favourite lady at his right hand, and set to lavishing her with compliments at a volume either distorted by the drink or expertly calibrated to reach the place where Lydia sat. At great length she heard of the merits of the lady's golden hair, and of her snow-white skin, and of her eyes that put sapphires to shame. Objectively considered, and the only wise way to receive any of this was in strict objectivity, what he said was quite true. Caroline, as her name proved to be, was pretty after Maria's fashion, if less dazzlingly so. Caroline was also embarrassed at having the fact proclaimed to such a degree, though Edward, of course, was beyond taking note of this detail. If you cared for him, this would hurt like swallowing broken glass. Another instructive reminder, as though any were wanted, of the disadvantages of love. Absent that emotion, she could even feel a bit of sympathy for the lady, who had only done what she'd been hired to do, and never bargained with playing a role in some tawdry melodrama between a man and his mistress. Still, by the time they came to the fish course, this was beginning to feel like the most interminable supper in human history. And clearly she wasn't alone in that opinion. Maria, who sat near to Edward, had bodily angled herself away from him. An auburn-haired lady who sometimes joined them for whist was wincing at every upsurge in the vigour of his speech. Even Eliza's Lord Randall, with whom she'd never exchanged 2 words, sent her one eloquent look of tight-lipped commiseration. And when she happened to glance at Mr. Blackshear across the table and 4 seats down, he looked up from his turbot in Dutch sauce with an expression just as eloquent as Lord Randall's, though its message was something different. Something like, "Say the word, and I will eviscerate him with this knife and fork." She dropped her gaze to her own plate, her insides buzzing like a hive of bees. He was a man who'd killed, of course, so he'd told her, but she'd never before glimpsed murder in his eyes. "I vow that wager with Blackshear proved to be excellent sport." The name yanked at her attention as none of the rest of Edward's tirade had done, and she twisted to face his end of the table. "I've half a notion to try it again." He delivered these words to the company at large, but his eyes were on her. "Who's come without a mistress, and might like to take his chances at winning one? Lord Cathcart?" The Viscount lifted his napkin and dabbed calmly at his mouth. "I find myself unable to perpetrate such injury upon the lady who has joined her life to mine, else I should already have a mistress of my own." He sent a slight bow her way. "Perhaps even one as charming as Miss Slaughter." Heat was creeping up her cheeks in spite of every effort at aplomb. She set down her fork. A person couldn't eat under so many covert glances and open stares. "Someone else, then?" He'd either missed or was wilfully disregarding the reprimand in Lord Cathcart's answer. "Some man of more sporting tastes." "I don't consent to this." Even on so short a statement, her voice wavered. She pressed her lips together before it could have a chance to waver any more. "Neither did you consent last night, and yet I've heard remarkably little complaint from you all this day." He'd been only waiting for her to provoke him to this lashing out. "A night in Blackshear's bed seems to have been everything agreeable to you." How could a lady even make any reply? She'd only done what he himself had arranged. He'd have been equally angry if she'd defied him. "I don't know what I've done to incur your displeasure, but I wish you would have the goodness to resolve it with me in private, rather than attempting to punish me with these uncivil words and coarse machinations in view of the entire company." "Resolve it with you in private? Don't you wish I would?" His eyes and his laugh made lewd allegations, apparently heedless of the accusation he'd just issued regarding her partiality for another man. He was utterly beyond reason now. She took the napkin from her lap and put it on the table. "I cannot speak to you when you are in this state, nor can I remain here and be the target of your abuse." Her pulse hammered like an overzealous blacksmith. She'd never addressed him so. Doubtless he'd be angrier than ever, but to stay had become insupportable. "If everyone will excuse me, I shall take my distracting presence elsewhere that you may enjoy the rest of your meal." "My room, Lydia. I trust you remember the way." She'd avoided, these last few moments, any glance toward the place where Mr. Blackshear sat, but this utterance brought her round to face him before she could think whether she ought. Indeed, everyone at the table swivelled likewise, more than one piece of cutlery clanking or screeching against a plate, as a diner was brought up short by this unexpected development. He, in contrast, was the picture of unruffled poise. He'd lifted his goblet and now brought it to his lips, eyelids lowered, without the smallest sign of awareness that he'd just hurled a firebomb into the proceedings. His use of her given name alone must throw into doubt their previous accounts of what had transpired last night. Someone touched her chair. The footman, come to draw it out. One deep breath, and she would rise. Will lowered his glass and leaned a bit forward. "That will be agreeable to you, I hope?" He laid the slightest emphasis on agreeable, the word around which Edward had built his accusation. He was smiling with everything but his eyes. Without waiting for an answer, he shot a brief glance to the end of the table where her protector sat. "I trust you won't mind. I had the impression, from your recommending her to others, that you weren't wanting her company tonight." Like a single scarlet thread in whitework, the strain of menace in his voice. Perhaps no one else in the room knew him well enough to discern it. "Please yourself." Edward laid hold of his own glass and brought it halfway up before a witticism occurred. "I dare say that's what you did last night, all primed for a woman, only to find her not inclined to open shop to you." Anger surged up in her then. All those wadded-up portions of anger she'd hoarded away sprung out to full size and drove her finally to her feet. "Would it be any wonder if I did prefer his bed to yours?" This was imprudent. This was precisely the kind of outburst she couldn't afford, but so help her, she'd been prudent long enough. "He behaved with honour. He treated me with respect. A lady recognizes a debt to a gentleman who conducts himself so." Was she really going to say this next bit? She oughtn't. She courted disaster. But the words sat hot on her tongue. They'd burn her if she didn't let them out. She revolved just enough to face Mr. Blackshear, who watched her with calm interest, only his eyes betraying any trace of turbulence to match her own. Your room, to be sure." Her own blood roared in her ears. She curtsied, eyes never leaving his. "Give me half an hour, then you may come after." No one could miss her meaning. Half an hour was the time it took a lady to undress. And here was that gaze she'd seen before, the one that made her naked without ever roving away from her face. One hand dropped to his waistcoat and came back with the pocket watch. Half an hour. His eyelids lowered to consult the watch as he flicked it open. "You'll have at least that long before I come." He set the watch by his plate, and didn't look up again when she turned and left the room. She hadn't meant it, had she? He'd assumed she was only saying what she thought would spite Roanoke, and he'd been more than happy to abet her in that. Will looked about him, and saw 2 or 3 glances hastily withdrawn. One of Miss Slaughter's friends, the porcelain blonde, broke the short silence by forcefully proposing a round of charades after supper. Her gentleman protector seconded the scheme, and a number of well-intentioned souls who'd had their fill of unpleasantness chimed in with such zealous, dogged gaiety as charades had probably never before inspired in all the years of its existence. When the half-hour ended, they were still on the topic. He set down his fork with his cutlet half finished, and rose. No remark seemed quite suitable for the occasion, but he bowed. Several of the gentlemen nodded in return. Everyone pretended ignorance of the circumstances surrounding his departure, save for another of Lydia's friends, the dark-haired one, who caught his eye and winked, unabashed approval written all across her face. He picked up his watch and walked out. What would he do if she'd meant it? Oblige her, you nodcock! But oblige her in what? If she intended to do this only for the purpose of avenging herself on her protector, then it really had little to do with him. And if he were ever to bed her, he wanted it to have everything to do with him. More than likely she hadn't meant it. Or if she had, her wrath would have subsided in the half-hour. They'd have a good laugh at their outrageous counterfeit, and then retire to the bed and the floor as they'd done last night. The walk upstairs and down the hall to his room gave him time enough to convince himself of this, and almost time enough to convince himself it was what he desired. He swung the door open, and every conviction fled before the sight of Miss Slaughter in nightclothes with her hair taken down. She perched on the window-seat, legs bent to one side in mermaid fashion, bare ankles visible past the hem of her dressing-gown, or rather, his dressing-gown. A low humming started in his blood as that detail came clear. She didn't look at him. In her hand she held a glass of claret, and she raised it to drink. Matter-of-factly she did this, no angling her neck to show him the delicate ripples of her swallow, no licking the wetness from her lips. But when she lowered the glass, one side of his too large gown fell away from her shoulder, exposing the gleam of dark, dark purple silk beneath. It was no nightgown she wore. His palms and fingers remembered, with a charge like static electricity, every quality of that fabric. So did his mouth. The humming in his blood kicked up to a low-level clamour. He pulled the door shut behind him, his hand lingering at the knob. 18 or so inches higher was a bolt. "Lock it," came the prompting from his hand and his blood and every other hasty part of him. But to throw that bolt home would be to commit to the deed. In the slide and click of metal would be acquiescence to a drama with no worthy role for him. "Yes," that action would say, "I'm willing to serve as a mere convenient erection in your scheme." And was he? He took his hand from the door and folded his arms across his chest. He wouldn't decide just yet. Miss Slaughter stirred. Her shoulders rose with the breath. I pride myself, you know, on acting rationally and deliberately. Though the words must be for his benefit, she delivered them into her glass of claret. Now he'd absorbed the spectacle of her dress, he could perceive the half-empty bottle beside her on the seat. Splendid. She'd be foxed. Another good reason not to succumb to the temptations of purple silk and his too large dressing gown. He shifted to his left and leaned against the wall. Indeed, you're one of the most rational and deliberate people I know. I was not so at supper. She lifted the glass and took another healthy swallow. Probably he ought to be calculating how best to get that bottle away from her. You were provoked. He'd listen. He'd humour her. He'd coax the glass out of her hand, and he'd put her to bed before they could do anything ill-advised. He was so unreasonable. Still she addressed the claret, her body perfectly still, and her voice afire with vehemence. I don't only mean that he was rude and unkind. He had no consistent argument behind his attacks. Of course. Never mind that the man had crudely bullied her. She saved her outrage for his disregard of logic. His reasoning did leave something to be desired. He pushed off the wall and made his leisurely way to the armchair, unbuttoning his coat as he went. He ought first to have made up his mind whether I debauched you or spent a frustrated solitary evening on the floor. Insults lose a good deal of their sting when they contradict each other. His remarks to you were despicable. She set down the claret and fixed her gaze out the window. Near a full minute he'd been in this room, and she hadn't looked at him once. His worst conjectures of what we're doing now are no more than he deserves. Perhaps. Here was precarious ground. He would cross it with care. He shrugged out of his coat and tossed it over the chair's arm. Though I must say, I cannot occupy my mind overmuch with the matter of Mr. Roanoke and his deserts. Nor should you. In the line of her back, he could see another deep breath. She turned then and rose from the window seat. She hadn't fastened the dressing gown, and it slipped right off as she stood, cascading down to pool about her ankles like water round the feet of some just-emerged ocean goddess. But where a new-made goddess would wear only innocence, her bare skin in harmony with nature itself, Lydia Slaughter was dressed for sin. She hadn't even bothered with the diaphanous overdress. Purple-black silk flowed from shoulder to ankle, inviting the eye to roam everywhere and to loiter most especially on the lascivious places. The ripe, full breasts with nipples standing up in sharp relief, the curve of her belly down to the Y shape at the juncture of her thighs. Devil take him! How could he have been so utterly unprepared for this? He'd seen her before in this dress. He had ample acquaintance with her shape. He'd known, from the instant he entered the room and glimpsed her, what might be her intent. And still his throat went dry. His brain stuttered and slowed. The clamour in his blood mounted to importunate heights. You can't. Not like this. She's not in her right mind. If her eyes would only meet his body would recognize her for a lady deserving of respect, for another man's mistress, for something other than a luscious assemblage of parts. And he would find the words to make them both understand why they ought not to do this. Maybe she knew that. At all events, she kept her eyes from his. The silk rearranged itself in enthralling ways as she bent and twisted to pick up her claret. She drained the glass's contents and set it decisively down. Blackshear. Finally she looked at him. Don't make me beg." And he'd be hanged if he could remember how to form any words at all. He could only watch, heart pounding like the charge of oncoming cavalry, as she turned and went to the bed. Confound him 1,000 times! He fooled precisely no one with his principles. When it came to the point, he was entirely willing to be reduced to a convenient erection. The claret, though. He wrenched himself from where he stood and went to the window seat. "How much of this have you drunk?" He hefted the bottle. Drink was suddenly sounding like a very good idea. "You scarcely ate any supper. Don't try to take care of me. That's not what I need from you now." They were a pair, she and her protector. Belligerent drunks, the two of them. And once again she'd found his weak spot. She'd gone to the word need that could make him crawl a mile on his belly over jagged rocks. She needed something he could give. He set one steadying hand on the wall. "It's not that I don't want it, Lydia." "Then take it." If he looked at her now, he would be lost. He drew in a ragged breath. "It's not right this way." Here was some small return of reason. "You're in no condition to know what you want. I'd be taking advantage." He tipped the bottle and splashed claret into the glass. "I've known what I wanted since I left that dinner table." A brief silence. "And I only had one drink. Liar." But he always admired the ruthless resolve with which she went after a thing she wanted. And when he himself was that thing. He set down the bottle and picked up the glass. This was 6 different kinds of wrong. Cuckolding his host, bedding a woman too drunk to know better, risking this relationship all over again, this time with delicate confidences at stake. But somewhere between the first sight of her with her hair down and the unsporting use of the word need, choice had slipped through his fingers. Shall I lock the door or not? He tossed off the drink in one grim string of swallows. As you please. Oh, wasn't she wallowing in her triumph now? Her syllables poured over him like honey from a spoon. Would she say his name in that voice when the time came? Or would she cry it out, harsh as a hawk sighting prey? He pivoted to face her, and nearly had to sit down. She discarded her purple sheath while his back was turned, and lay naked atop the covers, elbows propped behind her, knees bent up, feet flat on the counterpane. Her contours swerved here and subsided there, pale and lush and precise as if she'd been sculpted out of butter. There was not one part of her he didn't want to sink into, not 1 inch of her he didn't want to taste. Devil take honor and conscience, and all those tyrannical principles that harassed him sun up to sundown with their incessant promptings. He was a man who'd shredded his own soul, and tonight he was going to act like one. He went to bolt the door. Chapter 16. She was watching him, expectant and wholly without shame, when he turned to face the room. Her eyes glittered hard and intent. Now. 4 steps brought him to the bed. He set one knee on the mattress, and her legs edged apart. Greedy, impatient thing. Just for that, she could wait a bit. He bent and pressed a luxuriant kiss on her kneecap. "Stop that." Her knee twitched away. "Take off your clothes." A dictatorial drunk as well as belligerent. But to obey this command was no hardship. He pulled off his boots and his hose. Waistcoat, cravat, braces, shirt, all over his head, and dropped helter-skelter on the floor. He stood. She shifted, propping herself higher on the pillows, angling unabashedly for a better view. His blood thundered like a river's rapids as he obliged her. turning himself so she could see. One button after another slipped free, and the front fall of his breeches dropped away. He undid his drawers. He looked at her. She swallowed. The tip of her tongue flicked out to wet her lips. "Is this what you want?" All velvet and shadow, his voice, and pitched just loud enough to reach her. With his fingertips he stroked up his length. She'd been waiting for this, and Lord, so had he. "I think, perhaps." She bit her lip, still staring. Her eyes came to his, soft and uncertain. "Can you go in very slowly?" It was beautifully done. But he knew her too well. He stepped out of his breeches. Flattering minx. He crawled back onto the bed, parting her knees with his hands to find his place between them. "You say that to every man." Her concerned expression dissolved into a deliciously wicked grin. "Every man loves to hear it, even a man who knows it for flattery." He couldn't argue. He couldn't say anything at all. Was he really here at last? The insides of her thighs touching his hips, where her knees bent up. His hands flat to the mattress on either side of her, his chest brushing over the unholy abundance of her bosom, her shoulders elevated from the elbows, still propped behind her, and her mirthful face mere inches from his. This was so wrong in so many ways. How could it feel so magnificently right? "Lie back." He nudged her forehead with his. "No." She stayed where she was. So it would be that way, would it? Well enough. They had all night to negotiate who was in charge. He lowered his hips, and the head of his cock met her soft flesh, honey slick from desire. He closed his eyes and shuddered. "I want you so much," he whispered. Damnation, he wasn't going to last long this first time, but he'd make it up to her. Repeatedly. "Don't tell me." He opened his eyes to meet bold, unblinking defiance, very like what he'd seen that first night in the library when she'd caught him watching. "Show me. Now. In truth, Lydia." He sounded as though he were being stretched on the rack. "Do you need me to start slowly?" "No, Mr. Blackshear." Her eyes glinted like agates, a mere hand's breadth away. "I need you to fuck me as hard as you can." His breath burned inside him, and the edges of his vision went hazy. Bloody hell! This was going to be a battle every step of the way, wasn't it? He shook his head and braced himself on one hand as he sent the other to caress her thigh. "I've waited a long time for this." With his voice, too, he could caress her. "I mean to savor it." "No!" She swatted at his hand. "No lingering. I'll only linger over the parts you enjoy." Hanged if he'd let her turn this into something quick and brutish and utterly devoid of meaning. "I've told you what I enjoy. You may believe I know my own tastes." Her voice was growing thin with agitation. She twitched like a cornered animal. "Don't dare fancy you'll be the man to teach me the pleasures of tenderness." Tenderness was a rat whose neck she wrung with her own hands before hurling it over the hedge to rot with feelings. And of course he'd fancied he'd be exactly that man, or at the very least that they'd do this with some acknowledgement of what had been between them. He'd already had intimacy of her and her confidences on their walk outside, in the way she'd trusted him to comfort her last night in this same bed. What on earth did she expect to gain by treating him like a paying customer now? He drew back a few inches and saw panic flare up in her eyes. She might want only an impersonal fuck, but she wanted it very much. "I won't try to teach you anything. I wouldn't presume." He bent to kiss one nipple, just to reassure her of his lustful intent. But surely there's some ground for compromise between what you want and what I want. Compromise is but an over-nice way of saying neither person gets what they want. Do that again. This time use your tongue. Leverage finely. I'll do it as much as you want. He retreated to knees and straight arms, too far away to do anything but talk. After we settle how we're both going to come out of this satisfied. Her eyes narrowed. They shifted back and forth, reading his face. You'll be satisfied. Have no fear on that account. Half promise and half threat, the way she said it. And if you find any hungers unappeased, we'll do it again, to your taste this time. It sounded so much like a transaction, a trade. She would use him, and then he could use her. Any man might have taken his place, provided the cock was to her liking, and apparently she thought any woman would do just as well for him. He could refuse. He could clamber over her and right off the bed to where his clothes lay discarded. I'm sorry, but this isn't what I want, he could say, while buttoning his breeches over his rampant erection. She would probably throw something at him. Stop thinking! The woman you want is underneath you with her legs apart. Why in the name of all that is holy do you hesitate? Very well. This round went to her. His eyes still on hers, he lowered his mouth to her other nipple and made a circle round it with his tongue. She arched to meet his mouth and then sank slowly down as he followed until her shoulders lay flat on the mattress. Yes, she muttered, eyes fluttering closed. Good. Now put your cock in me. Anywhere you like. Debauched past all redemption. He stroked a hand down her belly, through her maiden hair, to the place where he could make her melt like butter. Right here is where I like. His voice descended to a growl. Where you're wet for me, and hot. Spread your legs wider. She liked that, if he could judge by the shiver that ran through her, and, because she was constitutionally incapable of acceding to any of his commands, she did not spread her legs, but rather brought them about, by some miracle of flexibility, until her ankles sat at his shoulders. His cock found the place where she'd opened to him, and he slipped in. All the way in, with no effort at all. He stayed for a moment, just so. His throat had gone tight, and his breath unsteady. Nearly a year, it had been. Some camp follower in Belgium would have been the last. An anonymous and forgettable encounter that left him vaguely ashamed and not at all satisfied. Then had come that feeling of unfitness. The fear that his darkness, his corrupted soul, might somehow leach out of him to contaminate any woman he touched. And maybe this was what he'd needed all along. Not a pure-hearted woman who could lift him out of darkness, but one who dwelt there herself, already corrupted to such a degree that nothing remained to ruin. Incorruptible now, more incorruptible than the most virtuous maiden. A furrow traced itself in her brow, above her still-closed eyes. "Hurry," she said. He could do that. He half withdrew and pushed in hard. Her lashes trembled as her hands came up and took hold of his biceps. Again. She tipped her head back, exposing her throat. Once more. Her lips parted, and he heard her harsh breaths as he worked to find the right rhythm. "Lydia, open your eyes," he whispered on what breath he could spare. "Look at me. No, harder." Her lip drew up at one side to show her teeth, again the cornered animal. Her fingers dug into the bunched-up muscles of his arms. He thrust on, But desolation began to trickle through him in chilly drops, one by one from that icicle of desolation he kept somewhere inside. She didn't care to look at him, to be with him. He'd thrown away whatever remaining claim to honor he had in order to bed this woman, and he might as well have been with a camp follower again. An imperious, ill-tempered camp follower who meant to leave no doubt of her contempt for him. "Faster! Don't slow down!" Her eyes half opened and glared at him from between her ankles without the slightest glimmer of warmth. Confound her drunken hostility! He would stop this. He would haul himself out of her and flop down beside her and tell her, "I'm not your enemy. I'm not your punishment. I won't play that part for you." Any minute he would do that. For now, he clenched his teeth to hold back the tide of pleasure and made his strokes swift and shallow. "Harder! Hurt me!" Her voice was a feral snarl, and her face half contorted with loathing. "I can't. I don't want to." There was a way to ask for such things, and it wasn't the way she'd just done. He'd tell her so afterward, if she was still inclined to speak to him then. At the moment he couldn't spare the breath. She writhed under him and took a new grip on his arms. "You said you'd do what I wanted. My way first, your way after. We agreed." His patience snapped then, and with one monumental effort he halted, half inside her. Her narrow eyes flew wide with outrage. "Listen to me." His chest was heaving, and one wrong move would make him spill, but he kept his voice steady. "Against my better judgment and all my principles, I am fucking you under your protector's roof." One great swallow of air. "I'm plowing you harder than I've ever plowed a woman in my life. I'll probably end with bruises, and I won't be surprised if I make myself ill." One more lungful. "I'm sorry it's not enough for you, but this is all you're getting. I suggest you find a way to like it." Her eyes flicked back and forth on his face, as though he were some new adversary whose measure she must take. And devil take her, she got hotter for him. She took her legs from his shoulders to wrap them round his back and tilted her hips to take him deeper. Her whole body rolled under him like molten metal in a blacksmith's cauldron. Hell, she'd wanted rude handling and she'd goaded him into it. She had what she wanted, and he had his cock in a hot, wet quim. And he was too near his crisis now to complain, particularly as she'd set some muscles in there to doing things he hadn't even known a woman's body could do. Sweet holy mother of... He wasn't going to last. He would disgrace himself and leave her wanting. He squeezed his eyes shut and slitted them open again to see how she arched and gritted her teeth on his every thrust, to see the face that went with those rapturous sounds she was making in her throat. "Come, Lydia, hurry!" The words rasped out like a death rattle, but at least he was speaking her peremptory tongue. And this command, thank the fates, she obeyed. She whipsawed under him, head thrown back, and snatched her hand up to her mouth, sinking in her teeth to stifle her cries. Not a second too soon. 2 more thrusts he gave her before climax seized him in its unforgiving talons, bearing him up and away with no regard for his sensibilities, his better nature. This coupling had been so far from what he'd wanted, and pleasure swamped him all the same. He pushed up on straight arms, his head thrown back, and spent himself to the sound of Miss Slaughter's muffled cries. He'd never spilled in a woman before. A gentleman always withdrew. This ought to have been uncharted bliss, unlooked-for privilege, something, anything more than it was. Pleasure left just enough room for that thought to sidle through. Then pleasure rolled out like a spent ocean wave, and nothing rolled in to take its place. He lifted his body clear of hers and settled to the mattress beside her, limp and unspeaking, and utterly barren inside. The whole thing had been just an exercise in her pushing him away. She hadn't said his name in the end, or if she had, she'd withheld that gratification from him by smothering the syllable with her fist. He lay on his stomach, head turned away from her, breathing slowly in and out. He had nothing to say. Her own breaths sounded behind him, more rapid than they ought to be. She wasn't relaxed. Perhaps regrets had begun to crash in on her, now she wasn't addled by lust. "Have we betrayed someone?" Her words spilled forth with a vehemence that suggested she'd had to launch them before losing her nerve. "Mr. Roanoke, I think that's for you to judge." He turned his head on the pillow. She was staring straight up, tense and unmoving, but for the rise and fall of a naked bosom. She shook her head, lips pressed tight. "I don't mean him. Someone on my side?" Now he lifted his head, that she might meet his eyes. "There's no one. And really, oughtn't you to have considered this before luring me into bed?" Her eyes cut sideways to him. "There's a lady who depends on you, I think, for whose sake you want to earn money. I've thought she might be the one on whom you called that day, in Camden Town. No, Lydia. Can you really think I'm the sort of man who—" He stopped. He was the sort of man who took someone else's woman to bed and used her brutishly. And in regard to Mrs. Talbot, perhaps he was even worse. "The lady you're thinking of is the widow of one of my men. I promised him I would do what I could for her and their small son. I'd like to see her independent of the relations with whom she now lives. But that's the whole of it. I don't think of courting her." She'd let down some guard, or maybe the claret had let it down for her. And for a moment he could read her. He saw the shift from trepidation to relief to curiosity in her eyes. "That's an extraordinary promise for you to make." He was dying. How much more was he prepared to tell? He knew so many of her secrets. Her brother, the loss of her parents, the cad who'd ruined her, and she knew almost nothing of him. "It had been a long day, and a longer night, and I wanted to give him what comfort I could." "What an honourable man you are." Her eyes tracked about his face, assessing him all over again. Not many would make such a promise, let alone strive to fulfill it. He couldn't say more after that. Honourable man crawled over his skin like a centipede. And what if she was still feeling the effects of the claret? She might receive his story one way now, another way altogether when she woke clear-headed. She watched him, calm and patient, willing to hear whatever he said, and equally willing to bear his silence. Where the devil had this woman been 10 minutes ago? Where did she go when that hissing, spitting succubus usurped her body? For an instant, he thought of gathering her in and demanding his turn, his way, as she'd agreed to. But now he'd been sated, there was no clamorous appetite to shout his conscience down, and his conscience had a litany to deliver. He permitted himself one touch. A hand sent out to smooth her hair. "Go to sleep now, Lydia. You've had a long day." He pushed himself from the bed and went to put out the candles. The dreams came again, more fiercely than ever. Gunshots, the terrible scream of a horse, shouting in the darkness outside, and the bang of the coach door yanked open. Every bit as fierce, though, was the watchful presence beside her, who hauled her out of each dream before the images could progress any further. He pulled her against him and mopped her forehead with the corner of the sheet and said things. "Lydia," he said. "Sweetheart," he called her at least once. "You're safe here. I won't let anything hurt you." Because he believed the dreams were about herself. He might have run from her after the coupling, but he hadn't. He knew of her coarse, impatient, self-obliterating hungers now. He'd glimpsed the appalling depths of her need. And he'd gone with her into those depths, absorbing every bit of her fury, because he was a man of limitless strength, limitless patience, limitless understanding for the frailties of others. His forehead touched her hair and back. His breath warmed the nape of her neck. He kept an arm over her, as he'd done the night before, though now no nightclothes came between them. Every time she awoke, the feel of his naked skin astonished her anew. Lydia blinked her eyes open. Was it morning? Her head hurt. She oughtn't to have drunk so much claret. They hadn't pulled the curtains last night, and now a whisper of light permeated the room. Morning in strictest terms, but they needn't rise for hours. The alertness of his muscles told her he was awake, even as his stillness told her what care he took to keep from waking her. His erection told her how they might pass the time before breakfast, if they so chose. His arm stirred. His hand found hers under the covers, and he threaded their fingers together. He knew she was awake. Sometime this morning she would have to confront the consequences of what she'd done. But not yet. She had a distraction in her bed, a magnificent, willing distraction who was not promised to any lady anywhere, and she would forget herself entirely with him. She drew his hand up and set it on her breast, her nipple meeting the center of his palm. He sighed, the sigh of a man who'd lain for long minutes just waiting for a lady to wake up and put her breast in his hand. "How is your head this morning?" He made his voice soft to spare her. His palm bestowed a slight, sweet friction that made her nipple draw tight. "It's rather poor." He wouldn't decide he must leave her alone, would he? "Other parts of me fare better." She felt a thrumming in his chest, laughter so deep and private it didn't need to come out into air. "Other parts of you can fare better still if you wish it." His palm skated over her nipple, striking sparks as it went. Yes. It was prayer and exultation. Yes, 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 yes. "What parts do you have in mind? I shall have to review them and consider." A soft, unexpected touch, his lips just behind and below her ear. "Turn this way." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Let me see you." She rolled onto her back, and he pushed up on one elbow. His face in the pale, bare light of morning took her breath away. Those dark, thick brows that gave him such a serious aspect. The eyes, colored like strong coffee. His cheeks rough with the stubble of a beard, and all of it limned with unmistakable purpose. His hand left her breast to tug the covers down, bearing her to somewhere near mid-thigh, bearing him as well. She could see the distribution of dark hairs over his chest, the ridges of his collarbone, the place where his ribcage gave way to the first course of flat muscle that continued down his stomach. These subtler details had escaped her notice last night. His hand came back to her breast, this time to take the nipple between his thumb and middle finger. His eyes rose to hers. He wanted to watch her pleasure. His mouth tautened into a straight line of concentration as he stroked the pad of his thumbs slowly back and forth. When she swallowed, his eyes flicked to her throat. "Do you like this?" he murmured. A shiver went through her. He'd used that same voice last night to ask a similar question. "Is this what you want?" he'd said, standing before her in all his unbuttoned splendor. A Catholic nun could not have said no. "Do you?" He whispered the words as his fingers gave a slight squeeze. "Yes, harder." Her breath was beginning to shorten. He shook his head, the corner of his mouth ticking up. "My way this time, remember? No ordering me about. I place an embargo on the word harder." His thumb resumed stroking, more slowly than before and with barely any pressure at all. This would kill her. "What if I beg, instead of ordering?" His brows twitched together. His eyes told her he was imagining the idea thoroughly. "It will have no effect," he said nevertheless. "I have a program in mind, and I mean to follow it." Panic drove pinpricks all up and down her spine. She knew how to lie back and take whatever a man cared to give her. There were ways to retreat deep inside one's body, beyond the reach of what went on. There were ways to stand one's ground and wrest pleasure from the jaws of degradation. Even last night, she'd managed him like any other man, taking what she wanted while holding him an arm's length away. But she'd woken in his embrace, tired and warm and wide open to him. She'd misplaced her armor in the night, and it might be too late to retrieve it now. "Don't worry." He could feel her agitation. "It's an excellent program. You'll enjoy it. Sure of yourself, aren't you?" She would not flinch. She would not writhe, though he'd moved his hand to the other nipple and commenced his same slow torture there. "I should think I'd be the one to say whether or not I enjoy it." She swallowed again. "You're so sensitive." An awestruck address to her bosom, heedless of the words she'd just spoken. "I'm barely even touching you, and you're on fire. Why do you insist that everything be so hard and fast and brutal when the slightest pressure sends you to the stars?" "Because I like it that way." Maybe she could writhe a bit. It wasn't as though her stillness would fool him into thinking her unmoved. "You like it this way, too." He flicked at her with a fingernail. "Yes." An undulation wove through her, from her toes all the way to the top of her head. "Slide that hand lower and see just how much I like it. Not a bashful bone in your body, is there?" His mouth curved, its lopsidedness dizzyingly sensual somehow. "Patience, Lydia." He reached across her, balanced his palm on the mattress, and lowered his mouth to her breast. A short, keening cry drove itself out of her lungs. His tongue on her nipple was fire itself. He lifted his head just enough to look in her eyes. His own were dark and fierce with the primal triumph of a man who had made a woman make that sound. "You could convince the greenest schoolboy to think himself a virtuoso lover," he said. "No wonder your man wanted me to put up £300 for you." 300? That was ridiculous. He'd better not have agreed. She would tell him so later. "Don't stop." That was the important thing to say now. "Please." So he couldn't accuse her of commanding him. He chuckled low in his throat, as if he were following her thoughts exactly, and sank his mouth to her once more. Men liked her bosom. Better than they liked her face most times, and so she'd had ample experience of hands and mouths, strokes and pinches and bites and sucking and the astounding things tongues could do. Will Blackshear did them all, with a thorough, intricate care that lit up nerve endings one by one. She gasped and twisted, desperate as an eel on dry land. If this kept up, it would all be over before he even got inside her. Enough! It didn't sound like command, did it? That's enough! No, it sounded like abject pleading for mercy. He raised his head and fixed her with a look that made the room spin around them. It's not enough for me. Spread your legs. He swung his knee up and over, pushing her thighs apart even as she obeyed. The sheet slid all the way off him. He was naked above her, impressively erect, his eyes glinting with sinful intent. He planted his second knee in between hers, and she spread her legs even wider to make room. But instead of bringing his body forward, he drew back, and back again, still kneeling, and she knew what was coming, and she dug her heels in the mattress to lift up her hips, greedy wanton that she was, without even waiting for his hands to slide under her. He caught her hips in a firm grasp and bent his head, and he dragged her into a whole bright world made of just his mouth and hands. No, his mouth and hands and the stubbly nascent beard on his chin, prickling all her most sensitive places into a frenzy as he rubbed his mouth over her. No doubt he could be thorough. No doubt he could pleasure her nerve by intricate nerve here, too. But he'd primed her too well. His tongue stroked once, plunged once, and circled once, and she was done for. She shook all over, hips pushing to answer him of their own volition, hands clasped over her mouth to stop up cries that would have woken people in the next parish. She was his. The taking would be but a formality. Every nerve, every cell in her body sang for him and him alone. Her hips sank slowly back to the mattress, his hands bearing her weight, cupping her arse in a fit so perfect that they stayed there, between her flesh and the linens, even after she'd come all the way back down. He knelt at a forward pitch, his hands under her, and his head bowed like some heathen worshipper. He didn't speak. He didn't look up. He remained in his prayerful posture for one long moment, and when his chin finally came up and his eyes met hers, he was smiling with such serene satisfaction she might really believe he'd found a revelation between her thighs. "Come here." She reached out with both arms. "If you please." His hands slid out from under her, and he stretched out to his full height on the horizontal. Instead of settling atop her, though, he eased himself to her side and lay facing her, his fingers venturing out to trace her hairline, his eyes roving over every inch of her face. That was a fine program. She turned her body to face him as well. "I liked it very much. There's more to it, actually." He trailed a finger down her cheek. "I should hope so. You didn't take your pleasure, nor do I intend to." "Oh." Well, not much was novel to a lady who'd worked at Mrs. Parrish's, and she'd encountered more than one man who liked to have his crisis denied. If he wanted her to, "I shan't take this time." Along her jaw his finger went, from under her ear on out to her chin. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "You shall give." Chapter 17. He was challenging her, as surely as if he'd bid her name on Friends. The back of her neck prickled. "Do you think I cannot?" "I don't know." Brows straight and serious, he let his hand fall from her face to the pillow. "I expect I'll find out." Oh, he'd find out, to be sure. "I can give you anything you want." Likely he thought he'd seen her at the height of her powers in the gaming hell. He hadn't seen the half of what she could do. I can give you things you didn't even know you wanted. Her voice was sloping into its duskiest timbre, thick with promise and potency. In one smooth motion, she rose above him and pushed his shoulder down to make him lie flat. I can leave you begging for mercy and begging for more. No. With a granite grip, he halted her as she was halfway to straddling him. No arts. Save your showing off for the card table. That's not what I want. Not what I want. For heaven's sake, not again. Did he prefer a mediocre fuck, perhaps? She fixed him with exactly the blank look such sentiments deserved. I want you. The more gently he spoke, the more resolute the pitch of his brows. The Miss Slaughter with whom I've grown acquainted. He eased her down, so she sat across his thighs, just back of his erection. I don't want to spend myself in a stranger again. I want to do this with the woman for whom I've come to care. Don't. He'd turned into a bright sun of a sudden, or a blazing fire threatening to leap the hearth. Don't say that. She had to angle her face away. Don't worry. His hands stroked up her arms. It needn't be tender. It can be a good rollicking fuck. We can say as many filthy things as you like, only it needs to be you here with me. It was last night. Her eyes stung, and she was blinking. That was me too. She ought to have known he wouldn't truly accept that part of her. For a moment he was silent, and finally she had to risk a glance. His eyes had gone slightly unfocused. He was busy with his own thoughts. Of course, he then said. Forgive my mistake. I just want all of you this time. I can't. He had no idea what he was asking of her. Most of you, then. More of you. Lydia. He would have an answer for her every objection. He would prevail no matter what she did. It needn't be so difficult. Trust me. Trust yourself. We'll find our way. His soft exhortations kindled a memory. That night at the gaming hell, when he'd called her out to the hallway because he wanted to retreat, and she'd willed the necessary confidence into him. Now she was the one wrestling an urge to flee, and his were the steady hands holding her in place. She could do this. She'd writhed and wailed and come for him already this morning without anger. She could meet him on what ground he liked, and she could do it without betraying herself. She grasped his cock, rose up on her knees, and slid down hard until she had him to the hilt. That meant yes. He closed his eyes and exhaled forcefully. Yes, he said in his turn. Good. Just like that. One of his hands left her arm to claw up a fistful of the rumpled sheet. He didn't need her to be careful then, or warm. Open your eyes. She could command him without shoving him away. Watch me fuck you. A spasm shot through him, feet to scalp. His eyes half opened, and his hand trailed from her arm to her waist, settling there to ride her movement. You are wanton beyond my wildest dreams, Lydia Slaughter. You are the lewdest, filthiest, most irredeemable— His paean ended in a curse as he succumbed to another bolt of pleasure. You make me that way. I've wanted to see you naked since the first time we spoke in the dark upstairs at Beecham's. That was a confidence not altogether easy to say. But it was what he wanted, so it was what he would have in a caressing whisper, with her fingertips wandering through the hairs on his chest. Only since then. I think I wanted you on sight. He was addressing her bosom, watching unabashedly the bounce with which it echoed her every movement on him. He nudged her arm aside where it blocked his view. "Damnation, but your tits are exquisite," he growled. "Would you like to watch me touch them?" "Hell! What do you think?" His voice was hoarse, and his eyes burned with appetite. She lifted her hands, slowing her movement to a delicate writhing, and crossed her arms in front to cover her breasts with her palms. This might be more interesting if she played the shy virgin, lured into lechery. He stared and swallowed. "Touch them." "I am." Her eyelids fluttered modestly down. "You ruthless, pitiless tease. Stroke them." She couldn't help smiling. This was art, and it was showing off, and despite what he'd said, he wanted it. She let her smile tell him so, and he understood precisely. He smiled in answer, making it a sweet shared joke that sent currents of warmth through every part of her. She dragged her fingers, one after the next, hesitant as a maiden in her bath. His throat rippled with a harder swallow. His smile evaporated, and his gaze sharpened until it was fit to cut diamonds. "What else would you like me to do?" She half-whispered the question, eyes averted to his chest. "Put your fingers in your mouth. Make them wet." Not bad, Blackshear, but she could do better. She met his gaze. Then she sent her hand down and slipped her fingers in between her body and his, between her legs, and brought them back wet. His chest gave a quick heave as he sucked a breath in through his mouth. She fetched her wet fingers back to one nipple, and the slick contact was almost as good as his tongue, better when you factored in the heat of his stare. She let her head fall back, why not, and moaned aloud. "Lydia!" He near strangled on her name. His solid hands landed on her hips where they shaped her movement, harder, tipped back 10 degrees or so. She'd remember. She was a quick study. Then his thumb was roaming down through her curling hairs, and then it was upon her, stroking nefarious circles. "Lydia," he said again, "let me see you come." She quivered. But no. Her eyes came to his, and she shook her head. "Your pleasure first." She put his hand away from her. "Give," he'd said. She could do that. She kept hold of the one hand and reached for the other, lacing her fingers through his, palm to palm. She leaned forward, pushing his hands back down to the pillow, bringing her face nearer to his, thrusting on him all the while. "Talk to me," he murmured, in such a voice as the serpent must have used with Eve. So she told him a few things, regarding the broadness of his shoulders, and the superiority of his cock, and the way his eyes alone could make her feel naked. And when his hips began to rock roughly under her, and his face went grim with concentration, she told him more. How she'd worn the plum-coloured sarcenet only for him, how the scent of bay rum would forever bring him to mind, how she'd never slept beside a man until 2 nights since. Fraught confidences these were, requiring all her nerve, but how could she regret them, seeing their effect? His hand slipped free of hers and groped for a hold on her waist. His breath came in harsh pants. He was on the doorstep of delirium, and she would push him over the threshold. She touched herself. He was close enough now that she might risk it. She wouldn't go ahead of him, but she wouldn't be far behind. He watched her fingers slip in between her thighs, and he swore, thrusting up with furious strength. His teeth showed in all their imperfect glory as his lips pulled back in a grimace. His brows, like inky scrawls on his taut face, drove down, and his eyes shut hard. His grip convulsed at her waist. Climax took him like a lightning strike, all in one bright instant. He arched up from the bed and went rigid, gasping for breath, holding her hard to him that he could stay deep inside. His fingers would leave bruises. She didn't care. She stroked herself harder, faster, riding the wave of his pleasure, welcoming the bruises, claiming the fierce grasp of his hands right alongside the shudder of his release inside her. I did this. I gave him what he thought I couldn't. His seed and his cock and his climax are mine. Then she was shuddering too, the back of her free hand pressed to her mouth against a squall of desperate sounds. Everything shuddered. The bedposts faltered in her vision. The wallpaper swam. The walls themselves lurched out and away. Nothing remained but pleasure and rightness, and then nothing at all. A perfect void cradled her. Or cradled what would have been her, but that she'd shed herself to fuse with this perfection, and now she need never come back. She did come back, though. She always did. And this time she was lying naked atop one man, when within hours she must make account to another. Claret and drowsy waking lust had obscured the outlines of her predicament, of her brash and profitless transgression, during all the hours before. Nothing remained to obscure these outlines now. His breaths demanded a certain effort still, partly because he'd got out of practice with such exertions, and partly on account of a singularly agreeable cause, namely the weight of the woman collapsed over his chest. Will inhaled and settled his outspread hands carefully on her back. She'd worn herself out with him. Let her take as long to recover as she liked. If only there was some way. But he wouldn't spend these few glorious minutes thinking of that. There wasn't any way. Beyond this bed lay cold realities woven out of his small means and prior obligations, and her wish to be independent of a gentleman's protection. Never mind. Nearly a year he'd waited for such a night and morning, and this moment alone was worth every minute of the wait. Her ribs expanded against him with the sudden sharp breath. Oh, hell! She was crying. Lydia. One stab of disappointment would not be denied, but quickly enough solicitude slipped into its place. What is it, sweetheart? What's wrong? He wrapped his arm across her and put his other palm to the back of her head. For a few awful seconds she couldn't shape her breath into words, and he must wonder at what thoughts possessed her in this moment when he'd believed her to be as contented as he. "I don't want to stay here," she finally said. "I want to go home to London." The admission apparently taxed her to the limit. She fell into soft, hopeless sobbing, her muscles against him all racked with misery. "I'll take care of it, then." He could make no other answer in the world. "Don't worry. I'll get you home. Today I will." A deep, deep breath was needed for the next words. "I promise." Mr. Blackshear proposed to speak to Edward, that she would not have to. "I'll tell him you fell ill, and that the Viscount had already meant to return home today and offered to convey you. I can say your illness prevented anything improper from transpiring here." But Edward was not so gullible as to credit such a tale. And even if he could be convinced that she and Mr. Blackshear had failed to consummate matters, he would still hold her guilty of the intent. She had defied him before the company. He would not soon forgive her for that. Indeed, the machinery of her punishment seemed already to be set in motion. When she rang for a maid, and sent her to Mr. Roanoke's room to fetch her burgundy muslin and a clean chemise, the girl came back empty-handed. Her clothing had all been banished from Mr. Roanoke's room. She was to dress in yesterday's gown and wait upon Mr. Roanoke in his study. Her stomach wrung itself as she made her way to that room. Mr. Blackshear had dressed and gone ahead of her to effect the necessary persuasion on the Viscount and then, presumably, to notify Edward of their departure. He might himself be in the study at this moment, ready to brace her up with his own unswerving resolve. But no. She passed through the open study door to find Edward in consultation with some gentleman who had the appearance of a steward. He glanced up as she crossed the threshold, and, without any interruption in his conference, gestured toward a chair where she was presumably to sit and wait her turn. She moved near the chair, but stayed standing. To sit at his command felt like the action of a penitent woman, and she might be apprehensive and a bit aghast at her recklessness of the past 15 hours, and utterly unable to imagine how she and Edward could ever mend matters between them after the betrayals of these few days. But one thing she was not, was penitent. Some 5 more minutes, and he and the steward conferred, and when the man had gone on his way, Edward got up from the desk where he'd sat and strode to a window, not sparing her so much as a look. He settled there, hands clasped behind him, feet planted apart. "I trust you had a pleasant evening," he said in an acid-laced voice. "Just as pleasant as yours, I hope." If he expected her to act like the only guilty party in this drama, then he was in for a disappointment. "My congratulations. Now listen." His chin lifted slightly. He didn't turn. "Your things have all been put into your trunk. You have 20 minutes to eat breakfast and make what goodbyes you wish. You and your trunk will go in a cart to Witham, where you may catch the mail coach. At the end of this week, when I return to London, you will have removed yourself from the house in Clarendon Square. Is all that quite clear?" Half her innards dove downward. The other half twisted themselves in knots. Of course she'd known this might be the prize of her indulgence. More than that, she must have known, if she paused to consider, that she could not go to bed with him again regardless his sentiments on the matter. And still, to hear it as an edict both chilled her and sent a warm flush of anger to her face. "I see." She clasped her hands behind, like his, and advanced several steps toward him. "I'm a commodity to be wagered and passed about to other men when it suits you, then? But I'm to be chaste otherwise, and silent when you fling your own transgressions in my face." She would gain nothing from this mutiny. Even if he could be made to acknowledge his injustice, she would not go back to him, but the words poured forth nevertheless. "You're free to amuse yourself with other women as they catch your eye. Even on a night you were to take me to the theatre, and I must sit and wait and never ask you to account for yourself when I see you next." He turned then, and his hazel eyes glowed with the anger he was working to suppress. He'd never hit her, not once, but she'd never been quite sure he wouldn't. "I am the gentleman. You are the mistress." A pause of 2 seconds, the muscle in his cheek twitching as he composed his next words. "I've paid all your expenses these 7 months. You've paid none of mine. You have no more right to dictate my behavior than does a footman or a maid." Curse him. He served up his hostility with a dollop of undeniable logic. And he reminded her of a concern she'd neglected to weigh in her heedless chasing after revenge and gratification. Behind her back, her fingers laced themselves tighter. "What will become of Miss Collier?" Footsteps sounded at a distance. It occurred to her she had still to face the unpleasantness of announcing she was to leave with Mr. Blackshear and his friend, rather than in the decreed cart and mail coach. To whom? His regal brow quirked, and his head canted several degrees to the side. "My maid, Miss Collier." Her pulse was pounding of a sudden. How could she have been so careless? Who would look after Jane if she did not? "I should like to take her with me." Her mind raced. She had nearly £400. She might take a modest house and persuade Will to go back to the hills with her. "You may keep all the jewels and everything you ever bought for me. I only want to keep my maid." Foolish, foolish, foolish of her to say so. A seasoned card player ought to know better. She'd just put a weapon in his hands and shown him where to strike. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." He sent a glance over her shoulder while speaking and raised his voice. Someone had arrived in the room, someone he was only too pleased to have as a witness to a humbling. "She's a pretty thing, that maid. She can divert me until I engage a new mistress." He'd said it on purpose to wound her, of course, to insult her, and to drive home just how little power she had with him. He might really have no such intentions. It didn't matter. His words unleashed twin furies in her, rage at her failure to protect the girl, and wrath at every man who'd ever thought a woman existed only for his own diversion. Without thought, she lunged forward and slapped him, hard as she could. His arm moved so quickly. For an instant the whole world was hot pain. Only in the next instant did she grasp the cause. Her face. The back of his hand. She stumbled back and sideways into sudden, steadying, unfamiliar arms. There were sounds and a blur of motion, and when the swimming stars receded from her vision, Edward was down on the Aubusson rug. Mr. Blackshear, standing over him, swung about and looked past her to the person supporting her, a grim, urgent query in his eyes. He must have had the answer he sought, because he swung back to the man he'd knocked down. "You may send your friends to call on Lord Cathcart when you return to London. We'll meet at your convenience." Edward nodding, rubbing his jaw. Her jaw hurt too. Her cheeks still stung. He'd hit her. Her whole body felt like eggshells cracking. He'd hit her, and Mr. Blackshear had hit him, and now they would meet with pistols drawn. "Don't," she said. "I don't want this." But nobody answered her. What was done, and no words, no acts, no bone-deep, soul-wringing penitence from her could undo any of it now. "What now, Blackshear?" Lord Cathcart sprawled across the opposite seat, one arm laid along its top, swaying with the coach's movement. For the first half-hour of the journey, they'd conversed on innocuous subjects, by tacit agreement, keeping up the pretense that nothing extraordinary had led to this early departure from the house party. But gradually Miss Slaughter had dropped into sleep, listing and listing until her head came to rest on Will's shoulder, and now they might speak on topics they would not broach in her hearing. Target practice, I suppose. Confound fate and the way it toyed with him. He could have just goaded Roanoke into calling him out that first night at Beecham's, saved them both a deal of time and all the intervening trouble. The Viscount shook his head. "I'm in no doubt of the duel. I count that as already won. Proper thing for a man second to say. I'm asking, rather, what you intend in regard to the lady." "I don't know." Self-reproach, his most faithful companion, lapped him in its python coils. "I wish I could do something for her, but I haven't the means to keep a mistress. I oughtn't to have trifled with her, knowing I would be the cause of her losing her place when I could afford no remedy. Don't take all the blame upon yourself. She's no green girl. She knew what were the stakes, and she chose to play. This was true, of course. True, and no consolation whatsoever. Not when every rose-petal-infused breath tugged his attention back to the slumbering presence at his side. She was foxed, you know. He dropped his voice lower. When I got to the room last night, she was half the way through a bottle of claret. I ought to have slept on the floor. Did she reproach you this morning? Was her manner cold? Cathcart angled his head quizzically and drummed his fingers on the leather squabs. Vivid memories of this morning flooded in. Would you like to watch me touch them? I've wanted to see you naked since the first time we spoke in the dark. No. He shifted in his seat, gently, to keep from disturbing her. She was neither reproachful nor cold. Then trust her to look out for her own interest. A woman doesn't last long in her trade without that ability. No doubt this was true as well. Yet how was she to manage? Banished from her house, no family with whom to take refuge, cut off from all the security she'd known. She sighed audibly and sank farther into him, the sweet solidity of her body accompanied by a staggering weight. Trust. Trust it was that let her drop into sleep beside him, here as well as in bed. He ought never to have asked for her trust. How could he have been so presumptuous when all he could offer her was the demolition of her carefully pieced-together existence? How could he have been so foolish, knowing what he knew of this burden and how ill he bore it? He closed his eyes. Let Cathcart think he'd gone to sleep. With any luck, he would. Then he could have a few minutes' respite, at least, from the prospect of the duel, the apprehensions for Miss Slaughter's welfare, and the incessant hammering of regret for all he'd done wrong. Had things just gone smoothly at the posting inns, they would have reached London well before dusk. A carriage with 3 passengers and the trailing equipage that bore the Viscount's valet and baggage oughtn't to have taxed the resources of any competent establishment. But here they met with a shortage of horses, there 3 postilions taken ill, and the result was they were still on the road, the second carriage a full change of horses behind, when the shadows descended, and their luck took one more turn for the worse. The hoof-beats came all at once out of nowhere. Christ! Highwaymen! Will was on his feet, lunging for the pistol box strapped back of Cathcart's seat, even before the footman's shout of alarm sounded, or the gunshots from their pursuers. 2 pistols, both loaded. He'd assured himself of that on the drive out to Essex. 2 footmen, riding up top, each with a blunderbuss, and 2 hired postilions, to whom he would never have committed any share of their safety, but that the sun had been sinking, and he simply couldn't wait for better horsemen to come along. He wouldn't rely on them, either to outrun the brigands, 4 sets of hoof-beats, did he count? 5? Or to risk themselves in a firefight. The carriage swayed hard. He dug his feet into the floor, clamped the box against his body, and flung out his free arm to stop Miss Slaughter from pitching out of a seat. Her eyes, wide with terror, met his, and for an instant his stomach felt like the hull of a boat scraping bottom. He'd promised to get her home. She'd trusted his word. The discharge of a weapon directly overhead yanked him back into action. No time for self-indulgent despair. He was the only one here with a soldier's training, and 2 civilians were depending on him to keep his head in the midst of chaos. He steadied Miss Slaughter, put the box on his knees, pulled out one ivory-handled pistol. Grip first, he held it out to the Viscount. Tuck this in the back of your breeches, where it won't be seen straight away. The footman, Cathcart said, even as he closed his hand around the gun. Will shook his head. One's fired his shot already. I expect the other will be disarmed. The postilions as well. Numbers are against us. We shouldn't have let the second carriage fall behind. Futile regret, not worth voicing. They'd chosen to chase the daylight, and nothing could be done about that choice now. The Viscount busied himself with the pistol, his tight-pressed mouth outlined in white. Frightened as any reasonable man would be, but ready to do what was asked of him. "Lydia." He swung about to face her. An officer learned ways of dealing with a terror-stricken man. He might manage a terror-stricken woman by the same methods. "Do you know how to fire a pistol?" He sent up a silent, fervent prayer. She nodded. "My brother taught me to shoot." "Thank God, and thank Henry Slaughter, might he rest in peace." "I need you to be as heartless as you've ever been, Lydia." The carriage was slowing. They didn't have much time. "I'm going to ask you to shoot a man. Can you do that?" And bless her cold soul, that was the way to blot out the terror. Every angle in her face hardened, and she held out her hand for the gun. Already he was sliding to the floor as he released the pistol into her grasp. "You shall counterfeit to faint. Hide the pistol in your skirts." Still speaking, he held the gun box out to Cathcart, who took it and put it back in place. "The Viscount and I will contrive to be taken from the carriage and to get the men facing away. You must shoot one in the back." She nodded again, her eyes like shadowed ice as she laid herself down and hid her gun. If she had any qualms over shooting a man in the back, she did not show it. "Presumably, there will be a moment of confusion, and then you, Cathcart, must bring out your pistol and shoot another." From outside came the thump of boots hitting the ground, dropping from horse height. "We'll do what we can with what numbers remain." One last look to the Viscount, one last look to Lydia. His heart beat hard but steady. Strong. "Don't shrink from killing. We can't afford that. I'm counting on you both." He just had time to take hold of her wrists, to feel her runaway pulse, before the carriage door was wrenched open. Chapter 18. "Don't shoot!" Will half-turned, one hand chafing Lydia's wrists, the other raised in a show of surrender. "We haven't any weapons. We'll give you no trouble. We only want to go on our way." His fingers itched madly for the grip of a gun, and every sinew in his body protested this decision to play the lame deer before a pack of wolves. But he would do whatever he must to draw all attention away from his armed companions. "Set your money and your jewels down here by the door. No quick movements now." The voice bit through the twilight dim like the jaws of a man-trap. A pistol barrel poked in through the open door. Enough daylight remained to show a second man just back of the one speaking, and one more at a distance, keeping hold of the horses. 5 at least. The 3 in sight had left their faces uncovered, which did not bode well. Beneath his thumb, Lydia's pulse beat a scattershot rhythm. The sensation was horribly familiar. Never mind. At this moment, his old private anguish was the least important thing in the world. "My wife's jewels are all in her trunk." He locked his gaze on a spot in mid-air where it would meet with none of the men's. "Money as well." Thank goodness his trunk and Lydia's had gone on this carriage instead of the other. They might make a useful distraction now. He cleared his throat. "What money we have is in the trunks. Will you take them, please, and let us go on our way? You see my wife's fainted from the fright." "From disgust at a cringing dog of a husband, more like." This came from one of the other men, and inspired a spurt of laughter from the one with the horses. Good. Further distraction. The more they occupied themselves in bullying, the less watchful they'd be for any threat. "Take down the trunks," the first man snapped in the footman's direction. He leaned in through the doorway and used the pistol to lift Will's chin until their eyes met. "Now, my fair fellow, I'll give you one last chance." He was an ugly sod, with 2 visible rotten teeth and the breath to match. "Hand out your purse, and the other gentleman's purse too. If we must search your pockets and find you've been lying, It won't go well for you or your fainted wife." A hot tide of rage swept through all his poised muscles. He shaped it into the more manageable form of grim intent. They would not touch her. If he had to take fire from every pistol these blackguards had among them, if he had to stagger after them and flatten them one by one as his own life gushed out. But he wouldn't have to. He was luring them into a neater trap. "That's right, whore son. Take us out of the carriage to search us. I expect you'll be the one at whom she points her pistol now." He blinked and fidgeted as though his underclothes were all made of scratchy wool. "We haven't any— well, that is—" A quick glance at Cathcart, who was watching, ready, in perfect dependence on the efficacy of his plan. More trust, devil take it. And what could he do? What could he or any man on this earth ever do when trust came but strive to be worthy? "I don't think— I'm almost certain all we have is in the trunks." He said this last in a thin, watery voice, eyes now averted to the floorboards. The pistol under his jaw was an irritant merely. A man serious about shooting him would have done it by now. "Very well. Crawl on out and we'll see, won't we?" The pistol receded, and a ripple of anticipatory mirth went through the brigands. Here were the other two now, hands full of what had been the footman's and driver's weapons, as they all shuffled back to make room. Clearly they thought great sport was in store. To let go of Lydia's hand, then, felt, for an interminable second, like stepping off a cliff. But he did it. With one slight press for courage, to remind her he'd put his faith in her, he released his grip and scuttled ungraceful and unthreatening as he could make himself through the carriage door into the ground below. The Viscount jumped down after, and Will managed to collide with him, to pivot, to stumble several steps before regaining his footing, hands atop his head, at some little distance from the carriage. The highwaymen hooted, making plain their contempt for such a shabby specimen of masculinity. But they had to turn their backs to the carriage to face him now. Cathcart slipped silently to his side, hands likewise held overhead. This near, Will could sense his coiled spring tension. He'd been a crack shot in university days. Please God he'd kept that up as well as he'd kept up his billiards. A quick habitual inventory. On the ground, 4 robbers of varying size. The coach beyond, footmen weaponless but still possibly of use. Postilions dismounted. A woman with a pistol somewhere within. Off to the right, the outlaws' 5 horses with one mounted man holding on to all the bridles. He, too, had fixed his attention on the 2 prisoners, though half a turn would give him a view into the carriage. Nothing to be gained by imagining that. Will clenched his teeth. The purse in his breast pocket felt like a great hot coal, heavy, smouldering, and surely glowing right through the wool of his coat as the burliest of the villains stepped forward, ham hands rising to make a search. "Now, Lydia, now. Ought I to hold my hands up, like so, or out to the side?" He must divert them as thoroughly as he could, lest they think of swivelling about and catch a glimpse of— there, movement in the carriage doorway. Fabric, a face, an arm. His heart whirlpooled round his rib-cage, and bloodlust woke in his bones. "For the love of God, will you shut your mewling mouth and—" The air split with a crack, and Will seized the man before he had time to turn, seized him by the ears and slammed his face down against one upraised knee. His knee would hurt like the devil later. No time to feel it now. A second shot rang out beside him, and an answering shot came from ahead. His heart clambered halfway up his throat. If she'd been hit— But there was no time for ifs. He shoved aside the dead weight of the man who'd meant to search him, and launched himself in the direction from which the last shot had come. How many of them were still standing? Had Lydia and Cathcart both hit their marks? He'd sort it out later. Just now, the brigand before him was pulling another pistol from his belt. Confound these bastards to hell! How many did they carry? And Will swung his arm in a hard arc to send the weapon flying. Dimly he was aware of hoofbeats and commotion somewhere on the right. Then the disarmed man kicked out and connected with his kneecap, and Christ, it did hurt now! Stupid, swiving, shin-kicking son of a goat! After all the trouble he'd been at to take away the advantage of pistols and the advantage of numbers, he shifted the weight to his good leg and threw a fist at the blackguard's face, dead center. The man went staggering backward, arms windmilling for balance, blood already running from his nose. He'd nearly regained his footing when one more shot sounded, and he jerked and crumpled like a scarecrow cut down. For a disorienting instant, it was like being back in the little room upstairs at Beecham's, struggling to bend his brain to some principle of odds that made no intuitive sense. 2 ivory-handled pistols, 2 shots. Then how to account for the third? He swung his gaze leftward and saw her, kneeling by the body of a fallen bandit, the man's own smoking pistol clutched in both her hands. Her wide eyes met his with no recognition whatsoever. She let the gun fall and twisted to look at the lifeless form beside her. Her shoulders rose with the mighty inhalation, and her fists rose too, and of a sudden she was flailing at the man as though he stood between her and her next breath. One quick glance around the clearing. They'd felled 4. The 5th was gone, and the horses with him. Cathcart. The Viscount stood arrested, staring at Lydia the way he might stare at some banshee dropped into their midst. See if any of them are still alive, and bind any that are. Your men can cut the rope from the trunks. He went to her. She didn't look up, or slacken in her grim exertions, so he crouched. Lydia. This near, she could hear that she was panting. She gave no sign of having heard him. Lydia, he said more forcefully. He might as well have been whispering into a whirlwind. He shifted behind her and wrapped his arms round, pinning her elbows to her waist, then stood, lifting her right off her feet. Smash him! Her voice shook with passion. She twisted, struggling to get free, but his grip was too solid. Smash his face like you did those others! There's no need. No inclination either. His appetite for violence never did outlive a threat. But he'd seen reactions like hers before, among his fellows in battle, and he'd heard of worse. Several of the more senior in his regiment had been at Badajoz and come away with tales that could curdle a man's blood. He bent his head to bring his voice closer to her ear. He can't hurt you, this man. You're safe from him. You don't know! It sounded like a sweeping and final pronouncement on his character, and to be sure, there were many, many things he didn't know. Nevertheless, he held her. Ignorant as he was, he stood with his arms locked fast, absorbing all her residual fury. His kneecap ached and his knuckles stung, and his whole body felt the effects of 2 largely sleepless nights. But he was alive, and so was she, and so was the Viscount. Easily it might have been otherwise. She didn't speak again. Her body, too, went quiet at last, and he set her on her feet. She would want some time alone to collect herself, and went to see how Cathcart got on. The one whose face met with your knee is the only one still breathing. The Viscount jerked a thumb toward where his footmen were just knotting a length of rope round the ankles of the form in question. Well, that one and the bloody coward who ran away with the horses. He laughed, a bit maniacally, passing the back of a glove across his forehead. Thank God Miss Slaughter proved aptly named. One of the shots was yours, I think. I owe my life to you both." Cathcart shrugged and gestured imprecisely at one of the fallen figures without turning his eyes that way. His complexion wore a greyish tinge that Will had seen on other men more than once. "They would only have gone to the gallows, you know, if we'd left them alive." Sometimes you put a hand on a man's shoulder in this moment, but the Viscount was his elder, halfway in years between him and Nick, and possessed of a rather delicate dignity. Will flexed his fingers, but kept his hand where it was. "Oh, I know. They deserved what they got. If one of them rose up alive, I'd shoot him again, and still it's—" He hesitated, jaw working as though to find the proper word. "Odd to know you've ended someone's life. That it was. No getting round it. In this one matter, he had a great deal more experience than his older friend. That you say so is testament to your humanity." His hand lifted after all, just to glance lightly off Cathcart's shoulder. "And I won't do you the disservice of trying to persuade you into callousness. I'll only suggest you turn your thoughts to Lady Cathcart, and everyone else who would have been grieved if this were you instead of these villains lying face down in the dirt." He dusted his hands together. "Now let's move this last fellow nearer the road. If he's lucky, his friend with the horses will come back and find him. If he's less lucky, it will be the law." He couldn't help glancing back at Lydia on the word lucky, just to see what might be her response. She didn't respond. She just stood where he'd set her, arms wrapped round her midsection as though to steady herself in the absence of his grasp. For all her bravery, she'd surely been harrowed by the past quarter hour. They'd best finish up here and get her home. He'd reloaded the pistols, shaken powder from the horn into both pans, wrapped them in their flannels, and put the whole box neatly away by the time they'd pulled into the outskirts of London. He had not found the proper words to say to Lydia in that time. "I'm so sorry to have brought you into danger. I'm grateful beyond measure for your courage. Will I ever see you again after tonight?" That their acquaintance might close this way, a near encounter with death, followed by a polite farewell not 24 hours after he'd finally found release in her arms, made him want to put a fist through the nearest window. For pity's sake, might he really fight a duel at the end of this week over a woman who'd been nothing but a vivid memory by then? The carriage swayed, going round a turn, and her body leaned briefly into his before she was able to pull herself away and back upright. She'd brushed aside his and Cathcart's every attempt at solicitude, insisting she had no need of brandy or a seat to herself. She was fine, she'd assured them. And then she'd pressed herself into the seat's farthest corner and stared out into the dark. Clearly, she was not fine. Well, why would she be? With everything she'd undergone in this one day, it was a wonder she wasn't curled up and raving on the carriage floor. So why the devil wouldn't she let him help her? "Is there a friend with whom we can leave you?" Did she have any, besides the two ladies they'd left behind in Essex? "I fear your maid will be caught unprepared by your early return. She won't have had a chance to light all the fires or see to supper." "She's not there. I sent her to visit her family for the week." She turned from the window. The carriage lamps shed scarcely enough light to show her face, and of course her face showed him nothing. "And you're not leaving me anywhere. I'm going to your rooms with you." She sent her attention back to the dark outside, not waiting for his response. Her words gutted him, or rather the combination of her words with that flat, brook-no-descent timbre he remembered so well. Devil take it all! Were they really here again? After what they'd just borne together? After the honest intimacy they'd attained this morning, after he'd engaged himself to a duel with her damned protector on her behalf, could she really think to drag him through another antagonistic coupling? Cathcart watched him, one eyebrow raised. The Viscount's eyes cut to Lydia and back. "She's not well," said his face with mute eloquence. "Yes, I know, and that's exactly why I can't just set her down at her empty house and drive off." He turned his hands palm up, a gesture of quiet resignation. "Did you catch that, your lordship? My lodgings. One less stop for you." He angled away to look out his own window. Lord only knew what would happen when they reached his rooms, and she found out he wasn't going to give her what she wanted. Doubtless they were in for a long night. Somewhere in the bustle of unloading the trunks and directing the porter, Cathcart pulled him aside. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" he muttered, throwing another significant glance to where Lydia stood, arms folded, surveying the facade of Lou's buildings. "I'm almost sure it's not." A thoroughly inappropriate spasm of laughter threatened. Clearly the events of the day were taking their toll on him, too. "Only I don't know what else is to be done. I'd have gone mad with worry if I'd left her off in Clarendon Square in this state." He mightn't have said so much, had he been in fuller possession of his faculties. Going mad with worry suggested a stronger attachment to Miss Slaughter than he'd so far owned, and the Viscount's expression made it clear he hadn't missed that nuance. So be it. He was too weary to dissemble with a friend, particularly a friend who'd proved his worth more than once today. "Write to me when you've arranged matters with Roanoke." He put out his hand, and the Viscount shook it, and in another minute he was gone. 3 or 4 minutes more, and Will was slipping a shilling to the porter in gratitude for his discretion, as well as the work of hauling trunks and lighting the lamps and fires. Quiet descended as he shut the door and turned to put his back against it. Lydia stood facing away from him in the middle of the parlour, one might call it, sitting room, the room that was not the bedroom. He could imagine the sweep of her gaze across the plain curtains, plain unpapered walls, plain cabinet, and single stout armchair. He'd never been ashamed of his lodgings. Lou's buildings was a bit on the Spartan side, perhaps, when compared to the Albany or any other first-rank bachelor quarters, but there was nothing shabby in these rooms. Still, the rooms numbered only 2. No pantry, no place to house a personal servant. If she'd harboured delusions of his keeping her, those fancies must be crumbling like slipshod plasterwork. It's nothing very grand. He crossed to the table and set to clearing away the ink and paper, the few letters that sat there. Somewhere in the cabinet he had a tablecloth, didn't he? It's as I imagined. He could see her face now, taking in his living quarters with keen attention. Modest and well-maintained. It was exactly that. And of course she hadn't harboured delusions. No hint of disappointment intruded on her quiet approval of his rooms. He put his papers and ink in the cabinet and came back for his jar of sand. "Are you hungry? There's a public-house round the corner that makes a fair pigeon and mushroom pie. I could fetch us a pair and some ale." "I'm not hungry." Her expectancy rippled outward to fill the small room. "I presume that door leads to your bedroom?" Damnation! He'd hoped for a few peaceful minutes more. "It does." "But Lydia—" Now for it. He put away his sand and faced her. "I'm not going to bed you tonight." "Yes, you are." Not even the slightest pause to absorb his refusal, nor any trace of uncertainty in her features. "I'm not. It's been a long and trying day, and you, in particular, are in no condition for such. Neither was I in any condition last night, as I recall." She shrugged. Her eyes hardened, and left him altogether as she began to tug down her right glove. "Maybe you ought to have a drink. Claret seems to overcome your scruples quick enough. One flash of temper, one quick knife twist of guilt." Then he recovered his resolve. "No." He folded his arms and put his back to the wall. "I'll stand here all night if you like, listening to every angry thing you can think of to say. I will bear as much acrimony as you care to deliver, if that does you good. Out here, though, standing up, fully clothed. I will not couple with you. You ought to have left me at my house then." She was starting to crumble. He'd taken away her plan of action, and she clearly had no idea how else to proceed. Her glove slipped off her right hand and hung limp in her left. She stood still, blinking and pressing her lips tight together. It was all coming down on her now, he knew. The fear she'd held at bay in order to play her part with the pistols. The shock and humiliation of having been struck across the face by the man who kept her. The question of where she was to live in a few days' time, and how she was to provide for herself. Probably the old familiar losses were joining in as well, adding their practiced voices to the general dirge. He pushed off the wall and went to where she stood. "I think you ought to get into your nightgown and go to bed." He took the glove, put it in his pocket, and started easing the second one off. Soothingly as he could, he spoke. "There's nothing more to be done tonight. You'll feel better when you've had some rest, and in the morning we can consult about what to do." Her hand closed convulsively on his. "I won't feel better. I won't ever feel better again." She stared past his shoulder, her words barely clearing a whisper. He waited for her to say more, and when she didn't, he pried her fingers gently loose and drew off the glove. "It's natural to think so, after such a day as you've had. Fear, in particular, has a kind of residue, but it does lose strength over time. Soldiers couldn't very well come back to marry and raise families if that weren't so." Glove in his pocket, he moved round behind her. "With your permission, I'll unbutton your gown and unlace your corset, only so that you may dress for bed. My intentions regarding your person haven't changed." Her head dipped forward, the back of her neck impossibly stark and vulnerable. The sight made him light-headed, his breath suddenly shallow. So easily he might have lost her tonight. If her pistol had misfired, if her aim had been less true, if just one highwayman had been a bit quicker in his reaction. No, that way lay madness. He bent his attention to her buttons. Small, flat bone-colored things with carved edges that pressed unevenly into the pads of his thumbs. Layer by layer, careful and chaste, he got her out of her clothing and down to her chemise. She could manage the rest without his help. He ought to withdraw to the bedroom and pour water into the basin so she could wash. She was so tired, though. Her shoulders sagged. She hadn't made the least attempt to play on what she must know of his susceptibility as he'd undressed her. She hadn't even spoken since confiding her fear that she'd never feel better again. Devil take it! He bent and lifted her into his arms. Her hand took a hold on his coat, and her muscles all subsided against him, an acquiescence as gratifying as if it had been the first salvo of intimacy between them, rather than an overlooked piece of ordnance pitched in after the skirmish was well under way. He stood for a moment, eyes closed, breathing in her scent. If only... Truly, it didn't bear thinking of. But they'd been near in station once. Youngest son and youngest daughter in respectable families, both with unstained, marriageable souls. If he could have met her then, he might have one day lifted and carried her in just this fashion over a threshold and... Madness again. No use indulging those thoughts. The bedroom door stood partly open. He used his foot to swing it the rest of the way in. She lifted her head to view this room's furnishings, shadowy shapes in the firelight. Chair, table, washstand, clothes press, and the bed, in all its austerity of black posts in white linen. He bore her there and sat. If she asked what he thought he was doing, he would have no answer. Her hand tightened on his coat. Her head ducked against his shoulder. Where his arms met her, round her shoulders, at the back of her knees, he could feel the muscles tensing as though to shrink herself small. "I want to tell you something," she said, and his heart began to race like a coursing hound. "You can tell me whatever you wish." He tightened his hold. Twice she drew in breaths as though to begin speaking, only to let them out again. On the third breath, she managed it. "I spoke of my parents having died in an accident." Hell. Suddenly he knew the rest. "In fact, they were killed in a highway robbery, murdered by men just like the ones we—" Her voice faltered, and she pressed her face into his coat. He let out a long breath and touched his chin to her bound-up hair. "Were you with them?" She shook her head, forehead brushing out a rhythm against the wool at his shoulder. "I was still recovering from the illness of which I've told you. They'd gone to look at a house in another part of Lancashire. They intended—" She started trembling then, giving into tears. "They planned to sell our house and move to a new neighborhood where we could live among people who wouldn't know." Her hand let go his coat to swipe at her face. "Because of what I did. They would have had to give up everything familiar and start over among strangers. And because of what I did, they were on the road that night." He gathered her in closer, close as he could. She shuddered like some hapless small prey seized in the very jaws of grief. It was bad luck. With his flesh he would absorb her every shudder, just as he'd absorbed her rage when he held her back from the body of the man she'd shot. Bad luck, and an evil act by villainous men. You're not to blame. I've told myself that." She let the reference to luck pass unchallenged. "But I don't find any comfort in it." She pressed her head against his coat as though she meant to burrow in there. "I try so hard not to think of what their last moments must have been." "I know, sweetheart." Everything he had went into those words. "I know exactly how hard you have to work to keep that out of your thoughts." He knew how banished memories, banished images hovered, only waiting to spot some breach in your defenses by which they might slip in. "Your nightmares?" She nodded against his shoulder. "I think I've seen their end 100 times or more." She was breathing in gulps now, not well able to talk. "I've lost my own parents, as I told you." His left arm braced her shoulders, and his left hand stroked her upper arm, a painfully paltry gesture of reassurance. "My mother died in childbed when I was 10. My father, after a long illness some few years ago. It's difficult enough when it comes of a natural cause. No one should have to bear what you've borne." Should. That was the flimsiest of notions, wasn't it? Like pebbles from a slingshot against a raging tidal wave. Things happened to people and they bore them, or failed to bear them, and should really played no part in the matter. She pressed the heels of both hands to her eyes. "I didn't bear it, truly. I wasn't strong enough." A hesitation. Her voice sank near a whisper. "I wanted to quit life altogether." "Did you?" He swallowed. "Did you make any attempt to—" And then he saw. "Of course you did. You went to work in a brothel." Again she nodded. "I thought I would catch the pox at least. I thought the suffering might cleanse me even as it consumed me, like fire." For a moment she was silent, studying her own hands. "I was ignorant." She wiped her palms together and let her hands fall. "You were stronger than you thought." He could see the rest of her story without her telling. She'd set out to destroy herself layer by layer, but at her core she'd found an unexpected will to survive, and with it, the ruthlessness that had powered her through life ever since. Out of the ashes of catastrophic misfortune, she'd reinvented herself as something formidable, honed and tempered by each disaster she weathered. She hadn't, thank God, succeeded in destroying herself. She'd lived, and he'd found her, and here she was in his lap, in his arms, confiding all her most difficult secrets, and he could not for the life of him see how he was ever to let her go. Stronger in some things, perhaps. Her words tugged him back to the conversation. But in others, wrecked beyond any hope of repair. She shifted in his lap. He knew the language of her body now. She was preparing to say something important. "I will never love anyone again, Will. I cannot. You understand, I hope." She didn't look at him. She waited, still and taut, for his reply. "Because you don't want to risk that kind of loss again?" Everything in his field of vision wobbled a bit, the way it might if he'd run at full speed into a brick wall. "I cannot." She articulated the syllables with painstaking precision. "Forgive my presumption. I don't mean to imply that I believe you had any hopes of— I only want you to understand. Of course." Dry husks, those words, rattling all the way up his throat and out into the air. He did have hopes, and he didn't understand. How could she give him this gift, spilling out her dark history, leaning on him for comfort, trusting him as he knew in his marrow she'd never trusted another man, and then slam a door and bolt it against what ought logically to follow? He filled his lungs on one slow breath. She was waiting, hushed and motionless in his arms. She knew, of course, could not be the whole of his answer. "I won't lie to you, Lydia. If I'm not in love with you already, I'm within striking distance of the state. There's nothing presumptuous in your wanting to warn me, given what you must have observed these past few days. We couldn't ever have—" "Shh, I know." He set his hand at the back of her head, smoothing her hair, to tell her she needn't comfort him with all the reasons his love could never have come to fruition. "I can't afford to keep you, and I know you don't want to be kept. Our stations put marriage out of the question. And there are other reasons, besides, that prevent my offering myself to a lady. Nevertheless, I wish you would love me. For all that I know better, I can't help what my heart wants." He eased his right arm out from under her knees until she sat upright on his lap, supported only by his left arm at her back. "There, I suppose, is another difference between us." "I'm sorry." Her face was near his. Her eyes were red and swollen. "I like you very much, and I think my body spoke for itself this morning. But that's all I can give. I wish I could grant you what you want, But it's too late for me. Never mind about it. He pressed a kiss on her forehead. It's been a frightfully long day. Let me pour you some water, and you can wash and go to bed. He lay awake for well over an hour after she'd dropped into sleep, partly on the watch for nightmares, partly reviewing all the scenes of their acquaintance as though he could somehow rearrange them to arrive at a different ending. There ought to be a different ending. They belonged with one another. Her broken edges fit with his. But fate had no use for neat arrangements. Here they were, just as they'd been that first morning at Chiswell, when he'd looked over his shoulder and seen her, hatless, in her insufficient cloak. Here, after all, was their condition. Perched on their separate, wind-whipped summits, in view of each other, but too distant to reach. Chapter 19. Would she never wake in the right bed again? That thought barely had time to take a toehold in her brain before a bolder, more reckless thought shoved it aside. This is the right bed. Nonsense. She was sleep-addled and not thinking clearly. The last few days had taken too much of a toll. Her brain had more important matters to weigh. She lay still and let her senses wake one at a time. Linen against her skin, her hair loose on the pillow, no body touching hers. Several scents threaded together and apart. Bay rum and the man who wore it. Coffee, making her mouth water. Chocolate? Toast. Breakfast had somehow appeared. A rustle of paper interrupted the silence. The page of a newspaper turned. She opened her eyes. Will Blackshear sat fully dressed in an armchair near the bed, the Times in one hand, and the other hand feeling for his coffee on the bedside table. He landed upon it and lifted it just that way. Palm curved over the top, fingertips spaced all round the cup's perimeter, with no regard for the handle. He drank from it that way too, the arch between his thumb and forefinger providing sufficient space for the purpose. When he set it down again, he found the saucer on the first try, never looking away from his paper. She might just lie here and watch that, and never get up from this wrong bed again. His fearlessness took her breath away. Facing highwaymen unarmed? Telling a lady he was near to loving her after she'd already warned him the sentiment could meet with no return. She would never regret anything she'd shared with this man. Not her body, not her numberish skills, not the grueling confidences of last night. On her side of the table sat 2 cups. Coffee and chocolate, they must be. He hadn't known which she preferred, so he'd brought both. He'd set the saucers atop the cups, too, to keep them warm. She closed her eyes. Something about the sight of those 2 covered cups struck at the rawest place inside her, the part that never gave up wishing for things she could not have. If she were able to love him, if she could somehow undo the corrosion that had overspread her heart, if they could forge an arrangement as independent men and women sometimes did, she would only lose him in the end. No matter how he might love her now, he must finally leave her for a respectable lady who could give him children. And it was right that he should. He ought to have children. He deserved a blooming, sunlit, honest kind of love, not a connection built on heedless grappling in dark hallways and other people's beds. He deserved a wife who could know his family and take her place among them. He deserved, first of all, to be released from any obligation that might jeopardize such a future. Will. Her eyes opened. I don't think you ought to meet with Mr. Roanoke. I think you must call off the duel. He frowned slightly, letting his paper fall as he studied her. Indeed, they were odd words with which to make a morning greeting. He reached for his coffee. Why? Because it could end in your death. Her fists clenched under the covers where he wouldn't see. And it would be a very poor reason to die. Don't think much of my chances, do you? He raised his cup, this time by its handle, and this time holding the saucer beneath with his other hand. There was a formality in his manners this morning, a distance that had not been there last night. She could see him seeking the proper tone to take with her, now he knew he could not hope for her love. Your chances might be excellent. I don't know enough about your marksmanship and Mr. Roanoke's marksmanship to render a judgment. But the consequences of losing are too great to justify even a marginal risk. A smile flickered over his lips, as though there was something comical in evaluating risk. Then he shook his head and went grave. He hit you, Lydia. I don't have it in me to let that pass. You didn't let it pass. You knocked him down. She had reason on her side, and if reason wouldn't sway him, she had a few unscrupulous tricks up her sleeve as well. What will become of that soldier's widow if you're killed? What will become of Mr. Fuller and the ship you meant to help him buy? He frowned again, at his coffee this time. He'd asked himself these same questions, obviously, and obviously come up with no good answer. He set his cup aside and rubbed an absent palm on the knee he'd hurt in fighting the highwaymen. I don't know what will become of them. But the only way out of the duel is to apologize, and I simply cannot do that. His gaze, gentle but resolute, came to her. You know the difference, I think, between won't and cannot. You know it's not a matter of persuading me. She knew no such thing. His weak spot clearly was his sense of duty to the people depending on him. She would go after that weak spot without mercy. He reached across to her side of the table and took first one, then the other of the saucers off the cups, replacing them underneath. You ought to drink one of these before it gets cold. Did you know you slept the whole night without any nightmares? At least none that announced themselves to me. Her hand stopped halfway to the coffee. Her whole body remembered the way he'd held her last night as she delivered up her sorrow, as though he'd known she might fly apart into irretrievable pieces if he were to let go. She felt for the cup, and finally had to turn her eyes away from him. You must be a very light sleeper, when I have cause to be. So clearly could she picture him lying beside her, attuned to her slightest sound and movement, because he had feelings, tender feelings for her. She'd spat as hard as she could on feelings and tenderness, and she hadn't dissuaded him one whit. This, too, is his weakness. Use it against him. She pushed herself to a sitting position, took up the cup and saucer, and forced her gaze to his. You said last night we might speak of my prospects this morning, and what is to be done. Indeed. He crossed one leg over the other, angling his whole body to face her. What day do you expect Mr. Roanoke back in London? Sunday. This was Wednesday. In the space of 4 days, she must find new lodgings, secure Jane's safety, and persuade Mr. Blackshear to abandon the duel. Will. There could be no question as to where she must start. I'm £1,628 short of what I require for my annuity. How much more money do you need to buy your ship? 800 and some. His eyes quickened with alertness. He knew where her thoughts were tending. I need to go back to the Hells. I need you to come with me. Need. The chisel at which she would tap, relentlessly, until his resistance lay in pieces at her feet. allowing me an extra 100 for expenses until the annuity begins to make its return, and let us say 200 to keep you until you see a profit from that ship, we'll want 2,528 altogether. We can't possibly win that much in 4 nights. But everything in his face said he was waiting, hoping to hear his assertion refuted. We'll have 5 nights at least. She bolted a quick swallow of coffee. If Mr. Roanoke returns on Sunday, then Monday at dawn would be the soonest you'd meet. Tuesday is more likely. I scarcely imagine he'd rush straight out upon coming home to enlist a second and send him off to arrange things with the Viscount. Let's presume 6 nights. She sat straighter. We need only win an average of £421 6 shillings 8 pence per night. You'll recall we won 1,162 in a single evening, our first time out. You presume we'll win every night. A sound, sensible objection, but hope was blazing through him now like a wildfire over parched cropland. He wanted so badly to make his word good with Mr. Fuller, to keep his promise to that dying soldier, and to be of service to her, even though she would not love him. Not at all. I spoke of an average. Some nights we may lose, and some nights we'll surely win more. Another bracing swallow of coffee, and one last well-aimed thrust. In any event, there's no question I must go. All my hope of a decent life, for my maid as well as myself, depends upon my winning more money. We'll play then, beginning tonight. You know perfectly well I cannot stand by and let you go into those places alone. She drank more coffee and said nothing. The silence would give him time to reflect, to note that if he lost his life in the duel, she certainly would be going into the hells without his protection. And once they were at the table tonight, and winning, he would be reminded of all the good he could do with those winnings. By the time he'd amassed what he needed to be a partner in Mr. Fuller's business, and to see to the security of that widow, he would surely feel such an attachment to life, to his own bright prospects, as would render the very idea of the duel preposterous. That night they lost 1,200. He, of course, lost most of it. She called him in at a presumably advantageous moment, and he played every hand and wagered just as she cued him to do, and still the cards fell out wrong, and he watched his pile of counters shrink to almost nothing. "Do you think the banker may be cheating?" Will said when she'd finally signalled for a conference. The establishment, which used no name beyond its address, was grimmer altogether than Oldfields. It offered no convenient corridors or anterooms for a private meeting. The door to the gaming parlour led straight to the stairs and the further doors that shut out the world beyond. They had to speak in a corner of the very room, in full view, pantomiming a drunken flirtation in contrast to their hushed, sober words. "I don't think so. If he is, they're better tricks than any I know." She let a hand fall on his sleeve and curved her lips into a smile that promised such tricks as no gaming-hell banker ever dreamed of. The wrong cards come up sometimes, in spite of the odds. Just like when I showed you 3 cards and you found the ace of spades on your first try. Over time, the odds will prevail. But they didn't have time. After tonight they had 5, maybe 4 nights remaining, and an even greater mountain to climb than when they'd walked in here some hours since. He grazed a knuckle along her jaw, but he could not come close to matching her show of sang-froid. "Do you want to play on? I'll trust your judgment." He sounded every bit as ill as he felt. "I confess I'm distracted by our losses, and consequently duller than I'd like to be." She caught his hand and brought the knuckle to her lips. Her lashes fluttered down. "Let's leave." His body couldn't even muster a proper animal response to the tickle of her breath on his skin. That she would admit to being concerned by their losses only confirmed him in his kindling alarm. With effort, he contorted his mouth into what might pass for a leer, and coasted his hand from her lips to her shoulder and on down her arm. Very well. He took hold of her fingers. We'll go. Her flirtatious warmth vanished the instant they passed through the last door to the street. She went silent, remote, worry hanging over her like a small private cloud, and he didn't have the least idea of how to drive it away. Ought he perhaps to take her to bed? He might at least distract them both from their worries for an hour or two. She'd be in his bed in any case. With the Hills all in nearby St. James's, and no maid to help her dress at home, they'd agreed she'd stay with him until... Well, they hadn't exactly filled in the until. Until she has her £2,000 and can take a house was the most hopeful way to end that sentence. But other possible endings loomed as well. Until Cathcart sends her word of my loss in the duel, for example. A street lamp up ahead shed its half-hearted illumination into the fog and shadows of the quiet street. He couldn't help a fleeting vision of her walking these same streets alone, going unprotected into the gaming hells, or even soliciting gentlemen because he was no longer here to look out for her. The prospect would spur white-hot panic through all his veins if he dwelt on it. He touched her elbow. Are you hungry? Shall I order something to be sent up when we reach my rooms? Laughable, really, this compulsion to see to her bodily needs when he found himself powerless in regard to the larger questions of her future. No, thank you. Her opposite hand touched his, almost absently, where he still clasped her elbow. I think I'll just go straight to bed if you don't mind. But feel free to order something and dine without me. Well, that certainly didn't sound like a carnal invitation. Is there nothing at all I can do for you? In the heavy night air, his words hung and twisted, gathering weight. If all his utterances could be tossed in a pot and boiled down to their purest essence, these 10 words would surely be what remained. I wish I could be sure of your being here in a week's time. She made her answer without turning to look at him. I wish you would give up the duel. He sighed. I told you this morning why that's not possible. Nothing has changed since then. She only nodded, and they finished the walk to Lou's buildings in silence. He helped her out of her gown and corset when they reached his rooms, and they sidled round one another in the small space, carving out what privacy they could for washing and teeth-cleaning and the last layers of undressing. In bed, she lay on her back and felt for his hand. He closed his fingers over hers. I don't know what to do about my maid, she said. In regard to what Mr. Roanoke threatened, you mean? He'd walked into the study just in time to hear the man's coarse taunt. Surely she wouldn't agree to such an arrangement. I would hope not. But sometimes, for want of other options... If he refused to give her a character, for example, she'd have a difficult time finding another situation. She'll face that same predicament if he doesn't survive the duel. And a young lady in want of money can fall prey to so many different... She trailed off, slipping into thoughts where perhaps no gentleman could follow. I hope to have enough money to employ her myself. You must be good friends, I think, you and your maid. Not really. Not at all, in fact. Her hair brushed over the pillow as she turned. In the dim light, her face was all vague contours, no glimmer from her eyes. We haven't much in common, and I suspect I bore her with talking of cards and calculations. It's foolish, I suppose, that I should feel so responsible for her as I do. I shouldn't say foolish. I'd call it admirable." He stroked his thumb in circles on her palm. "You would, wouldn't you?" He could hear her smile, even if he couldn't see it, and he could feel, through the air between them, the sudden shift in her thoughts. "Will you take me to call on that widow? I beg your pardon?" Foreboding slipped uninvited into the room. "Why would you want me to do that? She's your obligation, as my maid is mine. I suppose I'd like a clear picture of her. It will help me know you. I think you said she has a child?" The back of his neck prickled, as any soldier's did when some unspecified thing was not as it ought to be. Given that she could not love him, and given that she seemed to think it likely he'd be breathing his last on some greensward early next week, while Prince Squarejaw put up his pistol and walked away, why should she hope to know him any more than she already did? Might she suspect there was more to the story of his obligation than he'd so far divulged? A stronger current of unease came, washing over him in the silence. He'd said more than one thing at which any half-clever woman must wonder. That the war had changed him, that he wasn't fit for church, that he had reasons against offering himself to a lady. Perhaps she'd begun to piece those clues together. Perhaps he'd wanted her to, all along. "Do you wish to know me truly, Lydia?" His thumb went still against her palm. "There are things I can tell you that you might rather not have heard. I know." Her fingers curled round his thumb to trap it. "I've known for a while that you have secrets." She faced him still, though surely she couldn't make out his features any more than he could make out hers. "I know I might not be the most suitable confidant, but I'm not afraid of anything you can tell. You're a more suitable confidant than you can imagine. Indeed, who in the wide world was likelier to understand than a woman with deaths on her own conscience? And yet, if she didn't understand, then he must surely give up hope that anyone ever would." He lay silent. How would he even begin? "You needn't tell me anything if you don't wish it." She was steadiness itself, a dark beacon in the shadowed room. "I haven't any claim on your secrets. May I have a day to consider? Only it's a new thought with me, to speak to you, to speak to anyone on this subject. I'm not sure it would be for the best, of course." Her fingers uncurled from his thumb. "Perhaps we could call on that widow, though, and I could come to know more of you that way, without prying into things you might rather not tell." The proposal still didn't make sense. How exactly would a visit to Mrs. Talbot help her know him? Never mind. A call on the widow suddenly felt like the most innocuous of diversions, beside the prospect of confessing himself. "If you like," he said. And then there was nothing to do but lie awake, wondering at her motives, and at whether he had the fortitude to risk losing her good opinion. He was responsible in some way for the loss of this woman's husband. That was the obvious explanation, and one did not seek an explanation beyond the obvious without good cause. Entia non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem, as Henry had been fond of quoting. No unnecessary multiplying of things. Lydia sat on a tired sofa in a small parlour in Camden Town, fighting the urge to knead her hands in her lap. Will sat at her left. Unease furled off him like a vapour, troublesome and distracting to her, undetectable to the other two women in the room. She'd been foolish, perhaps, to hope a visit here might help strengthen his attachment to life. "Are they an older branch of the family, the Slaughters? I'm almost sure I've heard of a Lord Slaughter." Mrs. John Talbot, wife of the soldier's brother and mistress of this house, seemed determined to take all the consequence of this call to herself, and now must discover exactly how much consequence was involved. I'm not familiar with him. I doubt he can be any relation. The less said of Slaughters here, the better. Most of our family distinction resides in the Blackshear line, truth be told. My cousin flatters us. Will cast his eyes to the carpet, looking suitably modest and all the nobler for it. The Blackshears are common country gentry, not so much as a sir among us. He made a small, unconscious adjustment to one of his cuffs. That can change, though, can't it? The woman would not be deterred. One hears of knighthoods and new-created baronetcies, even new peerages sometimes. Indeed. He acknowledged her contention with a bow. But my eldest brother already has a reputation for conduct and dignity quite the equal of any lord, and a stubborn pride that prevents him ever wishing to change his state. My next eldest, I believe, would rather have influence with a peer than be one himself. And both my sisters have already married, neither into the aristocracy. So I don't anticipate any titled Blackshears, at least in this generation. 2 brothers, one dignified and one political. A sister besides the one who'd driven Jane home that day. People she would never meet, even if he forsook the duel or survived it. He couldn't very well pass her off as a cousin with them. I think perhaps the modern way is for a gentleman to forge his own distinction by his actions. Mrs. Talbot, the widow, broached this radical sentiment with a certain hesitancy. It seemed entirely possible Mrs. Talbot, the wife, might lean over and cuff her for her effrontery, underlaid by the strength of quiet conviction. Only think of Wellington, a younger son, and Irish into the bargain, but more highly regarded in the land now than even the regent, I dare say. My point exactly. Mrs. John Talbot was quick to seize back command of the discussion. Even younger sons can hope for titles if they only bring themselves to the notice of the right people. A man like yourself, Mr. Blackshear, might rise above your elder brothers one day. Mrs. George Talbot sank into a mortified silence. Clearly she'd meant nothing so impertinent as to suggest Will ought to concern himself with the title. I don't think of courting her, he'd said. If indeed he bore some responsibility for her widowhood, this was certainly understandable. But a lady like Mrs. Talbot, if not Mrs. Talbot herself, would do him some good. She set an admirable example of how to bear disaster with grace. To lose her husband and fall on the charity of these relations must have been a terrible blow, but she found the strength to forge on. She did not go seeking her own extinction in a brothel, as some weaker, more impetuous women did. Of course she couldn't afford to be impetuous, having the child to think of. But then wasn't that the very point of bringing Will here? To remind him of the people he must think of, the people who depended on him, and for whose sake he must not risk himself in a duel. Well, Miss Slaughter, the other Mrs. Talbot sat forward with abrupt vivacity. I'm sure I'd like your opinion of the garden I've just put in. Will you walk out with me? Beside her, Will started. Across from them, the widow Talbot blushed. Mrs. John Talbot's intent could not have been clearer. Lydia groped for the sofa's arm and missed it entirely. Her limbs were icing over. To sit upright, to draw breath, suddenly required conscious effort. Let's all walk out. Beside her, Will had come to his feet. I've taken a recent interest in agriculture, and I'm particularly intrigued by what can be done on a small scale. He spoke with such enthusiasm as surely convinced the other Mrs. Talbot that he was not angling to escape the private interview, but rather had not grasped what was intended. This would only make a temporary reprieve, though. There could be little doubt of what must follow if he survived the duel. He would hold himself guilty of leading the Talbots into expectations. Being the man he was, he would want to honor his obligations, even if they were founded on misunderstanding. There was a promise involved, after all, and a solemn burden. He'd forsake his own happiness before he'd abandon Mr. Talbot's widow. There mightn't be any forsaking of happiness. Weren't you just thinking that this woman is precisely what he needs? She rose, sluggish and ungainly, as if she were hauling herself out of a bog, and she walked out with the others. A thought bloomed feebly as she staggered through the ordeal of the Talbot garden. Maybe now he would give up the duel. What respectable woman, after all, would want her husband to have fought for such a cause? I don't think of courting her. If I'm not already in love with you, I'm within striking distance of the state. It could never have come to anything. She'd never hoped for it in the least. So why did she feel like she'd been turned outdoors, coatless, in the dead of winter? The garden tour came finally to a merciful end, and after a round of goodbyes and well-wishes and other excruciating politeness, she found herself once more on the street with Mr. Blackshear. She started walking. Discussion would change nothing, so she did not speak. Lydia. He fell in beside her, his voice low with urgency. I assure you, I had no idea of— It doesn't matter. She pulled her cloak more snugly about her and walked faster. Only I want you to know I didn't lie when I told you there was no understanding. I would never have bedded you if there were. I don't even know how to account for— I've said it doesn't matter. The words emerged more brusquely than she intended. She evened out her voice. I don't doubt you. I can see the family's assumption came as a surprise to you. I haven't called there above a few times, and she's in mourning. He was reasoning with himself as well as with her. Her husband hasn't even been dead a year. It simply never occurred to me that— You've made that plain. And you don't have to make account to me. None of this is my concern. She couldn't seem to be civil. And of a sudden, the 2-mile walk to St. James's, with her no doubt cutting off his attempts at conversation all that way, was more than she could bear. She stopped where she was and pivoted to address him. I think I'll go home, since I'm so near Somerstown. I need to get the rest of my money for tonight, and I need to sort through some belongings. His already stricken eyes showed new dismay. I thought— He took a step back from her and dropped his gaze to her boots. That is, I had supposed we would go back to my rooms and talk for a bit. Oh, God. He'd made up his mind to tell his dark secret. He was ready, finally, to unburden himself, to honor her with his deepest trust, and she was not equal to it, not now. I think it will be more convenient if we just meet at Oldfields tonight. His eyes came back to hers. He didn't understand. Well, how should he? She only half understood herself. Very well. He accepted this latest setback with soft words and a nod, when he had every right to demand an explanation. I'll see you home. He put out his elbow. You're kind, but no. Thank you. Already her legs were moving, backing her away and down the street. I shall be at Oldfields from 10:30. I'll expect to see you around 11. He didn't argue, as he'd done in a similar situation some weeks since. He didn't make any reply at all. He pushed his hand into his greatcoat pocket and stood there, watching her recede. Her heart, her stupid, poisoned heart that had lurked for years beneath the rubbish heap of anger, just waiting for the worst possible moment to re-emerge. Her heart would surely break if she had to see the look in his eyes for a single second more. With a whirl of skirts and cloak, she turned and went on her way. Chapter 20. That night she wore her plain white muslin to Oldfields, since her more elegant gowns were all in the trunk in Mr. Blackshear's rooms. Anyone recognizing her from her last visit here must suppose her fortunes had undergone some change, if not by the evidence of her subdued dress, then by her manner. She counterfeited drunkenness this evening. She hadn't the heart to flirt with Will or anyone else, so she alternated between morose silence and bouts of bad-tempered loquacity in which she embedded his cues. Bet 5, bet 4, bet 7, now stick. Behind her, the roulette wheel clattered. At her left, the dice clacked together in someone's hands before tumbling down the bays. And from all about came the buzz of conversations that did not concern her. The sounds knit themselves together and retreated a discreet distance. And then the world was nothing but cards and reckoning and cool resolve, a world where the only hearts that mattered were those that could be numbered in pips. She had no place in any decent man's life, not as a wife, not as a lover, not even as a sympathetic ear. But by all she held sacred, she had a place here. Graceless, disrespectable wanton that she was, she would take what she wanted from Oldfields in handfuls, with mercy for none. And the cards, as though to welcome her back from having wandered astray, fell out again and again in her favour. Mr. Blackshear's favour, rather. He was the one making the large wagers. 8 units, 9, 11, with a reference to pawning all her worldly possessions, because possess led to own and own to ons. Truly, she hadn't expected to ever need that one when they'd devised the code. Without clocks, one measured the night in money rather than hours. And somewhere near the dizzying mark of £1,800, he stretched his arm to signal for a conference. She looked the other way. If he was fatigued, he could excuse himself for a few minutes without making any account to her. If he thought they'd won enough and ought to quit for the night, he sadly underestimated her firmness of purpose. And if he meant to address her on some other subject, he needn't. They'd said all there was to say. When 20 minutes elapsed with no response, he made the signal again. Carelessly, languorously, he raised his right elbow behind him and took hold with his left hand. A cog slipped somewhere in the workings of her brain. The teeth of one wheel failed to meet the teeth of another, or perhaps a spring leaped free of its mooring, and suddenly she was all too conscious of the unseen muscles that would be stretching up and down his near side, from his waist to his skyward pointing elbow. Leave him alone. The only good you can do him is by staying here in this seat and playing on. But her next breath brought with it the scent of bay rum. And then cards and numbers receded the way the room's sounds had already done. Very well. She tapped her lips and set to scooping up her counters with outward calm, even as one unsteady impulse after another chased through the tangled pathways of her nerves. She'd abandon a favourable deck to go await him in that corridor, if he insisted. But if he thought to corner her into a painful and profitless discussion, he had better think again. What the devil had gone wrong between them? Obviously it had coincided with that visit to the Talbots, but what, precisely, had made his company so unbearable to her? Will clenched and unclenched his hands as he drew nearer to that side hallway, site of the last time their partnership had foundered. He'd told her he hadn't lied regarding his connection with the widow, and she'd said she believed him. What, then, could account for the stone-like impassivity into which she'd sunk since this afternoon's call? She's guessed. A cold whisper down his backbone, frosting each vertebra in turn. The details she wouldn't know, but she might very well have divined the general nature of his wrong, and his ill-disguised unease during the visit would only have confirmed whatever dark suspicions she entertained. He rounded the corner. No sign of her. He went a few steps deeper into the hallway and paused. Might she have tired of waiting for him and gone back to the table? No, he would surely have passed her. A sudden uneasy memory flashed through his muscles. The late-night chill as he'd waited for her, looked for her in the streets outside before grasping that she'd left in the hackney without him. Had she quitted the table only to fetch her cloak and forsake him altogether? Here. The syllable just reached him from the dark far end of the hall. The nape of his neck prickled. What was she doing all the way back there? And why hadn't she announced herself at once? He made a straight path to where he'd heard her voice, only to put his hands against empty wall. Now his scalp prickled as well. Here. She'd moved. She was to his left and behind him. His eyes hadn't adjusted enough to make out her shape, though he was surely visible to her. A faint rustle of muslin told him she was moving again, circling him. The air between them was thick enough to stir with the spoon. "Lydia, will you tell me what's the matter?" He flung those words out into the thick air before he could forget the purpose with which he'd come here. "Nothing just now." Her silken murmur sank straight through his skin, and a hand crossed the darkness to land on his arm. "I think you're angry." His words nearly caught in his throat on the way out. He knew exactly what she was doing. She meant to avoid this conversation, and she would use every weapon in her arsenal to divert his attention. Certain susceptible parts of him were diverted already. "Am I?" She spoke from directly before him. Her hands took hold of his coat, and she went up on her toes, giving him a noseful of rose-petal soap before her lips found his in the darkness. She tasted of unalloyed temptation. He knew this because his tongue was in her mouth. Likewise, his arms had gone round her, and he'd crushed her body to his, entirely without conscious thought. To give in to a manipulation, to forget himself and to bury once more the secrets he'd meant to tell, would be the easiest thing in the world. But she wasn't. His brain groped blindly for a handhold on reason. She wasn't doing this out of honest desire. She strove only to use his own lusts against him, and that wasn't the way he wanted to— "Lydia, wait!" He caught his breath, his mouth just far enough from hers to allow speech. "This isn't— I called you away from the table that we might speak." He grasped her at the waist and eased her from him, opening up space between her body and his. Obstinate anger poured off her to fill up that space. She loosed her grip on his coat and laid her palms flat on his chest. For a moment she stood just so, defiance pulsing in her touch. Then her palms dragged down his front as she sank right out of his grasp in a whisper of skirts. "Speak all you like," she said from where she knelt. "I shall be unable." Bloody hell! This isn't what I intended. But his treacherous hand had already found its way to the first button of his breeches. "This isn't what I want from you." Liar. He was fumbling from one button to the next as he spoke, and his hand was nearly shaking with how badly he wanted it. He hadn't had her since that last morning at Chiswell. Nearly 3 days now, and he'd never yet known the secrets of her mouth. She can suck a man into next week. Confound him! Was he no better than that coarse bastard who'd kept her? No, he was better. He could still stop this. For God's sake, this is madness! Someone could pass this way! His fingers met hers. She'd been unbuttoning from the other side of his front fall, which now dropped away. She wore no gloves. She'd shed them, no doubt, in expectancy of his capitulation. "Don't worry." Her voice carried that easy assurance that came with the upper hand. "We won't be seen. It's dark and I can work quickly." He still held her fingers, adept and devious and naked in his grasp. He let 2 breaths pass in silence. "No." His hand loosed her fingers. "Go slowly. Make it last." Linen tormented him with its delicate friction as she freed him from his drawers. She tugged down his breeches, and he braced his outspread hands against the wall at his back. He could discern her shape in the darkness now, and he watched with unholy greed as she leaned close and took him inch by inch into the merciful heaven of her mouth. And now, nothing in the world mattered. Not his sins, not his promises, not the things he'd meant to tell her, or the duel he must fight in a few days, not anything but her lips and her tongue, and the expert way they coaxed him into madness. Or perhaps her hand mattered too, as it came up to cradle his balls and send jagged bolts of pleasure to the middle of his brain. Not too fast, not too much. "You'll make me lose my mind." His body clamoured to thrust, but he was not quite so lost, so bereft of decency, as to use her that hard. He fought the urge, and moved his hips instead in slow circles, grateful for the darkness that prevented his being seen like this, given up to sinuous gyrations like some Amazon queen's slave dancer. She stayed with him as he moved. Her free hand settled behind him, fitting itself to his bunched muscles, while one careful finger teased just at the edges of where he was cleft. Could a person die of pleasure? His heart felt as though it might batter itself to extinction on his own ribs. What an ignominious end that would be, and what an embarrassment for his family. Home safe from Waterloo, only to be discovered on an out-of-the-way gaming hell floor, his breeches down to his knees, and a grimace of agony etched into his face. She'd better have the good sense to leave him where he lay if it happened. He brought one hand off the wall to set it at the back of her head, to caress her in meagre recompense for the tempest of sensation she'd set going. Devil take it! He was her slave, and better than any Amazon queen, she was mistress of all his flesh. Her hands steadied him, and her tongue drove him, and her finger no longer teased but tortured, boldly stroking where it had no business to be. She would turn him inside out. She would annihilate him, and he didn't care. "Harder," he muttered, as her tongue slowed, and he felt the soft pull of her mouth. "Suck me harder." Her favourite word. And she took the command as readily as she gave it. He clawed at the wallpaper, his head tipped back, his teeth bared in a feral grimace. He'd spill in another minute. He ought to warn her. She wouldn't want... Oh, but ruthless torrents of pleasure rocked him, and he couldn't find the words. It was her own fault, with her hand tightening on his balls, and her mouth taking him in so deep, and her finger doing unspeakable things. Her other fingers splayed themselves on his arse, and she pushed gently, then again, inviting him to thrust. He didn't need telling a third time. He set his hands by either ear to hold her steady, to keep her just where she was, and he gave it to her in small pulses, not too hard, not rough, just enough to bring the relief of that primal motion she'd known his body so desperately craved, and all the while the words he ought to say, the warning that would spare her, slipped further and further beyond his grasp. No words. Hands. He fumbled to push her away as climax came thundering toward him. She didn't move. "Lydia!" he gasped. And she only held her ground and pleasured him harder, harder, until he shuddered and staggered and finally sank down into the sweet, sweet shame of flooding a woman's mouth with his seed. She sank with him. And when he came to his senses, he was sitting on the floor, his back to the wall, and she crouched beside him, just lifting her head. "I'm sorry." Shame washed over him, not an ounce of sweetness to it now. He'd meant to speak to her, to discover what had gone wrong and to repair their understanding, and he'd pitched all good intentions aside at the chance to get his cock in her mouth. Then he'd befouled her into the bargain. "I tried to spare you." "I know. You tried to be a gentleman to the last." She wiped the heel of her hand across her lips. "You forget I haven't any use for a gentleman." Her hand fell on his thigh, still bared above his tugged-down breeches. "Take me to your rooms. Let's cash in our counters and go." She was the stranger again, all appetite and command, no interest in addressing the rift that had opened up between them. And Lord help him, he didn't care, so long as she wanted to fuck him. "Yes," he said, and covered her hand with his. "Let's go." She could not repent. Days from now she might look back on this night as a dreadful mistake, as one more source of pain when that river had quite enough tributaries as it was. Never mind. This was what should be. A whore and the man she'd collared, walking wordless through the midnight streets of St. James's. Once he'd stopped to press her up against a lamp-post and kiss her, with a hunger he made no effort to conceal. A multitude of convenient shadows, and he chose the place where they would be most visible to anyone who happened to look. If he'd bid her lift her skirts then and there, she would have done it. That was her mood. They gained his rooms, and he undressed her, deft and silent, pausing only to transfer his roll of banknotes from his pocket to a drawer. Not one stitch of his own clothing did he remove, not even his boots. He put her on her knees before the pier glass in his bedroom, and he knelt behind her, his dark, infernal eyes watching over her shoulder as his gloved hands wandered with utter liberty over her naked form. Shoulders, elbows, the curve of her hips, one hand cupping her breast, one fingertip stroking across her belly and catching in her navel. Again he made her think of a sculptor, studying all her dimensions and committing them to memory for future use. Mine. It was the first word he'd said since they'd left Oldfields. He dipped his head and whispered it with a breath that tickled her ear. His hands slipped down to her thighs. "All of this is mine." For tonight, yes. That much was true. If she could be nothing else to him, she could certainly be all the wanton he desired for one night. That's not enough. His eyes found hers in the mirror. His fingertips trailed through the curls at the juncture of her thighs. "Tell me you're mine entirely." Yearning scalded the back of her throat, but the answer he wanted wouldn't come. She hadn't enough imagination to push aside a future that might see him perish, or see him prevail in the duel and bind himself to Mrs. Talbot. Whether he loved her, whether her heart answered him, was nothing to the purpose. They could not belong to one another. "I can make you tell me." Undaunted by her silence, he took hold of his right glove and tugged it loose. Not one spark of protest rose within her. "Do your worst," she said. And it was not defiance, but invitation. His glove hit the floor, and his hand went straight to work. Both his hands, his left one, still gloved, slid up to tend to her nipples, while the right, bared and deliciously warm, slipped between her thighs. She closed her eyes and forced them open again. She would store up this sight. She would watch the way his hands pinned her, possessed her. She would watch the perspiration on her body catch the candlelight when pleasure made her flinch, and she would watch the look in his eyes as he watched her. "Show me you like it, Lydia." He could persuade her to throw herself into a blazing hearth when he used that voice. "Show me how good it feels." A half-formed joke shimmered in the remoteness of her rational mind, something about him finally having his erotic spectacle. But to complete the thought, let alone voice it aloud, was more than she could manage. She writhed, all abandoned, and that was the answer he wanted anyway. In the mirror, they looked like a tableau from some ancient myth, a nymph escaping a demigod's rude grasp by turning it to smoke, or a dancing fountain or moonlight on uncalm waters. But the demigod in this myth possessed her all the same. He was tireless and staunch, and he would follow her through every metamorphosis with his unswerving will and his divinely clever hands. "Have I enslaved you, Lydia?" he said by her ear, and his fingers quickened to coax out the response he desired. "Yes." That was the beginning of surrender. "So have you done to me." "Do you want me?" "Yes." A great shudder seized her. "And so do I want you." "Are you mine now?" Urgency burned bright in his eyes. One word. Yes. One scant syllable. But it might as well have been an operatic aria with multiple occurrences of high C, so absolutely was it beyond her power to voice. Instead, she gave him inarticulate cries, eager and savage, and she thrashed in his hands so he could know how he pleased her. Crisis was within sight, then within reach, then it was upon her, blinding her to the picture she made with him, shutting out whatever thing he was murmuring, robbing her of every sense, and setting her ablaze like a pagan pyre. When the flames died down, she was limp, his arms across her chest and waist to keep her from collapsing. She opened her eyes, and he'd been just waiting for that. He shifted his hold on her, arms behind her knees and shoulders, and lifted her up and carried her to the bed. Then he shucked his clothes finally, and climbed in beside her. "You're a wicked man, Will Blackshear." She could almost blush, remembering the look in his eyes as he'd watched himself drive her all out of her mind. "You try to act the gentleman, but you've got sin in your blood and your bones." He ought to reach for her now, roll onto her, or pull her on top of him. She'd seen when he'd stripped that he was ready. But he only smiled, a thin smile that went away as quickly as it came. His eyes grew grave and looked past her. She'd said the wrong thing. Wicked. He had reason to believe he was worse than that, and she'd reminded him. And suddenly she felt able, as she had not that afternoon, to hear what he had to say. She turned on his side. Her right hand reached out to take hold of his arm. "You can tell me now." She waited until his eyes went dark with comprehension. "Tell me, Will. I want to know." For an instant, his every muscle tensed with the urge to flee. At least he ought to put out the candles. If her face paled in horror as he spoke, that might be more than he could bear to watch. But of course her face wouldn't do that. She never did wear her sentiments there. She lay on her side, watching him with that unreadable falcon stare. Was that better than horror? Or worse? He filled his lungs. "It has to do with Talbot, the widow's husband. I expect you've guessed that." She nodded. Her fingers flexed delicately on his arm. He was going to tell her. God help him! Though his love for her could meet with no answer, though they could not look forward to a future of relying upon one another, bearing one another's burdens, being one another's shelter from the world's cold winds, he was going to tell her everything. He might have died in any case, Mr. Talbot. So had the doctor said. There was no reason to doubt it. He fixed his gaze on the ceiling, where a crack in the plaster had worked itself from one corner of the room to the center. "You blame yourself, though." No warmth, no condemnation. She was simply stating a fact. "I oughtn't to have moved him." He could feel some great sagging surrender at his core as every memory flooded in. Sights and sounds and scents and crushing desperation. He'd been caught in a charge of cavalry, and had damage to his spine, and... He sucked in another breath, forcefully this time, as though he'd come up from 3 minutes underwater. And he hadn't died. He lay in the mud among corpses, in horrific pain, for hours before I found him, and more hours after. He threw her a look. Still the blank stare. One could believe she heard such stories every time she took a man to bed. And it was night. I was exhausted, and I couldn't persuade any of the medical staff to carry him to the hospital. I ran out of hope that anyone would stop to help him, so finally I carried him myself, and I made things worse with his spine. By the time the surgeon saw him, he couldn't move his limbs. Here was where she might have attempted absolution. Surely anyone in your situation would have done the same. Surely all hope for him was already lost. But no sound came from the presence at his right side but her steady breathing. And God help him again. Only now could he see just how badly he'd hoped she would bathe him in sympathy, and tell him, with the full force of her deliberating mind, that for him to blame himself was irrational. But it wasn't. That truth thudded deep inside him like an underwater bell. She couldn't pardon him, any more than he could pardon himself. "Go on," she said, because her sharp falcon eyes read him, and she knew there was more. He took one more breath, to dive down again. "I carried him to 3 different field hospitals because I thought... I was so tired I wasn't thinking clearly. I hoped another surgeon might give me a different answer. I didn't want to give up, because you knew he had a wife and child. Yes, and because you hoped to undo the wrong you'd done in moving him. Yes." His voice came out raw and ragged, exactly as it had been that night. Memory had its claws in him, and was dragging him back there. He could taste the sour torment of too many hours without water. Most of all, though, because I'd promised him he'd be all right, and he trusted my word. How did it end? Calm and direct as a corporal interrogating a prisoner. I didn't do him any good. That awful, awful sense of uselessness, helplessness, dropped back in to wrap him like a shroud. I couldn't even get him opium. I only dragged him about, prolonging his agony for hours. He ended by begging for a bullet to the head. A short silence as she absorbed this. Did you oblige him? We didn't carry rifles in our regiment. I should have had to use a musket, and I was fastidious in how I murdered the man. I used my hands. Another silence. This one long enough that he must finally turn his head to look at her. The only mark in her countenance was a thoughtful crease in her brow. Will you show me how? Good God! The darkest deed of his life, and her first concern was with the mechanics. She needed to fill in the outline his story made, or perhaps she meant to make use of the knowledge some day. No matter. He'd chosen to confess himself to her, when he might have waited until he'd met a lady with a warm, sentimental nature, patience and a hopeful disposition, all those qualities he couldn't seem to want anymore. He found her hands and brought them to his throat, feeling for the right place to set her thumb. There's a vein. She frowned faintly, watching the placement of her hands. If you press on it, you can stop the flow of blood. Then everything ends. Her eyes, empty and glittering, came again to his face. Her hands stayed where they were. For an instant it seemed possible she might... And would he resist her if she did? Might he make that final surrender and let her relieve him of all his burdens for the rest of time? But she didn't. She took her hands back, and this time neither one settled on his arm. Both lay curled on the pillow under her chin. She didn't speak. He oughtn't to have told her. Or he ought to have told her long ago, before he'd touched her, pleasured her, fitted his body to hers. I wish you would speak, Lydia. If there was a way to say that without sounding pathetic, he didn't know it. He felt hollow, unmoored, lying beside her without the least idea of her thoughts. I never could read you. I don't know. I've no idea what you want now. Whether you want me to help you dress and hire a hackney to take you home, apologize for having lain with you, shut my mouth and just go to sleep. 2 silent seconds passed. Then she rose up and threw one knee over him. Her palms sank into the mattress at either side of his shoulders, and her eyes stayed fast on his. Fuck me, she said. I want you to fuck me. He recoiled to his core. To do this now, to follow so grim and solemn a confession with carnal enjoyment, would profane his last remnants of honor. I can't. Could she really not grasp that? Not after what I've just told you. Now you mean to be delicate? Her eyes shone cold and accusing in the dim light. None of what you've told me is new. All of this was true the first time you kissed me. She brought her hips down until she sat astride him, her wet warmth a taunt to all his pretensions of decency. It was true when you bedded me at Chiswell, when you put your mouth on me, when you demanded I bring my whole self to bed with you, when I knelt for you in the hallway at Oldfields, and when I knelt for you in front of that mirror right there. She was moving, barely, against him, and damn him to hell, he was getting hard again. Whatever you think must prevent you now surely ought to have prevented you then. I ought to have told you, I know, and given you the choice." His whole body was declaring mutiny. His hands drifted up to settle on her arms. "But I couldn't resist you. I can't resist you, even now." There was his frailty, laid out before her. "You're not so honourable as you'd like to be." Her left hand left the mattress to feel for his cock, shamefully, indecently hard, and she slid it inside. Of all the occasions when he'd tried to stop her, how many times had she had to hear, "Lydia, this isn't what I want"? Surely this was the occasion when he ought to insist, before he could drown in self-disgust. Instead, he arched up into her and groaned aloud. Sensation aside, there was a bone-deep comfort in knowing she still wanted him, knowing that, despite the worst he could tell her, she still had this use for him. A woman of kindness and patience and virtue never would have done. Her hands braced herself on the mattress again, and her icy gaze sank nearer. "You're not a good man, Blackshear," she whispered. "I know." It felt like a pound of flesh given up. He closed his eyes. "You break your promises, and you fuck other men's women, and you haven't even a soul to your name." A shaft of hot, grief-tainted pleasure stabbed through him. "I know." He jerked his chin in a nod. "You went to bed with me in the guise of an honourable man, but you never were." He shook his head, jaw clenched tight. He'd betrayed her. He'd betrayed himself. He could make no earthly defence. "You threw away your soul when you stopped that man's blood, and you can never, never have it back again." "I know." One more pound of flesh torn away. He'd never wanted to own that truth aloud. He caught his breath on another spasm of sensation, in spite of the despair, and shook his head side to side. "Stop! I can't bear any more of this." Those were the words he ought to say, but he'd forgot how to form them. He opened his eyes, and he knew there'd have been no point in asking for mercy. It was a word with no meaning to the creature whose gaze met his. She stared down at him, his judge and his ravisher, appalling as the eagle who'd feasted every day on Prometheus's liver, and he as powerless as that Titan, chained to the rock, rent open, his darkest, most unspeakable secrets laid bare to her view. Her eyes hardened, her lips pressed tight. She leaned an inch nearer. "I love you," she breathed, just loud enough for him to hear. He gasped, one great rush of sustaining air, and he seized her with unyielding hands and rolled her beneath him and drove himself into her truth and her terrible strength and the pitiless love that was his only redemption in this world. And came, claiming her, giving himself up to her, a woman so beautifully broken she could love a soulless man. Chapter 21. He fell almost immediately to sleep. He was thoroughly wrung out. And when the slumberous breath started, she slipped from the bed and left the bedroom, pulling the door soundlessly to. In the corner where her trunk still sat was just space enough for her to wedge herself in by the wall. She slid down to sit on the floor, knees up, and she put her face in her hands and wept until she shook with grief. He would never know what it had cost her to hear his story. Never. If she'd shown the smallest sign of being affected, he would have bottled up his own anguish and turned his energies to comforting her, when, for God's sake, he'd borne his burden long enough, and it was damn well time someone was strong enough to listen, to bear witness to the enormity of what he'd undergone, beginning to heart-lacerating end. Had she done wrong, though, in speaking to him so? She curled her hands into fists and pressed them against her eyes. She might have been kind and told him the truth. You are a good man, the finest I know. You drew a dismal hand and played it as well as anybody could. The state of your soul is not for you or me or any church to pronounce upon. But surely these were the things he'd expect a listener to say. And he would not believe them. He'd think she said them because she shrank from beholding the awful corruption that crawled beneath his skin. Now he knew she shrank from nothing. The worst thing he could tell of himself would not be enough to drive her away. She'd listened unflinching to his darkest confessions, and she'd answered with the darkest confession she could make in her turn. I love you. She wiped with open palms where tears ran down both cheeks. He'd been so grateful to hear it, so relieved. She wouldn't be sorry she'd told him, even if only pain could follow. A few minutes more, she cried, and when she'd poured out sorrow enough to make her steady again, she crept back to the bedroom. A lone candle still burned. She snuffed it and crawled under the covers. He muttered in his sleep and turned, his hand brushing hers. She lay motionless, measuring his breaths and the intervals between, marveling at the place, his first and second knuckles, the back of her hand, where their bodies met. Will. One word only. If he woke, they'd speak. If not, she'd let him sleep on. Her need was like a fishhook, drawing him unerringly out of the deep. Long breath in, long breath out. I can't let you fight that duel. She could feel him groping, sleepily, for the best way to reassure her. Don't fret yourself. His hand moved in soothing strokes up and down her arm. Go to sleep. Let me worry about the duel. I can't let you die. And I can't let you have another man's death on your hands. Couldn't he see how important that was? There isn't always a death. He was coming all the way awake now. Sometimes only wounds result. One or both parties might miss the target altogether. His hand stopped at her wrist, and he made a bracelet of his thumb and first two fingers. Regardless, for me to walk away from the defense of your honor is more than ever unthinkable. Surely you can see that. I don't see. Her voice was raw with desperation. She'd played all her best cards. His duty to the living, her need of him in the gaming hells, even the heart that would break with the loss of him. What else was left to try? I should think a woman's honor would be her own concern and no one else's. A wife's honor would be her husband's concern. His words pooled out to fill every corner of the room in the 2 or 3 seconds it took her to gain command of her tongue. I'm not your wife. That was all the reply she could manage. Not yet. His fingers let go her wrist. That hand skimmed across her belly to take a grip at her waist and pull her whole body close to his. Will you marry me, Lydia? Her heart twisted like laundry fresh out of the tub. He didn't mean to be unkind, of course, but to know he loved her, to know he would bind himself to her, honorably if he could, only made the remaining insurmountable obstacles that much crueler. You know that's impossible. She would remind him of the reasons one by one if she must. Circumstances are very much against it. That's not the same as impossible. She could feel the strong beat of his heart where her upper arm touched the middle of his chest. I love you. You've said you love me. I trust you won't doubt me if I say that, after tonight, I cannot think of making a life with any woman but you." The choice of words sent a sharp stab of laughter halfway up her throat and pricked her eyes with tears. "Making a life is the very thing I cannot do. Have you forgotten?" For several seconds he was silent, leaving her to imagine what transpired on his face. "I'm a youngest son," he then said. "The world does not clamour for a copy of me. You know I refer to more than that." He'd hesitated for a reason. He was not so sanguine on this topic as he'd like her to believe. "Think what it would be to know your line would die out with you. No descendants to have a care for you in your old age. No infants to cherish. No little faces growing to resemble yours." Oh, Lord, already she was maudlin. "I don't say I won't think of that sometimes, and grieve the loss. But we'll grieve it together. And I'll have you for consolation. That's no small thing." He rolled from his side to his back, his sizable palm guiding her head to a place on his shoulder. "I've told you my mother died in childbed." In the darkness, this near, his every syllable sounded like an exquisite confidence. It was her 10th confinement, and she'd been worn down to nothing. I don't think my father ever recovered from losing her, and I don't think he ever ceased to blame himself. He'd caught a lock of her hair between his fingers and was twisting it, slowly, round one finger then another. I've seen my eldest brother nearly crawl out of his skin when his wife was brought to bed. I'll never know that fear if I marry you. We can enjoy one another with no such cloud hanging overhead. Not many men are so lucky." She allowed herself 4 seconds to just drift, his words and aching sweet sentiments buoying her up like warm sulphured water. "It's not that simple," she finally said. "Of course it isn't. It's not simple at all." He let go the lock of hair and brought his palm against her scalp again. "My family will probably throw me off. I've got to find a way to put things to right with Mrs. Talbot. I need a home and income suitable to share with you, and I have to get through that damned duel. It's the farthest thing from simple." His voice slowed, shifted, like a violin changing keys as it moved toward the resolution of an intricate concerto. "But we both have some experience with difficulty, haven't we? We've been tried and tempered. Beyond doubt we'll meet with obstacles and adversity. Haven't we ample reason, though, to hope we'll be equal to whatever challenges come?" It was the prettiest, grandest, best argued marriage proposal a lady could ever hope to hear. Her heart bobbed in its wake like an empty cask tossed into choppy seas. The hour was late, though. He'd been glutted with pleasure, and likely was still light-headed, tender-hearted from the relief of finally bringing his secrets into the light. He might feel differently in the morning. At the least, he might recognize the folly of plotting out his future when the meeting with Edward loomed so large in his way. She found his hand and wound her fingers between his. "If you love me, if you want a life with me, then I should think you'd want to give up the duel." He sighed, his chest swelling and subsiding under her head. She'd answered poorly. "Yes," she ought to have said. "I love you. I want to face adversity with you at my side." Instead, she'd circled back round to where they'd begun, receiving his declarations and promptly converting them into ammunition for her single-minded campaign. "Let's go to sleep now, Lydia." He shifted out from under her, consigning her to the inferior comforts of her pillow. We're at a stalemate for the night, I think. We'll speak again in the morning. I'll convince you to marry me then." But when the morning came, he found he only wanted to let her sleep. Devil of a long night it had been, in hours alone, and hours were the least of it. He lay on his side, facing her. She lay on her back. She knew now, and here she still was. Once or twice he'd closed and opened his eyes just to make sure. This was the woman he would marry. Life had shaped them for each other. He would wake every morning to this view. The stark lines of her nose, her brow, her chin, and the soft, slightly parted lips that undercut her fearsome mien. He had only to convince her that there could be no other course. Well, no. He had a great deal more to do than that. He rolled onto his back, very slowly, so as not to disturb her. This interlude in a room with a cracked ceiling was just that, a brief, connective chapter, a respite from the world in which they must find their way. He had arrangements to make, failures to confess, people to disappoint, and, Lord, that damnable duel with which to contend. Might as well get a start on all of it. He rose. An hour's worth of dressing and letter-writing later, she still hadn't woken, so he went back to his table and penned one more note, this time to her. The paper whispered as he laid it on the pillow where he'd been, a hushed promise, a token of all he would bear and sacrifice in exchange for a life with her. Early that afternoon, he stood on the threshold of the first sacrifice, in his eldest brother's drawing-room, and looked a bit too long at each of the assembled faces, the way he might if he were getting set to board a ship to India. Andrew and his wife, Kitty and her husband, Martha and Mr. Mirkwood, Nick by himself in an armchair with the same keen expression he must wear in court. Out with it, Will. His eldest sister, bossy as she'd always been. We know well enough it can be nothing good. He clasped his hands behind him and stood straight, back to the fire. His toes curled and uncurled in his boots, all his nervous energy pushed down out of sight. "You're quite right. I'll get straight to it. I'm engaged to duel in several days' time, for a cause that can bring no credit to the family. I've involved myself in the fortunes of another man's mistress." He'd imagined, beforehand, what might be each sibling's reaction to the news. More or less they stayed true to pattern. Andrew, a muscle in his jaw flinching as his hands tightened on the arms of his chair. Nick, his brows ascending to give his eyes all the room they needed for spelling out, "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Kitty, her disapproving countenance suddenly swamped with sisterly concern. And Martha, straight and serious, her mouth pinched small. "Is it Miss Slaughter?" His younger sister addressed him quietly, as though he and she were the only ones in the room. He'd nearly bit his tongue, the question came so unexpected. "How the deuce did you know?" "Her maid is an inexpert dissembler. We spoke a bit when I drove her to Somerstown, and she said things that led me to suspect her mistress might be living in such an arrangement as you now say she is. I didn't realize—" Her mouth shaped and reshaped itself as she sought for the proper phrase. "I had supposed her but a slight acquaintance of yours." "Who issued the challenge?" Andrew had no use for such details as the lady's name or the terms of her acquaintance with his brother, but must go directly to the meat of the matter, the part he could get his hands on and repair. "Can it be withdrawn?" "There's no chance of that." Behind his back, he flexed his fingers, the one slight expression of impatience he'd allow. He was 26. He'd been to war and back, and still his brother seemed to think he could not manage these things for himself. I knocked him down after seeing him strike the lady. For me to apologize is out of the question. For you to die in a duel is out of the question. Have you any idea how your sisters worried while you were on the continent?" Andrew's face was flushing red, and he looked to be some few seconds away from snapping the arms of his chair with his bare hands. "We've had you back for less than a year. I've no intention of... Abruptly he jerked one hand from the chair and passed it over his brow. And for the first time Will understood, in his sinews, how much his loss could grieve his family. Would grieve his family. If they didn't lose him through the duel, they would lose him by what would come after. He shoved himself a step forward. "I'm sorry. I wish there might have been some way to spare you, but I mean to fight the duel, and provided I'm neither killed nor arrested, my intention is then to marry Miss Slaughter." Oh, Lord, he ought to have worked up to it gradually. Kitty was staring as though he'd suddenly sprouted boils all over his face. Nick was leaning farther and farther forward in his chair, and Andrew looked ready to combust. "I'm not insensible of what this will mean to your families. Please believe I don't make this choice lightly." He could feel 26 years of fondness, of needling, of shared jokes slipping through his fingers. But he'd known this must be the cost. It didn't, at least, take him by surprise. "I can only say that the war wrought certain changes in my views. Among other things, I'm unwilling to condemn a lady every bit our equal by birth, for choices that were forced upon her by the most unenviable circumstances. Martha's already straight posture went straight enough to lay bricks by, and she sent her hand abruptly to cover her husband's. "You'll honour Mrs. Mirkwood and myself with the first introduction, I hope," the man said, as if nothing untoward had passed. Will nearly sagged to the floor under the sudden warm weight of gratitude. He clenched his jaw and nodded, his sentiments too raw and unwieldy to shape into words. Nick snorted and lurched up from his chair. "Yes, you would welcome this, wouldn't you? The two of you would look positively respectable by compare." He wheeled to the window, eloquently turning his back on his shambles of a family. "I liked her." Calm resolve coloured Martha's voice. She showed a very becoming concern for her maid, and people in desperate circumstances do what they must. Kitty was not so magnanimous. Her daughters were older than Martha's, of course, and the damage this connection would do to their prospects therefore loomed larger with her. "I'll allow she might have been a worthy lady who would sooner not have entered into such a life. I'll believe she treats her maid and anyone else of humbler station with such graciousness as sets the example for us all." She angled forward, hands earnestly clasped. "Can you not see that none of that makes the least difference? A gentleman of good family isn't always free to love where he likes." Her husband, beside her, offered this gentle underscore to her argument. "I beg your pardon. He is perfectly free to love as he chooses." Nick pivoted and set his hands on the back of the armchair. "Gentlemen fall in love with unsuitable women all the time. What they don't do is marry them. If you would only keep her discreetly, there need be no scandal at all. I'm sorry for the scandal. Truly I am. I'm sorry for any injury to your name and your practice, and I'm sorrier than I can say if my niece's fortunes should be affected. But the fact is, I cannot seem to find my place any longer in a society where to keep a woman in sin is a more respectable path than to give her my hand and my name. Don't try to cloak this act in morality." Andrew had finally found his voice, and a fearsome voice it was, low and taut and suggestive of temper just barely contained. And don't insult us with ifs. You will do harm to your brother's name and practice, either through the duel or through this connection you would impose upon the family. You will hurt my daughters, Kitty's daughters, Martha's daughter, by crippling their chances to make an advantageous marriage. If you insist on going forward with this astounding show of selfishness, you must count yourself a stranger to this house at least. He'd expected it. He'd borne reversals 10 times as brutal, and still it pierced his middle like an icy blade. He dropped his gaze to the carpet for a moment. I don't dispute anything you've said. Indeed, to cut my acquaintance would probably be the reasonable course for all of you. He raised his eyes again for another look round at the familiar faces. If I'm so fortunate as to... Well, I shall strive to keep my name out of gossip, and be as little known in your circles as I can. No one spoke. Really, what more was there to say? So he bowed and made to leave the drawing-room. Martha jumped up and was at the door before him, hand extended. Any day next week will do for a call. I look forward to knowing her. With fierce determination she gripped his hand and said this, as though by making plans for the future she could will him safely to the other side of the duel. I look forward to her knowing you, too. Irrepressible hope fizzed through him at the thought that he might, after all, have more to offer Lydia than just himself. She would gain a sister, a brother, and a niece, if only... No. He would follow Martha's example and pass over the if only. Thank you. He kept his voice low. And thank your husband. I've scarcely been acquainted with him. I shall strive to correct that. His sister nodded, flushing with pleasure. She knew a bit, didn't she, about the cost of marrying a black sheep. No wonder she'd spoken up for him. Please God he'd live to repay her loyalty. With the last squeeze of her hand, he made his exit. He was in the entry hall, waiting for his hat and coat, when brisk, purposeful footsteps sounded on the stairs behind him. Nick. Save for when he was being dragged into a gaming hall, his brother always walked as if he had somewhere important to be and something important to do once he got there. Will straightened, but didn't turn. For all that he knew better, he couldn't wholly suppress a hope that his siblings had relented en masse and sent Nick to fetch him back among them where he belonged. He checked the hope. Don't try to argue me out of the duel or the marriage. For more reasons than I can share, this is the only possible course for me. Nick's step slowed and halted. I didn't intend... His voice trailed off, uncharacteristically hesitant. That is, I do wish you'd change your mind, and I'm sorry you can't tell me your reasons. But I only came after you to ask whether you're in need of a second for your duel. He turned then. His brother stood on the lowest step but one, hand on the railing, jaw set with dutiful resolve. Will inclined his head. Thank you for thinking of it. But Cathcart's already agreed. Ah. Well then. Nick glanced away, almost as though he was stung by not having been asked. Will felt all over again the distance that had opened up between him and his brother. Hell, between him and every other Blackshear, since he'd gone away to war. This last, decisive estrangement had perhaps been inevitable, and still, if he should be mortally wounded in a few days' time, among his regrets would be that he hadn't tried harder, in the months since returning, to reforge those familial bonds. Nothing for it now. I am sorry, Nick. Here was the footman with his coat. His parting remarks must be brief. I know what your work and your good name mean to you. I would gladly have sacrificed my own happiness if it were only my happiness at stake." He settled his hat. "But she loves me. She trusts me. I'll give my life before I'll abandon her." He might give his life indeed, not many days from now, and he couldn't help wondering, as he left his brother's townhouse and descended to the street, whether some in his family might not prefer that less scandalous outcome. An hour later he sat before Fuller's desk, elbows on the arms of his chair, frowning out the window at the sun-starved greenery of Russell Square. "I don't know why you're not angry." He twisted to face the man again. "Because you're angry enough at yourself." Fuller shrugged, hands clasped atop some piece of correspondence. "And you've lost the better part of your family already today, and you might be dead by next week." A grin cracked his face. "Altogether, I'm more inclined to offer you a drink." He set his palms flat on the desk and pushed to his feet. "What will you do, though? Is there any chance of finding another investor in time?" "Possibly. I have prospects. None I like as well as you, I'll be frank about that." At the other side of the room he fetched a bottle and 2 glasses from a cabinet. "None so likely to impress my trading partners with fine English manners. None with your gift for inspiring confidence." "I think it may be more curse than blessing on balance, that gift." He pressed the thin edge of one cuff stud hard into the pad of his thumb, a tiny act of self-mortification. "People like yourself put their trust in me when perhaps they oughtn't. Really, Blackshear, you lay it on a bit thick." Brandy gurgled musically as he tipped the bottle over one glass, then the other. "What would a trustworthy man have done that you didn't? Turn your back when you saw Miss Slaughter's gentleman hit her? Sorry, sweetheart, but Jack Fuller is expecting me to help him buy a ship, and I can't go risking myself." He corked the bottle and put it away. "You dealt with me in good faith. You never planned to fall in love, to wind up in a duel, to have to provide for Miss Slaughter in the event of your death." Carefully he took up the glasses and crossed the room again with his uneven step. "If you'd plotted it all from the beginning, that would be different. I'd be more than happy to heap abuse on your head." "I admire your equanimity." Will took his brandy and tossed back a good swallow. "You ought to have seen my brothers. It's an advantage of my class, I think." Fuller resumed his seat. "We merchants get a good deal of practice early in contending with things that don't go the way we'd like. We learn to take a philosophical view." He tipped a mouthful from his own glass. "I recommend trade to any man, if only as a forge of character. Tell your brothers I said so." "Ha! Maybe he would. By letter, at least." Another swallow of brandy, and already he was beginning to feel its warming effect. Or perhaps the warmth had other sources. It was all true, what Andrew had said. He was making a selfish choice, besmirching the family name, and yet here, in Russell Square, there were other truths, other expectations. Not once had his friend suggested he ought to abandon Miss Slaughter, or keep her as a mistress and avoid all scandal. In this world, such a marriage might not be so very remarkable. He set down his glass and leaned forward. "Fuller." The brandy had surely gone straight to his head. "I'll want an income if I survive that duel. Not a great one. The money we've won at cards can establish us at least. But if I'm to marry, I'll want a steady source of funds." He paused for a quick breath. To ask this of the man was impudent in the extreme, but devil take it, he might be dead in a few more days. "Whatever qualities you found appealing in me as a prospective investor—" Might I be able to bring those qualities to your business in some other capacity? It's not just the income, you know. I had looked forward to being part of this. I've studied to learn about ships and shipping. Now the brandy had hold of his tongue. He stilled it. He'd made his case, and he could wait for an answer. Fuller rubbed a considering hand over his jaw. To be sure, I could use you when the Americans come. I might have other uses as well. He was silent for a moment, gone somewhere else, picking his way through the intricacies of his business to find the places where Will might fit. Come call on me after the duel if you're able. He grinned again. If you'll promise to bring your wife sometimes to have a look at my ledgers, I think perhaps something can be arranged. His wife. That sounded excellent. If he could live to see his own wedding, he had every reason to be hopeful. They'd work hard, the two of them, and scrape their way from subsistence to comfort. And with an income to look forward to, he could think again of carving out part of his winnings to provide for Mrs. Talbot. A muscle somewhere deep inside him twitched. Guilt. How was he to forgive himself if he'd led the widow to expect an offer and now must disappoint her? What if he died some several days hence? The nearly £2,800 he'd amassed could buy independence for one woman, but not two. He pressed the cuff stud to his thumb once more, but the guilt muscle only twitched harder. Sometime in the next few days he must call in Camden Town. He would swallow the medicine of correcting any mistake as to his intentions. But how to honour his promise to Talbot, while still securing a future for the woman who now had every claim on his heart, was a calculation requiring more dumb genius and depth of understanding than he knew how to summon. Chapter 22. A wife's honour, he'd said, was her husband's concern. Then surely a husband's honour was his wife's concern, and his debts and obligations likewise her own. And so here she stood on the steps of the little house in Camden Town, waiting for the widow Talbot to fetch her cloak and come out for a walk. Lydia unwound and rewound her reticule strings until the purse sat snug in her palm. He'd gone to brave the wrath of his family for her, according to the note on the pillow, and then to withdraw from his partnership with Mr. Fuller. She'd woken too late to prevent him in that. Not for the world, though, would she give him any chance to default on this most solemn of debts. Not in her name. "You're very good to call again." Mrs. Talbot descended the steps, a polite wariness in her manners. Pity would well up, despite all Lydia's firm intentions. The woman had lost her husband through circumstances too horrible for her to ever know. Nor could she ever have the consolation of being Mrs. Blackshear. For Will to marry her, bearing the secret he bore, would only be a cruelty to both. She understood that now. "It's very forward of me. I beg your pardon for that. Shall we walk?" They started south, the widow's skirt swishing in rhythm with her own. Time to set her shoulders and plunge ahead. "In fact, I've come on a particular errand. My cousin left yesterday's visit in a state of some confusion. I should be surprised if he hadn't." Mrs. Talbot dimpled suddenly, blushed, and shook her head, averting her gaze to the pavement. "Please tell him I'm sorry for the awkwardness. Assure him he was no more astonished than I was to hear of Mrs. John Talbot's assumptions. You did look startled. Perhaps I oughtn't to have been." She lifted her chin and frowned into the distance. "My sister-in-law would like very much to have the house to herself and her husband and her own children again. Little wonder, I suppose, that she'd jump at any chance of another establishment for me and my son. This was near enough, wasn't it, to a denial of any expectation? It wasn't as though he could marry the widow in any case. And yet, to know for a certainty, to be able to go back to him and say, "You have not disappointed her hopes in the least," would be a prize worth some risk. Lydia tightened her fingers where they gripped her cloak together. "I should think you must wish for that too. It must be very hard, living with relations who make you feel you're a burden. Marriage, to say nothing of marriage to a man with Mr. Blackshear's merit, must be an attractive option by compare. Not for me." She studied the pavement again, then brought her chin round to address Lydia straight on. "I'll be frank, Miss Slaughter. Your cousin appears to be an excellent man. Mr. Talbot spoke well of him in his letters, and his kind attentions speak for themselves. He deserves a wife who will love him, not one whose heart was buried with another man." Her eyes shone blue and pristine as a reflecting pool under a cloudless sky. "I'd never remarry at all, if I could avoid it. I certainly won't inflict such unhappiness on Mr. Blackshear." And now she had the prize, a balm to his conscience to take back to him. Better yet, she had a prize for Mrs. Talbot, too. With the hand that wasn't clutching her purse, she caught the widow's elbow and ushered her to one side of the walk. "Mr. Talbot must have known what would be your wish." Was this a convincing story? Through the mounting haze of happiness she couldn't be quite sure. "You'll forgive Mr. Blackshear, I hope, for not telling you of this before now, but he wanted to wait until there was a result worth telling. The fact is your husband made an investment and left it in my cousin's charge, and now that investment has made its return and—" She was doing the right thing. Without doubt she was doing the right thing. "And it's my privilege, Mrs. Talbot, to ask whether you can spare an hour to journey with me to the bank." Mrs. Talbot wept in the hackney. Her sweet, dainty features concealed nothing, and Lydia could see the exact second when she understood that she was to have her independence. Her eyes widened, and her lips parted for an instant before she pressed them together in a futile attempt at command. But by then her whole lower face was trembling. She brought her hands halfway up and let them fall again, helplessly, and turned to the window. Then she gave up altogether and just let the tears come. It was wonderful. One of the most wonderful things Lydia had ever seen. Her foolish heart felt like a teacup into which someone had forgot to stop pouring. But that was all right. Such untidy, brimming over warmth kept the widow company in her untidy weeping. "I recommend you set aside 200 in ready money to see you through the year, and to discharge whatever obligation you choose to recognize toward your husband's kin." One helpless peal of laughter spilled out from between the helpless tears, prompting another slosh of sentiment in her heart. "That will leave you with 2,500 to invest, which will bring you £125 per year." Mrs. Talbot found a handkerchief and pressed it to her eyes. "I scarcely know what to think. It's providential, isn't it? That this money should come when I had no earthly hope of it?" She turned the handkerchief over to find a dry place, and dabbed at her eyes again. "My Jamie has £2,000 of his own from another such arrangement. Did you know?" She hadn't known. But she remembered of a sudden the night she'd asked after the proceeds of Will's commission. Part of it was tied up elsewhere, he'd said. She touched a gloved knuckle to each eye. "I'm so happy for you. I'm sure you've deserved it." Let her believe it was the work of Providence. Well, and it was. Good people provided for one another. The best people made a solemn duty of it. people like herself could at least make sure they didn't stand in the way of such noble intent. At the bank she waited in that same line again, drawing inexorably nearer to the clerk whose insolent manners had thwarted her in a similar mission 6 weeks since. 6 weeks had wrought changes, though. She'd struck a man in that time, and shot, too. She'd recovered her heart, with all its frailties and its strengths as well. Besides, Mrs. Talbot was depending on her, as Jane never truly had. So was Mr. Blackshear, though he didn't know it. And the dependence of other people proved a remarkably fortifying tonic. By the time they reached the front of the line, she could have faced a dozen leering clerks naked if she had to, without so much as a blush. She only had to face one, and he never even worked up a proper leer. "Good afternoon, sir," she said the instant she and the widow sat down. "May I present Mrs. Talbot, a widow of one of our brave fighting men. She'd like to invest in the Navy Fund. She hasn't a man of business, but she does have £2,500. She paused for an unhurried breath. "And she has me. And I will not leave this bank until she has her certificate, not if I have to sit down with a dozen of your worthy colleagues until I find one willing to help. Colleagues who might be interested to hear a few things I can tell of you." She didn't have to say that aloud. His face told her, plainly, that his imagination had supplied it. He dipped his pen and began to take down the widow's information, avoiding her own eyes all the while. 30 minutes later, they passed through the doors onto the street, Mrs. Talbot clutching tight to her certificate and fumbling for her handkerchief again. "You've been so kind, Miss Slaughter. If I can ever be of service to you in any way—" And that was all that had been wanting. The final value that would make the whole equation come out right. "In fact, you can do me a very great favor. You'll have means enough to employ a maid-of-all-work, and I happen to know one who's in want of just such a respectable situation." He couldn't say how long he'd been sitting in that same place on the bed when she finally walked through his door. He'd spent some time on his feet, to be sure. He'd gone inch by inch through the rooms to see whether anything else had been disturbed, then searched every surface for a note of explanation. But the bulk of his time had been spent right here, staring at the drawer he'd ransacked and ransacked again. He'd left it out after his last riffling, and it jutted from the dresser with a certain truculence, as though conscious of having failed him and determined not to care. The latch hardware clicked, and he turned his head slowly. He did not rise. She was wearing the plain, dark blue gown she'd worn that day he and Martha had encountered her on the street. A reticule swung limply from her wrist. She glanced about the room and crossed with careful steps to the bedroom door. He waited for her eyes to register him, to register the pulled-out drawer. He brought his own gaze back to the dresser. He couldn't seem to form the question, but then he didn't have to. A woman with only 1/10 of her cleverness would know he wasn't despairing over a lost pair of stockings. "I took the money." Damn her, she didn't even sound sheepish. "I called on Mrs. Talbot. I told her Mr. Talbot had put you in charge of an investment, and it had come out well. How much did you give her?" The air was feeling too thin, too insubstantial to breathe. £2,700. He surged to his feet. The desperate misgivings of these past hours galvanized into a panic that seized his whole form. Lydia! That was everything! In 2 strides he made the dresser and shoved the drawer back in. "That was all the money I had to my name!" "Not altogether." Now she sounded self-conscious, because she knew this wasn't the appropriate reply, but she could no more avoid making it than a clock could keep silent at the top of the hour. You had £62, 3 shillings, 6pence besides. Have, she corrected herself, holding up the reticule as though for proof. You still have that. A faint jingle of coins testified to the fact. He rested his palms on the dresser top and let his head sag until all he saw was faded mahogany. I might have secured your future with that money. His mouth filled with the familiar bitter taste of good intentions thwarted by circumstance. I might at least have gone to that duel with the peace of mind brought by knowing I wouldn't leave you destitute and alone in the world. I know. That's what I was afraid of. Without the smallest sign of repentance, she slipped into the place beside him and laid her right hand over his left. You made a vow to provide for Mrs. Talbot before you ever laid eyes on me. She has the prior claim. She has a roof over her head. She has relations, however far from ideal. If I can only provide for one of you— He stopped. He hated himself for even thinking of renouncing his promise to Talbot. Do you see? Her fingers fitted themselves between each of his, knitting their two hands together. You don't even like to speak the idea aloud. You know the act would be unworthy of you. I've been too much concerned with what would be worthy of me. He turned his head aside. He might hate himself, yes, but self-hatred was a price he would have willingly paid in exchange for her security. I begin to think honor is just another kind of vanity, and honor satisfied will be the poorest of consolations if— No. The brief utterance carried all the authority of a rolling thunder peal. Honor is the best part of you, Will Blackshear. And I don't make that pronouncement lightly. No woman could, who's ever seen you naked. He let his head fall back. He wanted to laugh. He wanted to break the nearest breakable object. He wanted to run from the room. He wanted to pick up this woman and throw her over his shoulder and haul her straight off to the bed. Instead, he drew his hand out from under hers and sent that arm carefully round her waist. Her head tipped to rest on his shoulder. You called on Mrs. Talbot, he said. She never had any thought of marrying you. She would refuse you if you offered, even if it meant remaining with those relations. She craned back to look up into his eyes. She was so happy to have the prospect of living independently. So grateful. I wish you could have been there to see. The intelligence did bring some solace, as did her nearness and the weight of her head on his shoulder, and the knowledge that she was telling him this, that in fact she'd gone to find this out, because she knew the state of his conscience and wanted to deliver him from self-blame where she could. He touched his cheek to the top of her head. My sister will still know me if I marry you. Now he would tell her how he'd spent his day. The one you met, Mrs. Mirkwood. Her husband as well. We're to call on them next week, provided we're able. And I may take a position in Mr. Fuller's business. I'm to speak to him next week, too. An ache crept into the back of his throat. Even a day ago, he hadn't minded the prospect of dying so very much. But now that he had such a worthwhile future almost in reach, things took on a different complexion. No point in dwelling on that. You still have your own few hundred, I hope. They would just have to fatten that steak as best they could, tonight, and for as many nights as remained. He couldn't guarantee her security. He must let that ambition go. All he could do was shoot straight when the moment came, and privately pray for luck. By Monday, when a note came from Lord Cathcart with the time and location of the duel, she had £608, 2 shillings and a farthing. They'd won at a decent pace these last 3 nights, But Mr. Blackshear had insisted on keeping their wagers conservative, and, well, she cared too much for his feelings to argue. Hence, £608 and some coins. Not enough to keep a woman safe from want. "I've written my sister's direction on a paper and left it in that top drawer," he said that night in bed. "I think she won't refuse you help if you go to her." They lay chastely side by side. Gravity had shouldered its way into the bed and left no room for passion. "Or you might see how far you can prevail upon Mrs. Talbot's gratitude. If she's to have a home of her own." "Yes, thank you." A corpse would sound like this if it could talk. But if she had been a corpse, she would at least know the peace of inertia. Instead, she felt the way she did in her nightmares, screaming with all her might and never producing a sound. The way she had felt in her nightmares, rather. She'd slept 6 nights in this bed without one. Life needn't be entirely devoid of purpose if you lose him, nor of joy. Remember how it felt to rescue Mrs. Talbot. Remember how it felt to make provision for Jane. No. Tomorrow she would begin meditating on those consolations if she must. Tonight it was her prerogative to dwell unreservedly on the horror of watching him slip through her desperate clutching fingers. "I do intend to survive the duel, Lydia." He'd turned his head. Sidelong she could see his solemn dark eyes glimmering in the moonlight. "But to prepare you for the other eventuality is only sensible." His hand drifted across several inches of mattress to find hers. "I'll have Cathcart send a message to you straight away, whatever the outcome. You won't have to wait and wonder." "That won't be necessary." Ah, she hadn't known she intended this. "I'm coming with you tomorrow to Primrose Hill." "Lydia." Her name came out on a sigh. He was too weary, too preoccupied to make a forceful argument. He was depending on her recognizing the absurdity of what she proposed. "Don't try to dissuade me. You must have known this might be the outcome when you didn't trouble to hide the Viscount's note. If you don't let me come with you, I'll go by myself in a hackney. It's a duel. It's no fit place for the woman who's at the center of the dispute. No fit place for my delicate feminine sensibilities. Don't even try to say so. Surely you haven't forgotten the highwaymen." She would win this argument, because nothing else was left to her. The sooner he saw that, the better. "I don't want to quarrel with you. Not tonight." His hair made a scrubbing sound on the pillow as he turned to face the ceiling again. His hand clasped steadfastly about her own. And every proof of his affection, every reminder of all that might be taken from her before she'd properly learned to enjoy it, touched her heart like the cut of a lash. "I'm going with you," she repeated, in place of 6 things she couldn't bring herself to say. Stars had just begun to dwindle against the waning black of night when Cathcart's carriage pulled up. Will helped Lydia in, and then took his own seat beside the surgeon procured for the occasion, a dour-faced man who scowled over his spectacles at this unexpected distaff addition to the party. Cathcart opened his mouth and closed it again. He raised his eyebrows hard at Will. "It's her concern." He turned to stare out the window. On what might be the last morning of his life, he was in no mood to make explanations. If he'd been able to slip from the rooms without waking her, the seat across from him would be empty now. But of course she'd chosen this day to finally rise ahead of him, and he found himself unwilling, still, to part with her on a quarrel. Well enough. If it was his lot to die today, he would at least have her at hand to be the last thing he saw. The drive to Primrose Hill passed mostly in silence, or rather, passed in that absence of conversation that lent prominence to every incidental noise. The springs creaked, the wheels rumbled over cobblestones in counterpoint to the horses' clopping hooves, and something in the surgeon's bag gave an occasional metallic rattle. He remembered this from the hours before combat. This bodily need to perceive every last insignificant sight and sound and sensation. The grim morning taste in his mouth because he'd got up too early to have hope of even coffee in the breakfast room downstairs. The texture on the inside of his gloves, usually as unnoticeable as his own skin. The way light from a street lamp would crawl from one side of the carriage to the other as they passed, bathing Lydia's sombre face and glinting off her eyes before leaving her to darkness once more. Today, of all days, he could read her. But then again, he'd authored what was there. He reached for her hand and held it, devil take the two men watching, until the wheels and hoofbeats finally slowed and came to a stop. "I won't interfere," she said, though he'd been in no need of that promise. He stood, leaned over to press his lips to her forehead, and stepped down from the carriage, winding his muffler an extra turn about his neck. Devil of a year for someone to die, with this endless winter. Night had given way to a meagre dawn. He could see the layout of the place. Bare ground, clumps of straggling trees, a downhill slope that might afford a prospect of distant London rooftops if the fog should ever lift. They're here before us. The Viscount, at his elbow, nodded toward a landau some 30 feet off. That's his second, standing by the carriage, kin of some sort. Indeed, he might have guessed that himself, once he'd drawn near enough to make out the man's features. He proved fairer coloured than Roanoke, but the eyes were similar, and he had that same blockish quality about the chin. He inclined his square-jawed head when Cathcart made the introduction, and said nothing. The expression on his face was very like the expression Lydia had worn all this morning. Some small thing splintered somewhere in Will's chest. Here was where a duel differed from battle, or from defending yourself against a band of highwaymen. There, you knew in an abstract way that your adversary likely had a mother or sister who would mourn his loss, but you needn't face that person. You needn't see their pallor or the grim set of the mouth. Needn't sense the effort they took to project an air of nonchalance while privately rehearsing for grief. A vision shimmered, unbidden and unwelcome, of a summer day in his boyhood spent with his brothers out of doors. Nothing of moment had occurred. They'd passed an afternoon in setting up targets and hitting them with rocks. But he prized the memory, as he prized 100 other such memories of hours spent with Nick and Andrew. No doubt this fellow had golden-hued recollections of his own from a childhood in which Prince Squarejaw might have loomed as an admired elder. Well, Squarejaw ought to have valued that admiration then, and worked to stay worthy of it. Will excused himself. Cathcart and Roanoke second had details to sort out concerning pistols and the surgeon, and he'd caught sight of the opponent himself, leaning one shoulder against a tree a little way off with his back to the others. He'd put off his hat and greatcoat already, perhaps to make a show of his indifference to the cold. Not wise. His reflexes would pay a price. He glanced up at Will's approach, and then put his hands behind his back, not quickly enough to hide the fact that they were shaking. Possibly due to the cold. But then his cheeks ought to be ruddy, not dull and wan as spent tallow. Hell. Will dusted his own hands together. He had every right to fire a pistol at this coxcomb and to enjoy whatever advantages nature and his experience had seen fit to give him. You ought to put your coat on, he said nevertheless. Warm muscles will serve you better when the time comes. Roanoke jerked his head in a nod, eyes averted, but he didn't move from the spot. Confound him! Confound this whole cursed undertaking! Will shoved his hands deep in his greatcoat pockets. The pair of seconds had gone to consult with the surgeon now, and the carriage door stood open. Dimly he could see Lydia's shape within. "Is it your brother who's come with you?" The fellow really did look like a more refined edition of the Roanoke template, as sometimes happened with the succeeding issue in a family. Squarejaw nodded again, not turning that way. He brought a hand from behind his back, just long enough to pass it across his mouth. One couldn't help wondering whether he'd recently cast up his accounts. Then his eyes met Will's. "He doesn't know all the circumstances. If he should ask you, if this is the end of me, for instance, and he wants to know more of how it came about, you'd oblige me by omitting any mention of my striking Lydia. Please to call her Miss Slaughter now." Those words rang and rattled swift as a sword unsheathed, and if he'd had a sword, he couldn't answer for what it might have done in that moment. "You'd descend in his opinion, you mean, if he knew you'd struck a woman. He has notions of what's proper." Roanoke frowned at his feet and rolled his shoulders one at a time against the cold. "I never hit her, you know, besides that one time." He half mumbled, though he must know his brother was well out of earshot. "And I don't think I would have if she hadn't hit me first. Only it took me by surprise, and I didn't stop to think, and I forgot myself." His weight shifted from one leg to the other, and he adjusted his position against the tree. "Are you making an apology?" He could see his own breath before him, small puffs of mist in the chilly air. The man hesitated and shook his head. Stupid, stubborn bastard, shaking and puking and pale as a ghost at the prospect of being fired upon, but ready to take a bullet rather than risk being thought a coward. "I never hit her before. I only wanted to say that." A number of responses rose up and subsided. "Do you think that signifies at all? Am I to forget that you were vile to her the entire time we were at Chiswell? Are you angling for a more lenient judgment in the afterlife, perhaps? Because I assure you, your testimony makes no impression on me." He let his gaze drift back to the carriage, where he could see the grey of a cloak and a face in shadow. "You might speak to her, if you like. If you've anything to say to her." Probably he oughtn't to make this offer without her permission. Too late now. She insisted on being present, since the duel was entered into for her sake. Roanoke straightened with surprise and threw a furtive look toward the carriage before facing forward again. "I don't see what I'd have to say to her. She knows I never hit her before." Will shrugged and took a half step back. His muscles needed that outlet, and that distance in order to sidestep the temptation to knock this obstinate lackwit down all over again. "It's none of my business what you have to say." He tipped his head back and frowned at the sparse branches above. "Only I speak from experience. It's a useful kind of tidying up, an emptying of your pockets. You don't like to go into battle with things hanging unreconciled when they might have been reconciled." One more half-step back, one more lift of the shoulders. "Perhaps you haven't got anything to say to her. I wouldn't know. But if you have, then now's the time to say it." Roanoke shot another look round the tree. He folded his arms, shoulders hunching against the cold, hands gripping tight to the opposite elbows. He inhaled, and for the length of the inhalation, it seemed possible he would scrounge up what honor he possessed, turn on his heel, and go make some sort of account to Lydia. Then he let the breath out, shaking his head. I've nothing to tell her. He fixed his gaze on a patch of ground several feet past Will's boot. Pathetic, pitiful, pitiable. Good God, was he really pitying this man? When had his clean, bracing contempt lost its shape and sagged into pity? But he couldn't help it. To see a man grope so feebly toward honour, and without doubt he did have some concept of the virtue, else he shouldn't care whether or not he were tarnished in his brother's eyes. But to see the fellow recognize, if only dimly, the standard of which he fell so far short, must necessarily pluck at the sympathies of any fair-minded man. He knew what it was, after all, to lose a brother's good opinion. He knew about smothering a clamorous conscience. Didn't he owe the keenest joy of his life, in fact, to the lapses and deceptions and wilful transgressions that had brought this man's own mistress into his bed and his arms? Movement by the carriage snagged his attention. She'd stepped outside. Doubtless she'd noted the multiple glances cast her way by both men, and now she stood, just clear of the wheels, clutching her cloak against the wind, poised to approach if summoned. Her eyes held him as fast as they'd done that first night in the darkened library. But this time there was nothing of indifference in her gaze. For all her strength and steadiness, he could see the ardent hope burning there. Even now she let herself believe he and Roanoke could be coming to some terms that would avert the duel. The splintering sensation started up in his chest once more. This on its own might not have swayed him. Even in tandem with that odd sunlit shaft of pity, it might not have done. But his right thumb chose that instant to recall the hushed cadence of Talbot's pulse. And that impression acted upon the other two like the final drop in an alchemist's potion, or the prism that splintered a shaft of sunlight into something brilliant and new. And now all was clarity and decision and action. Listen, Roanoke. He didn't have much time. Cathcart and the Roanoke brother had finished with the surgeon, and pistols were turning this way. I'm going to delope. Squarejaw's head jerked up. Eyes wide, nostrils flared, disbelief writ large across his brow. To be sure, it was a disgraceful act, deliberately missing one's target. Apology was the honourable way out of a duel. Well, hang that. After all he'd gone through, he'd surely wrested from life the right to decide for himself what was honourable. The truth is, I find myself uninclined to kill this morning. If I could be certain of my aim, I'd probably shoot you in the leg, but I don't know these pistols. Quickly, here they came. They might kick just enough to put a bullet in your vitals. Altogether, I think it's safer to aim away. Ah, is it time then? He swung away to address the seconds before Roanoke had a chance to reply. He wanted no reply. He'd made up his mind. Prince Squarejaw was no more deserving of mercy than he'd been 10 minutes since. That part hadn't changed. Rather, the shift had come in his perspective, as though he'd climbed some peak to look down on the terrain of his life and seen the duel from a different angle. He had the privilege and power of granting mercy, regardless of whether it was earned. And if he did this, if he waived his right to dispatch a worthless bounder, then his history would have an act of irrational grace to balance in some small way the memories of his helpless complicity in the death of a man who'd never deserved such an end. Besides, he'd be doing a kindness to this fair-haired younger Roanoke who stood before him now, proffering the pistols and reminding everyone of the agreed-upon terms. 1 shot apiece, simultaneous fire, and a misfire counted as a shot. Cathcart said something, too, as to the surgeon and his qualifications and the steps they would take to avoid notice by the law in the event there was need for medical treatment. He'd proven himself a surprisingly generous and dependable friend, the Viscount had. He'd see his goodness repaid, if he didn't mind friendship with the husband of a demi-mondaine, and if, of course, Roanoke didn't choose to fire on a man who'd already told him his own shot would go wide. His heart pounded, robust and regular, as he took a pistol and followed to the patch of ground the seconds had picked out. If he was mortally wounded, he would have a devil of a time explaining, with his dying breaths, why he'd declined to inflict a wound in his turn. Never mind. To condition his deloping on an assurance of his opponents doing the same would have been but a timid gesture, and a dueling ground was no place for timidity. 20 paces. He took the left-hand direction, because that was the one that would leave him facing Lydia, and when he set his feet, he had a good long look at her. She'd let go her cloak to bring her arms straight down at her sides. Her hands were balled into fists. Her chin jutted at a deliberate angle, as though to emphasize to any viewer how she did not shrink from the scene. Her eyes glittered like a mishap in a chemist's workshop, quicksilver mingled with broken glass. I love you for your quickness and your brokenness and your sharp edges, too. Let her read that in his eyes, on his face, in every part of his body, even as his right arm rose and extended straight out to the side, pistol in hand. He turned his head to the right, sighted down his arm, and bent his elbow in close. 40 paces away, Roanoke was doing the same, and somewhere out of his view, one of the seconds was counting down. Let happen what would. He angled his face for a sight of Lydia again, for one more draught of that fierce, irregular beauty. She saw him look away from his target, saw the sudden slant of his wrist, and as the powder flashed and the pistol kicked, he was conscious of nothing but her smile, spilling out across her face with such warm incandescence as put the sunrise to shame. Epilogue. 3 months later. I'm fairly certain your parents will think better of this some day. Such a connection does no credit to any young lady. Lydia kept her voice down, as the parents in question were walking several paces behind. Miss Mirkwood, to whom the words had been addressed, received them with an expression of as much sagacity as an infant could manage, while occupied with cramming her own bonnet strings into her mouth. Of course she'd heard this admonition before, more than once. Lydia took care to repeat some version of it every time she saw the child. If the Mirkwoods eventually came to their senses and cut the connection, she would at least have been prepared. However, provided they continue so careless in these matters long enough for you to reach a reasoning age, I shall teach you a great deal about playing cards. A little skill at 21 can make a lady's fortune in more ways than one. Miss Mirkwood must wonder, if she understood the words, what kind of fortune brought a woman down into this neighborhood, all narrow streets and ramshackle buildings, and every offensive smell of close city living mixed with every foul odor that came off the river. "Are you quite sure you want to go on?" Lydia said over her shoulder. "If you'd rather, you could wait back a block or two with the baby, and I could go the rest of the way on my own." "Not at all. Mrs. Mirkwood is fond of squalor." That lady's husband flashed his perfect teeth. Some women did prefer that kind, in a smile of such mischief as ought by rights to try a serious-minded wife's patience. But other people's marriages were things of mystery, and to have her patience tried seemed to suit Mrs. Mirkwood very well. I take an interest in the alleviation of squalor, as must any country landowner. She had her brother's disarming direct gaze, as well as his dark chocolate eyes. Poverty doesn't belong only to the city. I expect I've seen enough in Sussex to prepare me for whatever we encounter on this walk. This is what Mr. Mirkwood meant to say. Precisely what I meant to say, agreed her husband, just as satisfied to be corrected by her as she was to be teased by him. We fear nothing. Lead on. So on she led them, past dock workers staggering out of public houses, harlots soliciting sailors flush from the last voyage, children chasing after drays in hopes some merchandise might tumble off into the street. She would never have been easy in this neighborhood if she'd remained respectable. She would have missed so much. A thrumming started up in her chest as the stones underfoot gave way to the timber of the massive dock, with its warehouses and offices and ongoing bustle of industry. A small crowd of emigrants thronged ahead of her, waiting for the boats that would ferry them to one of the ships moored out in the river proper. She wove through their ranks, one Mirkwood on her hip and two more in tow, and cut right to arrive at the office that had been their destination. The door stood open, and she paused on the threshold just to look. Her husband stood at a table directly in line with the door, coatless, cuff buttons undone, and sleeves pushed up to the elbows. His palms lay flat on the tabletop, at either side of a document in which he was absorbed, and as he leaned forward, head bent, hair falling over his brow, the beauty of his forearms alone was enough to make her dizzy. At his right was a man she recognized as the ship's first mate, explaining something at which he nodded with that easy authority that must come from his time leading soldiers on the continent. He glanced up to ask the crewman a question, caught sight of her, and smiled. His smile. And with all due respect to Mr. Mirkwood, here was what a man's smile ought to be, crooked and imperfect and crammed with character. Made all her innards bloom like flowers under a tropical sun. So had she bloomed under his smile that morning on Primrose Hill, in the instant when she understood he'd chosen to leave Edward standing. Granted, she would have killed Edward herself if he'd been so craven as to answer that clemency by inflicting even a flesh wound, but she hadn't had to. Something had bloomed in Edward, too, at least for the span of time it took him to fire at the ground and mutter a few imprecations on shoddy pistols and how they kicked. Such was the influence of a nature like her husband's. Bringing the gentry in to gawk at those of us who labour for our bread, are you? Just one moment, said the gesture he made to the crewman as he came from behind his table. I don't know but we ought to charge admission. 6pence, or a first-born child. Miss Mirkwood had by now spied him and was reaching out her arms. He hoisted her neatly from Lydia's hip to a perch on his shoulder. What say you, Fuller? Mr. Fuller, at his own desk by the east wall with its windows, had come to his feet. All order in my account books is owing to Mrs. Blackshear. She may bring in whatever visitors she likes. He directed a bow toward the Mirkwoods. He'd met them, of course, at the wedding breakfast. And he was exaggerating about the account books, but she could let that pass. Happiness still felt, at odd moments, like something with which she oughtn't to be trusted. A delicate and costly music box put into the hands of a maladroit child. Yet happiness felt, too, like a prize she and Will had fought for and seized, an edifice they'd built with their own bare hands out of the scrap heap of mistake and misadventure. There would never be any but borrowed children to sit atop her husband's shoulder. They must live modestly, with tradesmen for neighbours, and only a slight income from what remained of their winnings to supplement his wages. Their friends would probably always be few. And still, knowing what she knew, what they both knew of fortune and misfortune, the bounty of their life together seemed sometimes almost too much to bear. "Don't let us interrupt." She advanced a step or two farther into the office, yet another improbable place where she'd begun to feel at home. "Mr. and Mrs. Mirkwood have come to town on business, and called to invite us to dine with them. I said I'd carry the invitation to you, and they proposed to come along." "Excellent." He sent her inside spinning with one more smile as he shifted himself toward the crewman again. "Give me a minute to finish here, and then I'll show you all about the place." And on he went with his business, one hand steadying the child on his shoulder, just as though that were the ordinary way to conduct these things. Hours later, he still glowed with the pride and pleasure of having his work thus acknowledged by what family remained to him. Stretched out in her bed, sated by the 6 courses they'd enjoyed in Brook Street that evening, and at least temporarily sated in other appetites as well, he looked as though sparks might jump from his skin to set the sheets ablaze. "Lydia," he said. "Mrs. Blackshear." He gave the words a moment to shimmer in the air between them as his eyes roved over her face. "You know I have reason to disbelieve in the benevolence of fate." "I know. So do I have reason." It was the most sober of their intimate bonds. She lifted a hand to rasp her fingertips on his unshaven cheek. "Then how do we account for this? How do you account for it?" He caressed without touching her, through his voice and his bay rum scent, and his reliance on her reason. "That we should have found each other. That of all the epochs in which to be born, our souls should both have chosen this one, and that we both should have been in England when it might have been me in France and you in China. That we both survived to adulthood. Exactly. That's no small accomplishment." He was caressing with his hand now as well, following the curve from her lowest rib to a waist to a hip. "That one outrageous circumstance after the next should have led to our both being in the same gaming club on the same night. And that you didn't wash your hands of me after I fleeced you that first night. That too, yes." A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "The odds against our being in this bed together, happy in the life we have, must be nearly beyond human reckoning, and yet here we are. How are we to understand it? Some of the odds can be reckoned. If we begin, for example, with the number of people presently living in each country of the world, and if we could arrive at an approximate count of all people who have ever lived—" But that was the wrong answer. She knew, not from any change in his expression. He only watched her with a fondness that made her vision go hazy. But because the right answer was suddenly there, square in the middle of her thoughts. "Luck," she said, and meant it. "I think we must ascribe it all to luck." This concludes A Gentleman Undone. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.